Therefore, it is very important to keep a balance with both the samatha and the vidarshana. Both practices should not go to an extreme, otherwise, you will not be able to go on the path to nirvana. We already presented the first step to you, that you need to develop mindfulness in order to observe your thoughts that arise in your mind. There are many ways to develop mindfulness. Many years ago, when we did not know the Dhamma so well, we spent a lot of time and effort trying to perfect our concentration meditation, samatha. One of the methods we practiced was looking at a 12-inch circle which had a blue dot at the center. We spent a lot of time trying to bring our attention to the center of the circle. We also spent a lot of effort on being mindful of the breath. Due to our previous practice, we are able to bring our attention to our breath even now. When we practiced the samatha meditation, whenever we realized that our mind was going to a state Good morning, everybody. There are some medicine for today. Let's observe something. Suppose you are alone in a quiet room. Nothing dangerous is happening. Nothing painful is happening. There's only breathing, sounds, light, colors, sensation. Then suddenly a thought appears. Tomorrow will go badly. Do you feel it as as a passing thought, like nothing happens? But since we are used to take thoughts as reality, when a thought appears immediately, instantly the body changes, tension appears, fear appears, emotion appears. Yet, where is tomorrow? Can it be touched, be seen? Can it be found in this room? No, just only a thought appeared. Yet For a few moments, the thought became more real than the room itself. It feels like you time travel. You went to future yourself and you're experiencing the future. That's why you got scared, tension appeared, emotions appeared. And this is the strange nature of thought, not just this thought, but any thought. Thought creates ghosts, ghosts of future, ghosts of past, ghosts of people, ghosts of identities, ghosts of ourselves. And because these ghosts feel vivid, we begin to treat them as the solid reality. So today we'll investigate these thoughts, how they how they repeat, how they create the illusion of continuity, and how they quietly convince us that they are the world. So a thought, we can describe it in many ways. It seems substantial, it seems important, it seems personal. But what exactly is it? Can it be big? Can it be measured? Can it be placed on a table? Mm, it appears and it remains brief. It feels like it remains brief, but at the same time it disappears. But that power, that feels like it is there, it is real, it remains. But always the thought appears and disappears at the same time, like a time is like a sound, like an echo, like a reflection in water. Yet, while present, while appearing, it possesses extraordinary influence. It changes emotions, it changes behavior, it changes body sensations, it creates entire inner world stories. Yet, it's a tiny spark, yet we treat it as the reality. And look, observe how we behave, how our body change for a tiny spark because we took it as the real. And it doesn't end there. We create more and more and more like they are the reality. How can something so insubstantial possess such power? Because thought is not merely experienced, it is believed. We blindly believe, and this belief gives the thought the appearance of solidity. And the thing is, we can't see this spark is not even happening real. We think this spark is there. This thought is, we don't feel it as a spark. We don't feel thought as a thought. We feel it as a three-dimensional object. We can't see it's a spark appearing and disappearing in this system, this body, in the mind. We think it's an object. This object was appeared, created like a mirage with this spark, with this frequency. Yet we don't see it as a spark. We see the object, the mirage, and we believe it's real. And the thing is, we don't even believe it as something created. It's not seen as it's created by mind, but as something that exists outside this three-dimensional space. Look how this tiny spark, this power, created an whole illusion, a mirage of a world full of things, objects, people. And what gives it more strength is the belief. We are used to see this way, this wrong perspective, this wrong perception. So now it becomes, it appears natural. That's why now we don't even have to think this object with this real. Because now, since we are used to it alone, it comes natural. It appears natural. It's out there, an object instead. Yet the object is always in our mind. Not even exist in our mind, just a mirage appearing like a tiny spark. That's but look how it has created an illusion of an enormous world, a vast universe. But everything, each and everything, from tiny grain of sand to the most biggest things that we know is whole, are just mere thoughts, a mirage. That's not even exist out there. That is appearing in our own mind, appearing and disappearing. That is the process of a thought. That is the illusion of a thought that appears each and every time. Each and every thought is like this. It can't appear automatically. It needs conditions to. So the birth of thought always happens when the right conditions are met. That's why there's always have to be a trigger to thoughts to get appear. And do we do this? No, we don't know. They appear on its own, just like how vision appears from eyes, sound appears from roots, smell appears from roots, force appears in our mind. We can't control it, we can't stop it. It happens automatically when something triggers, when the conditions met, the thought appears, when the conditions met, the vision appears, when the condition met, the sound appears. So it's always a process of nature. And the mind is also part of this process. So it's always something has to trigger thought to get created, thought to appear or spark. Any connection could be a sound, could be a sensation, a smell, or a vision. Something, even a thought itself, another thought itself can trigger the thought. Because these thoughts, these sense contents are all linked with each other. And we are used to this network, this resonating process, these thoughts appearing, leaving the imagination. Now it happens immediately, so fast, feels like almost instantly. We can't even notice the process of thoughts. We just only feel them. Oh my God. So to cut on this bodily system is used to see the thoughts as the real thing. Thoughts as some objects, things exist out there. So, like we said, we are so used to this. Now the process is so rapid that we notice only the final outcome, the final thought, final conclusion. So this thought has to appear in the right conditions. Without conditions, there's no thought. Without any conditions, there's no sound. Without any conditions, there's no vision. Likewise, without any conditions, there's no thought. So this thought has to appear in the conditions of it. But the thing is, we don't see it as this kind of process. We see it as thoughts appearing out of nowhere. That's how we see it, because this process of thoughts appearing, thoughts get triggered to appear, is so fast to the point it is almost invisible. Just as we notice a wave, the ocean, without noticing every movement of water that created it. Thought seems sudden, but the suddenness is often hidden simplicity. And the other thing, we think we we blindly believe the thought. We also blindly believe one thought. So let's take an example. You see a table in your home. For you, it feels like the same table. This is the same table that was here for like around 10 years. So you feel it as it's the same table. And the table is the thought. Thought is a tiny spark. It's that tiny spark that creates a mirage of a table. So now we feel that this spark is real, this thought is real, this table is real. But the thing is, it's a spark. That spark appeared and disappeared. That's it. There's no continuity in it. There's no solidness in it. There's no life in it. There's not even an object in it. It's just an appearance and disappearance. Just exactly like the mirage. It appears and disappears. We can say there is no mirror or there is a mirror. Likewise, the thought. We can say there is no thought or there is a thought because it appears. But this appearance is a spark. A little table into our mind, inside our mind. No, it is basically a power like electricity. It sparked, and that spark created an illusion of an object, the top of the table. So now we know it's not solid, it's a spark. It's something that appears and disappears. But then, how do we still feel this solidness, this continuation? We feel exactly this was here for 10 years. This table was restored. This value, it is in that listing. It comes like this is the illusional nature of things. Like we said, when the right conditions are met, thoughts appear. So when you go in front of this table, the right conditions met and the thought of it's created. If you went it to 10 times, 10 thoughts got created. The thing is, All of those same thoughts are fear, opinion, identity. And because of that, we mistaken it as the same continuous object. And also we blindly believe it exists out there. So now a real continuous solid object that exists out there. This is how the illusion of mind, thoughts, create this world of illusions. What seems to be real, what seems to be continuous, what seems to be solid and same thing, all illusions created by this thought, by this mind. And because they're identical, we think it's the same thing. We mistaken it as the same thing. Because we cannot stop thoughts. It's not the same thought. Because it's a star. It appeared and disappeared. Then we cannot recover it again. It's long gone. But something similar to that thing can get created here. And that's what happens each and every time. If you see anything 100 times, there are 100 thoughts, but identical to each other. And because of that, we mistake it as the same thought, same object, same table, same chair, same mother. And because of this mistake, we blindly believe those are real things. We believe as they are real. And because of that, it got to the point now we don't have to question it. It comes as the reality. So this is why we don't even question anything. Everything feels real because of this mirror, this process. We are so used to this process and it happens so fast that we can't catch up. The process, the illusion, as illusion, how it gets created. So because of that, we take on everything as real. And everything else something exists out there, feeling something. All living, not just those solid objects like chair, table, even a situation, even a thought, idea, certain belief, all our thoughts like this, tangible, intangible, anything that feels real, that feels powerful, that feels strong, is a mere tiny spark like this. Even things we believe as good or bad is also another thought itself. Anything in anything is a thought, a tiny spark that appears and disappears like this. Nothing is solid, nothing. Even the time itself is subtle. We can't touch it, but yet we strongly believe there is something exactly for time, isn't it? We believe past, we believe future, we believe present. All of those are in the thought that time is perfect here right now. We can't go to the past, we can't time travel, we can't go to the future. They are all the thoughts that get created, appeared, appear and disappear right at this moment. Like we assign objects to outside, even though it was a tiny spark in our mind. We assign this time, these things to past or future. It's always mentally created and mentally assigned. And likewise, anything that feels real outside, whatever you feel real is a thought. Nothing is except from this. So, same process, but we used to place it on the outside, not in reality, but mentally. Mentally got created and mentally assigned. Wrong perspective and perception. Likewise, there's another thought that gets created each and every time. The self. Same process, same conditions, and same thought the feeling process. Yet, where we assign it is not outside, but inside. Mentally assigning to an inside. Does the inside exist? No. Does the outside exist? No. So, those are mentally assigned inside and outside. Now, when there is outside paper, at the same time there is a self who is looking at that paper. Now, it feels more stronger because now there is a duality. There is an object and there is the self who is looking at that object. That's how it's even more stronger now. Not merely a paper existing, but this is me, a person, an entity who is looking at that object, more powerful situation, no doubts in it. And when we take everything as the reality, not merely as this kind of concept, when we see it, it feels more strong because now there's object out there and there's me who's observing or looking at this object. And also, we can see it as an illusion. We feel it as this is the reality, this is the exact reality, this is a solid real self, and a solid real paper, so it isn't even there. And it feels like reality, and it feels like solid being more with it, we like it, more emotions follow, our replicates follow. We love them or we hate them, and not just simply merely hate, a strong hate. We know everything feels real, so we strongly hate it, we strongly like it, we strongly feel it, we strongly feel breathing, and with those follows the suffering. We get sad, we cry, we get happy. No matter what it is, we suffer. Why? Because we took everything as the reality. And the thing is, they have gotten to a point where it feels so strong that we don't even see them as thoughts. So because of that, we are driven by this illusion of thoughts and suffer. We can't see them as not reality. We see it as this is the solid reality, the self and the outside. Even the self feels so solid, so strong to the point we start to suffer for anything. It feels like now, whatever everything happens out there, the self is affected by it. Now we start to suffer because of this imagined self. It is basically an imagined self, a self that self of illusion of itself. No matter how strong we feel this self, it's an illusion. Like we said, the thought appears again and again, which creates an illusion of the same thing, same self, and a continuity, a continuous self, solid self, a self that lives all of those years and still living now and will live in future. That's how strong and that's how we all are tangled up in these thoughts that are nothing unreal. It's like a tangled yarn all in our mind. We can see it clearly, so we have tangled up in it and taken so much reality and feel it as solid, and we suffer and we try to cling to it, we try to keep it, and we suffer and not suffer endless, endless. Yet nothing is happening out there for none other than inside your own mind. Mind creates it, mind gives the illusion, mind believes it's real, and mind suffers for it. It feels like our mind is stuck in its own creation, feeling and thinking it as reality. No matter whatever, think we believe real exist out there and affects the self in us. All our thoughts, no matter how strong, how real it feels, all are just thoughts and interpretation that were given by the mind or sense of content, nothing else. It's always this thought become larger, becomes larger than the original experience, the sense of contact. From sense of contact, just the vision occurring, but from thought, the whole story emerges. And that thought is not simply a story, a thought. It taken as the reality. And because of that, the suffering starts. We suffer because of the interpretation we give to those sense of content, those realities, those experiences. Not because of the experience, but because of the interpretation that we give. And as we always know, interpretation is not something real, not something solid. It's interpretation. So basically, it's different from person to person. Interpretation can never be same because it's interpretation. So it depends on person to person. And yet we blindly believe it's real, it's the truth, it's the reality. And we blindly believe it is same for each and everyone. We treat an interpretation as the reality. And because this all thoughts, past thoughts, network, we feel this sameness, this solidness, this continuation of this world. But each and every time thoughts gets created rapidly, our senses works rapidly, which creates a continuous world, an illusion of continuity. Yet we believe it as the reality. We can't skip from it. We can't get out of that. That's why we are trapped in the thoughts. That's why we are stuck in the thoughts there. No matter how strong, we are still stuck in the thoughts because it gives this continuous real feeling. To that point, we have stuck and blindly believe this illusion. I can give another example. Imagine looking at the river. You call it the same river, yet the water constantly changes. Both function similarly. New constructions arises, but because they resemble previous construction, we blindly believe the mind says same thought, same object, same fear. Anything that feels same is a thought, and the sameness gets created like this. But there is a river appearing, an object appearing, right? We can't say there is no river, but because the right conditions are met there, the real river appears. But it is, we can't take it as this reality, this holiness, the truth, because it is not the same one. It's always changing, different waters. Water doesn't stay at one place, it flows, but there is appearance of a river. That's why we can't say there is a river or there is no river. Because when the conditions are met, the appearance of a river is there, but it's not the same river. Likewise, the thoughts. The mind says same feeling, same problem, same person, same object, same storm, same me is continuity. Emerges from that resemblance, not necessarily from permanence, where it says no permanency, just like a mirage, like this flowing river. Even the self is just like that. No matter how strong you feel, how real you feel, this self is also an illusion. Illusion that feels real, that feels strong, that feels existing. No matter how strong it feels, it's an illusion. So this is how this illusion gets real, gives us this fake reality, an illusion of reality. When you see this again and again, not by knowledge but by experience, it yourself with the deep understanding of the truth comes the end of the suffering. It is once you confirm it as an illusion, it slowly starts to, gradually starts to reveal this love, this power we have given to this fake reality. We cannot force it. It happens automatically, naturally, as always, nature's process. So we in the harmonic Brahma discourse for today. There was everybody.
Saranai. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship our Sancti Spirit. Saranai. We are ever grateful to you for your continuous support and continuous guidance throughout this Dhamma path. May our friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is another session of the continuous series of English Zoom discussions of Buddothpado PeoTV channel, and this is from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Sri Lankan time. And during these sessions, what we try to do is to convey some information, knowledge on the facts that we have learned from our noble friend Anand Mahanse, who is explaining us the true Dhamma facts, which was disclosed initially by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. This attempt, even though we make a huge attempt, the how efficient it is all depends on the capacity of the person who is talking, and also the level of deep understanding, deep realization of these Dhamma facts. We are trying our best, trying to show you the direction so that each of you can make your own effort to find out what is this truth is. We always try to use the simple words. We always try not to use the Pali. Anyway, most of us are not having any fluency in Pali language. Actually, that has been a kind of a barrier for many of our listeners, many of our Buddhist people, because Pali is not our first language. And mostly we have to depend on the translations to Sinhalese. So this translation is a bit tricky in some places, some points, because it completely depends on the proficiency of the translator, and more than that, the the deep understanding or the deep realization of the Dhamma of himself or that system itself uh, decides actually whether the very suitable, most suitable wordings have been found to explain this deep Dhamma facts. So those are all kinds of red tapes or the pitfalls that we have to obstacles that we have to come across. Aran Mahanse, our noble friend, our guide, spiritual guide, is trying in his best, using so many simple words, sometimes using modern metaphors to suit the present society. And he's trying to explain these things in a very simple way. Actually, the initial sermons, which he started doing about now, it is about 6 years back, were very simple, and he's delivering those sermons very slowly. But now he's reaching certain levels where more deeper facts are being explained. So for a person who is beginning, we would like to advise to go for the initial sermons, very first time initial sermons. You can use the websites Uh, if you are, if you can understand Sinhalese language, the largest and the main website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. For the people who are uh, understanding on is English, who speak only English, www.wisdomofasia. That is written as single word, wisdomofasia.com. So these websites, particularly the Sinhalese one, has all the sermons which have been done so far, and they are grouped beautifully with the subtitles, so that if you want to learn about the darshana, which is the truth, the basic truth of this, under this category of darshana, there are lots of sermons that has been done right at the beginning. They are actually simple, in simple language, and also RN says delivering them at a slower rate. So for the beginner, it will be easier to follow. Of course, there are Zoom discussions. Uh, 8 of them are there throughout the day, and particularly for the beginners, I would advise to join the 9:30 a.m. Zoom Sri Lankan time or the 9:30 p.m. Zoom Sri Lankan time. The Dharma friends who are conducting them will explain the basic facts, and always you can say that you are a beginner and give a basic explanation. They are more than happy to uh, uh, oblige with whatever you request. For the English speaking friends, we have a discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. daily Sri Lankan time. You can join us, and if you have any queries, you can discuss with us. So this is just a very basic fact that I wanted to mention before starting. Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, has been doing these sermons, as I said, for nearly 6 years now. And there are more than 12,000 sermons at the moment. You can listen to them in YouTube. There are long ones as well as short ones. So, depending on your time, you can listen. Uh, Listening is very important, because even Lord Buddha's time, one of the most important things Lord Buddha mentioned was Parato Goshaya. That's the Pali term. Parato Goshaya means listening to to another person. Uh, so Parato Goshe, or listening to sermons, is one of the most important things that gives you some knowledge. So even though knowledge sometimes puts you to the different tracks, giving you different concepts of your own concepts or your own ideas, sometimes that can be an obstacle. But here, having this basic knowledge, or the darshana, or the knowing about this truth as the basic knowledge, is essential. Because these things are explained in sutras very clearly, but as I said, since the Pali is not our first language, interpretation of the facts in the sutras is not easy. And also, the Pali language is such that sometimes the meaning of one word uh, gives, you can write a full chapter or sometimes few pages to explain the meaning of one word. So that is the beauty of the Pali language actually. So Pali language means it is for a person who can dive deep into that meaning and understand. And now, if I give one example, uh, the word arahang, arahang is used in Pali stanzas. The word arahang has uh, so many descriptions. You can explain it in sentences after sentences. As I said, maybe a chapter, maybe a passage on that. Similarly, the word sakko, which is again mentioned in the Pali stanzas to explain the qualities of a person, and so many. I mean, you do not have a single word in any of the languages. Uh, so that is the nature of this language, the Pali language. So Lord Buddha has used that language because that is what was available at that time. So these are some of the obstacles actually when you learn about Buddhism. Uh, and during the translations, again, as I said, changes can occur. So, with all these mm, difficulties, uh, we are actually at a very important cross junction, I would say. We have come to a kind of an important point where now we hear this Dhamma in very simple sentences, simple language, with simple and modern metaphors, which makes us very easy to understand. So again, our all our gratitude and respect goes to our Aran Mahanse because of the simplicity that he is using with the explanations. Of course, as people who are uh, doing these coordination and explanations, we need to have a more expanded knowledge about it because there might be some people who have got a big theory knowledge by reading lots of books and listening to sermons from different uh, speakers. They are sometimes coming with a load of uh, knowledge. And so such people are demanding more deeper explanation. So we are supposed to have a kind of a expanded uh, ability to explain these things. But on the other hand, this can be explained in a very simple way because even at Lord Buddha's time, there were people of different level. There were highly educated people. There were people who didn't have even the basic uh, understanding uh, or basic book knowledge. Uh, and also, not only that, even the children. And even Lord Buddha's time, we know that there were 7-year-olds who became Sotapanna, which means the very first milestone of this Dhamma path. And it is very clearly explained that a person who reached this first milestone or the Sotapanna state will not turn back. That person will always be in a higher realm until the time the nirvana is realized or nirvana is reached. Now, when I use these words, actually, it looks like kind of a state that you are trying to reach, something that you are trying to achieve. Uh, Expressing these things in the words is a bit tricky because it gives a uh, different impression that this is something that you have to achieve. Actually, it is not so. Buddhism is a philosophy. We know that it is not something that has to believe simply because you hear it from somebody or simply because it is written in a book. Lord Buddha clearly said that don't believe because I am saying it. Don't believe because it is written in a book. Come and see yourself. Come and experience it by yourself and see whether you feel that it is correct, whether you feel that the path is correct. So, in other words, the judgment has to come from within you or within your system to feel that this is the correct thing, this is the correct pathway. Uh, so uh, that that was mentioned even at Lord Buddha's time, because unlike in the other religions, we do not have to go on blind faiths. We do not have to go under pressure and then believe something that has been taught. We do not have to believe about a person who is not visible, who is supposed to have some superpowers. We know Lord Buddha was an ordinary human being, but when he reached this Arhan state, he is not considered as a normal human being. We know that it's mentioned in the Buddhist history that a person called Upaka, whom Lord Buddha met on the way, Upaka was impressed by the appearance of Lord Buddha and asked, "Who are you?" He asked, "Are you a human being?" Lord Buddha said, "No." "Are you a god?" He said, "No." "Are you a devil?" Again, Lord Buddha said, "No." "Are you a spirit?" Again, Lord Buddha said, "No." So, like that, there are so many things that mentioned in the Buddhist history. He went on asking, and finally, Lord Buddha said, "I am Buddha." So, Buddha is a kind of a state of the mind, actually. Buddha is not a person. You don't talk about the physical body in that case. But actually, that deep thing was not picked up by that man called Upaka. So he greeted him and went on his way. I think, if I remember correctly, he subsequently, after some time, he returned and then he became a follower of Lord Buddha. So these are some of the things that are there in the Buddhist history, which helps us to realize what is this Buddha, what is meant by Buddha. Uh, Buddha means a state of mind where understanding that there is no true world or true people. It is just a creation in this moment. It's an instant creation. uh, it's kind of liberation from the state of things and people. I think that statement is better. So, liberation from the level where the thoughts uh, of people and existing world. So, that is a state of the mind actually. And uh, people should actually worship to this state of mind or this Buddha state, not to a person called Buddha. And also, uh, if you are taking the statues which are uh, symbolizing this Buddha state, it has to be done with that knowledge uh, that we are worshipping this symbolic state of mind. And if if a particular person understands that this is the truth and there is no person here, it is just the state of the mind. In other words, the Buddha state is there in that own system also. So you are in a kind of worshipping to your own pattern of mind, which is similar to what Lord Buddha understood nearly 2600 years ago. So, what I am trying to say is that uh, taking the external world as true and real is completely opposite of what Lord Buddha taught. What Lord Buddha said was that it's an instant creation of the sense faculties. So these facts we have been talking again and again, but this is the spirit of the Buddha's teaching. Uh, Lord Buddha did not uh, promote, or Lord Buddha did not give priority to the material offerings even. He never, he didn't approve of constructing statues to represent him. But these things happened so many centuries later on, uh, because the originally what Lord Buddha said was that do not see me as a person and do not see me in this physical body. Uh, you have to respect and worship the philosophy or the Dhamma. Of course, that physical body is the one which initiated finding this truth. But what Lord Buddha said was that do not uh, uh, do not take me as the person in this physical body. Once we remember that there was a monk who became a monk simply because he wanted to see Lord Buddha all the time. He has more opportunities of seeing him, and Lord Buddha strongly advised him, what is the point of looking at this physical body, which is not lasting very long? Look at the Dhamma, try to understand the Dhamma. That is what you have to do. Uh, so, what we are trying to do is also trying to understand the Dhamma or the philosophy that Lord Buddha tried to disclose. It has been there for nearly now 2600 years ago. Uh, it was predicted that it will go on for 5000 years, but of course, it all depends on the uh, the ability of the uh, and the understanding that is that will arise among the people, because we know that this truth can be understood only by the human beings, and even the human beings, a very small percentage will go along this Dhamma path. Even Lord Buddha's time, he said that he took a small amount of soil on his nail and said that the people who will understand this Dhamma will be proportionate wise similar to this amount of soil on my nail compared to the amount of soil on the earth. So you can see how what a small percentage of people are fortunate enough to understand this Dhamma uh, out of the whole world population. We are very fortunate because we are born as human beings. We are having the intact organs because we need the physical body components correctly functioning for us to understand this Dhamma. That means the normally functioning eye, ear, and also the mind, the thought formation. If we were born with some defects in the brain, that there will be a problem with the thought formation, isn't it? And if we were completely blind from birth, we will have no idea about the eye sensor. What is it like? The light perception. If we were born with complete deafness from birth, then we do not have any idea about the sound perception. then it's going to be extremely difficult, isn't it? Having a physical disability like person with walking difficulty will have a less obstacles. Uh, so we are fortunate to have those organs intact. We are fortunate to be human beings, and we are fortunate to hear these true Dhamma facts. Uh, so these actually have put us in a very fortunate level, and we are left with our own effort and our interest and our determination to understand these Dhamma facts. Uh, Buddhism is a no self Dhamma. Basically, what Lord Buddha tried to explain was that there's nothing, no one called self, but that is the most difficult thing that we find it difficult to convince, because this is not something that we have been in practice in this life. This is the practice throughout these birth cycles. The self, the feeling of an existence, feeling of a self, is also called satta, satta sanyava. Uh, so itta sanyava, satta sanyava, those two go hand in hand. Itta sanya means the perception of existence, and satta sanyava or the atma sanyava is the perception of self. So always when there is something existing, the feel is that the self is there who is experiencing that. Simply just now, if you are listening to this sermon at this moment, see how you feel. You feel that I am hearing a sound, isn't it? You feel that I am sitting on this chair because you feel some pressure on the back and the legs. So you feel that I am sitting here. If you look around, you will be seeing things and then you feel that I am seeing them. So wherever, whatever you are doing, wherever you are, whatever you are experiencing, always that feel, underneath feel is that self. I am experiencing. I mean, that word may not be used, but the self impression or the self experience is there underneath always. So this self experience is manifested as form or the rupa, depending on the sense which is involved. So the itta sanyava or the self perception is hiding underneath all these stimuli or underneath any thought. And that is also given different names, sasava or the taints. So this itta sanya or the perception of existence is not something that occurred right now. It's something which has been coming up from the level of the zygote. Zygote is the single cell which is formed by uniting the ovum from the mother and the sperm from the father. So from that level itself, this subtle perception of existence is hiding. So that is explained as sasava, arupaya, formless level, taints, all those words can be used to explain that. So it is basically some form of current is there, some form of vibration is there, some form of power is there. So this is something that is continued, and for you and me now it is in a more powerful way in each and every sense. function or each and every thought, we feel that we are existing, we are there. So when the self is there, it is a self who is suffering. It is a self who is enjoying the things. It is a self who is going to lose the certain things, certain things. It is a self which is going to have some cravings towards the things, likes, dislikes, beauty and ugly, uh, uh, fine and rough. All kinds of explanations are coming when the self is here. So you can see that self is the center pole, and so many links or so many tying up to all kinds of directions are there with uh, different names. So if the self is not there or the center pole is not there, none of those bonding, none of those connections are going to be existing, isn't it? So we have to understand why we feel uh, existing, or why the system feels that it is existing. So this we have been discussing again and again. Actually speaking, if I tell in simple words, there was never a self existed, and there's no self going to be existing in the future either. What is interpreted as a self is that live feeling. The live feeling is actually a current or the power. So this current or the power is changing, evolving. So the changing pattern of this current gives rise to the feel that person is alive. Uh, so when you understand this Dhamma, is there going to be any change in the way that you are reacting with the world? One might wonder. Uh, a person who has understood this Dhamma, whether that person will be in uh, isolation, not reacting with the people, not involved with the commitments and the responsibilities, and will be walking slowly, talking slowly, not uh, not uh, having the normal food pattern, not having the way that a normal person is dressing up. So, like that, there are lots of myths about it. No, it's not actually. In the Buddhist history, also, we know that there were people who didn't enter the monkhood, who did not enrobe themselves. They had many commitments to fulfill. So they could live in that setup. Of course, changing to a monastery life or changing to a monkhood will make everything easier because the bonds will be less and the commitments will be less, and the expectations from such a person by the society will be less, and uh, mostly you do not have to do uh, some work for earning, because generally the society will look after the monks and the nuns. So they are provided with the basic facilities by the generous people. So in that way, for a person who do not have any specific family responsibilities or commitments, you can always become a monk. There is no issue at all about it. But Lord Buddha did not uh, uh, give any pressure on that matter. He very clearly mentioned, Lord Buddha clearly mentioned that all four categories of people, that is the monks, the nuns, and of course the upasaka, upasika, that means lay people, male and female both, who understand this truth will be able to realize the nirvana state. So there is the staying in the lay life uh, is not a limitation. It's not an obstacle for a person to understand this Dhamma and uh, reach this understanding of Arahant state of mind. So that is one fact. Of course, what happens is when a person is on this path, particularly the non-return or the anagami state, automatically the need to satisfy the senses or the excitation of the senses, sense faculties, the need to do that gradually goes down. You do not have to control them forcefully, but uh, as a part of this Dhamma path, the person himself will see, or the system himself, he or she will realize that the need to uh, uh, need to or the kind of excitations which are created at the levels of the senses are going down. If I tell it more clearly in an example, uh, some things like going to all kinds of musical shows and eating more and more tasty foods, trying to find more and more fashionable clothes, the requirements go down. The need, the inner feeling to look for those excitations become less and less. Not that a person is forcibly trying to control those urges, but that urge automatically is coming down. But on the other hand, if the person has to join a musical show or some function or something like that without any inner disturbance, without any resentful feeling from inside, he can always join that. He can always take part and play whatever the role that is expected to play in that situation. This is what was explained as Lord Buddha by Lord Buddha as the inner stillness or inner silence, inner solitude, the solitude. Uh, so, with the inner solitude or with the solitude, with the inner stillness, the person always can uh, join and play the role whatever he is supposed to play. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And our noble friend Narayan Mahansa explains this as like being an ice cube in the middle of roaring flames of fire. So inner stillness is persisting while the normal looking communication occurs with the rest of the world. So it's something finally what the person experiences called sukha. Uh, Actually, for the word of sukha, we tried to find an explanation because the sukha can be mentioned in different ways. In one explanation was that deep, lasting, authentic well-being. Now here it's a bit tricky because being, the word being is kind of interpreting a person. As we said, this is a no self philosophy. So when there is no self, you can't talk about a being here. So it's a deep, lasting, authentic feel, I would say. Also, you can say comfortable, balanced uh, state without any tension. Also, mental and physical pleasure. So these are types of the explanations which we found to explain the word sukha. It's a very great relaxation, stillness, calmness, comfortable feel. All kinds of words can use to that. So it's a sukha state is the one which is uh, permanently lasting, and that is what is experienced by the system who has reached the arhat state. Nothing else. There's no person, there's no self who is enjoying the sukha, but it is only the sukha without an owner. Uh, these explanations sometimes might give a little bit of uh, confusing type of ideas to a person, but it has to be something experienced. So, one of the beautiful metaphors given by our noble friend Aryan Mahasi is that it's trying to taste the salt and then trying to explain the taste of the salt to another person. It's not simply possible, isn't it? You can explain the appearance of the salt crystals. You can explain the whole history about the salt, how it is made, and what it looks like, its color, and what are the uses. All kinds of things can be explained, but you cannot explain the taste of the salt. So the person has to taste the salt and see what is it like. So this Buddhist teachings, uh, most of the facts, well, not most actually, almost everything is on the feel side. So feel is something that you feel. There's no other word to explain that. So feel is not I mean it cannot be explained in words. You can try, but not the exact thing. So it's something like trying to explain the salt taste. You can say that it is different from the sweet taste. It's not very uh, craving type of a taste. And also you can say that uh, it's not unpleasant like bitter taste. So all kinds of words can be used, and you are going round and round, but not definitely you are not definitely you cannot explain exactly what is a salt taste is. So that is why Lord Buddha said that this is a sandittika dhamma. That means the person has to realize it, understand it. The noble friends will show the pathway, and researching and investigating and uh, uh, revising all has to be done by the self. So there is quite a lot of homework to be done. After listening to sermons, self exploration, self experimenting has to be done to understand what was mentioned here. So we know living means a changing flow of thoughts. You might wonder what is meant by that. You might feel that living means you are dealing with all kinds of physical things, isn't it? Living means you will say that you have the family, you are doing the job, you are going out for various things, you have your house, you have your garden, you have your children to uh, take care of, and you have your parents sometimes. So they are all in your world. And you might say living means dealing with all those physical things that I mentioned, which are part of your own world. And you will agree that the world is changing. World is always changing. That is true. Yes. But the part that so-called world, the physical world, you have to uh, think deep and see whether it is the correct thing. Now, if I say my world is composed of my family, children, spouse, house, household items, the garden, then the siblings, uh, it's not only the people and the things which are there right now, they have something called the past events and the future events also connected to this. Now, this whole world, which has the arms extend into the past and the arm extend into the future also, is a creation in the mind, isn't it? That is an important sentence that you have to think twice. How do you say that it is in the mind? You might say that I can touch it, I can see the things, I can hear the sounds. So how can you say that these are creations of the mind? Actually, this is the very first. There are four steps of contemplation that our Aryan Mahasi has practiced for so many years and then explained to us. The very first step is to understand this world is a creation of the mind, which is a bit hard to get convinced because we have been experiencing this so called world from the day that we were born, and it has become very strong now. It has become really existing now. So, how can you say this so called existing and uh, the real looking world is simply a creation of the mind? Uh, so, the first step, as I said, of the four levels of contemplation was to understand this. This is just simply a creation of the mind. So, this is where the knowledge or the darshana or the knowledge about the truth is playing the major and the most important role. So, the we had the 5 day program of this practical experience, and during that in those 5 days, actually the first 2 days was devoted for the knowledge about the darshana. Sorry, first one day. So that whole day it was reserved to explain how this mind or the how these thoughts are formed. So it is a knowledge, as I said. Uh, if I briefly explain it, what we are being taught in on that first day, this is actually something that you have to listen to again and again, because just listening once is not going to be enough, because something that we have been practicing over a long time throughout these birth cycles, you have to break open and reverse it. So just listening to one sermon is not going to be enough. So why do you say that it is a creation of the mind? uh, what Lord Buddha explained was actually the cause and effect phenomenon, or the uh, Hetupala Vada. Uh, Actually, what is happening is this. But if you are in the mundane world who has never listened to this Dhamma, if you feel that this material, so called material world is really outside, then you are going to a different direction, and that line is called action and effect phenomenon. But it depends on the person's understanding, depends on the person's realization. Which path are you in? For a person who is believing about this karmic effect or the action and effect, uh, then you will be going along that path. Whereas what Lord Buddha explained was something really unique. That is the cause and effect, Hetupala phenomenon. When there are if I tell it briefly, every step there is a cause and there's an effect. And that effect becomes the cause to another effect. So it's happening, even though it is explained as a chain, it happens instantly. All the steps are occurring at once. So the vibrations or the ruppana in Pali, vibrations or kampana or ruppana are the Sinhalese and the Pali terms. Vibrations is a cause and the effect is the light, sound, taste, smell, and the skin sensations. So the cause is a vibration, and the effects are those that I mentioned. That has been very clearly explained even in science. So for a person who has some science knowledge, will very clearly agree, oh yes, these are all vibrations. So we know that light is a vibration, sound is a vibration, temperature is a vibration, smell is a vibration, and the taste is also vibration, and the skin feels they are also vibrations. So the vibrations are manifested, and the manifested ones we call them the light, sound, smell, taste. The skin sensations has four components: feeling the solidity, solidarity, uh, solidity, and feeling the liquidity, feeling the nature of the air, and feeling the temperature. So those are the effects of the cause, which is vibration. And then the cause are those eight things that I mentioned. The effect is a thought. Effect is the combination of these sensor functions, combination of the light, sound, taste, smell, and the skin sensation. Uh, Different combinations, of course, all may not be combined to form every thought. Combination of at least two of the senses will give rise to the effect or the palaya called thought. And the thought is the cause, and the effect is the feeling of existence. Feeling of the existence is the cause, and the effect is the self. So these are the steps. If you take it by names and if you stretch it out and try to understand, this is the basis of the cause and effect phenomenon. So the ultimate product is a self. Beginning is a vibration, and ultimate product is a self. So now we can't go back. We can't go back to that vibration level, because now already we are having the complete product called thoughts. And it's something like uh, preparing the cup of tea using tea leaves, hot water, sugar, and milk. They will represent the sound, light, taste, smell, and the skin sensation. Now, after mixing the whole thing, you have got the cup of tea. You know that the ingredients are those, but you can't now uh, find out those ingredients separately. now you have a completely a different product. So the cause and effect are not the same. You can't reverse the effect back to the causes, and uh, you can't say that these two are same. It's something different, but the causes are needed to have the effect. So you have the cup of tea now. In other words, you have the self now. You can't explore and find out the different components from where this self came. And Lord Buddha said, once the ghee or butter is made from milk, you can't reverse and you can't get the milk back. So, which means now for you and me, uh, when the thought starts forming, you can't reverse back to that sensor level. So, what we experience is thoughts always. That is what is meant by that. The what is meant by the thought is whatever you are experiencing is a thought. Now, why do you say it is a thought? Actually, knowing about this mechanism, how it is happening, knowing about this mechanism is called Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnane, wisdom of knowing about the past perceptions, how the past thoughts are formed. Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnane. It is one of the wisdoms explained by Lord Buddha. So, this is the mechanism, this is a system. The thought formation is a system, and that system comes into action automatically. There's no one doing here. So, the formation of thought starts from the small age. For, for a small child, there was nothing called a jasmine flower. For the child, there was nothing called crow. And there was no one called mother also. There was no food called milk. So the baby there was nothing called uh, the soft pillow. So all of them are thoughts, isn't it? The thoughts start forming when the baby is small. The separately functioning senses, that is the creation of the light, creation of the sound, creation of the smell, creation of the taste, and creation of the skin sensations, act separately. And at that time, you don't talk about the thoughts. But as a process, as a natural process, a natural law, these sense functions combine to form the thoughts. And the thoughts occur so fast and very frequently. The same thought is occurring again and again and again. Then only this feeling or the perception of existence comes. When something repeatedly happens, it's a natural thing to feel that it is real. Whatever is felt real is interpreted as myself. So if you feel that the world is real without realizing that it is a creation of the senses, if the world is really felt, if you feel that it is a real world, that is yourself. So, in each and every thought, in each and every stimulus, I am born. So, this is what we are struggling to understand. Each and every fraction of second, a new thought is formed. In each and every of this thought, the flicker called myself is also born. That is what is explained as jati. That is the birth of the self. Lord Buddha did not take the birth of the physical body as the birth. And Lord Buddha explained that the birth means the thought which is felt as alive. So each fraction of second, a new thought is formed, a new thought is born, and that is where your birth is. And each fraction of second, that thought is uh, deleted or the thought is ceased. That is where your death is. The self is born, self is dead. Each fraction of second this happens. And this born myself, born self, is felt as some single solid self. So you and me feel that the continuously living self is here. So just think about these facts. It's not something simple, also. On the other hand, it is not something difficult to understand, also. But we have to break through the habit. The habit was that to consider as self who is experiencing all these things. So, breaking this habit is something that has to be done with an effort. So, at the beginning, you have to use your own thoughts and try to break through these limitations, or break free from this cage. And more kind of reminding has to be done that there is no self here. The more and more reminding to the system, using a thought. At the beginning, you need the thoughts to understand these thoughts, isn't it? The mind means these rapidly flowing thoughts, and the thoughts are evolving. Changing pattern of the thoughts are there. So when the changing pattern of thoughts, the system feels alive. Now, say for example, the thought pattern that you had as a child is completely different from the thought pattern of a youngster, a teenager. And the thought pattern of a teenager changes vastly when you reach the adulthood, when you become a parent. So the parents' uh, flow of thoughts changes again when the parents become grandparents sometimes. And in an elderly person, old person, weak and frail type of a person, the flow of thoughts is completely different from any other age groups. So this is what I said, that thoughts are evolving, thoughts are changing. This is called sanya vipariname, evolving of the perceptions, evolving and changing pattern of the perceptions. The things that you liked, the things that you disliked as a child is completely different from the things that you like or dislike now. That is because of the sanya vipariname, or the evolving or changing pattern of the perceptions. So with that, the current or the power which is there with each thought is also changing. And this changing pattern gives rise to the feeling that the person is alive. Actually, there's no person here. It is that current which gives rise to that feel that the person is alive, that myself, the label myself, me, is always given to that alive feeling. So, what you have to understand is that this is the part of this system, that up and down current is also part of this system. Current is very high means the the feel is very strong at that time. That is the same thing. So it may be expressed the high current or the high high power may be manifested as sometimes strong words, sometimes some physical activity, sometimes uh, very heavy feeling with the thoughts. So the current is high means always that mind is uh, equal to a lower realm. We know that the Lord Buddha explained about 31 realms. The higher realms have the less current. Uh, they are called in Sinhala Sukumaloka, Sugatiloka or Sukumaloka word is being used for the higher realms. Lower realms are labeled as Dugatiya or the hell and the various levels like that. So this is the fact that we have to understand. The level of the current is changing with each thought, but the physical body may be remaining the same. Within the same physical body, the level of the current is fluctuating depending on the current created to each and every thought. So this current, can anybody control this current? No. It's a sequence of synchronization. It's a sequence of equalization of previous thoughts to this present thought. So each and every thought, there is a current created, and this current is actually felt heavy. That is why you feel really exhausted with thinking. It doesn't mean that always sad or angry thoughts are the heavy ones. Even the happy thoughts, any kind of craving, any kind of attachment is also equally a heavy thought. Just think of something that a great love or affection that you are having towards a family member or even a pet. That thought itself is a very heavy thought. Even though you do not take much consideration or you do not think that it is something bad to have, uh, but you would think that sad thoughts or angry thoughts are the ones which are heavy and which are not good to have. But the happy thoughts are also equally having the same taxing for the mind. So, thoughts, as I said, could have various levels of currents. Now, when you are in a temple in a very calm and very quiet environment, no people and just few people here and there. You are near the bow tree with the rustling sound of the bow leaves, and there is a very comfortable breeze going on, and the softness of the sand is felt under your feet. Now, that sort of an environment, the current of the thoughts are very low, isn't it? That sort of thoughts are not felt heavy. They are very comfortable and calm type of serene type of thoughts. Those thoughts have less current. And in an instance where a person is having an argument with another person, you have a kind of roaring fire like feeling within the system, isn't it? So that is a level where you can say that a devil is living in this physical body because the current is so high, and it can go up to the level where some physical violence also occurs, or maybe some form of shouting, the verbal, uh, uh, the vachi sankara, kaya sankara, mano sankara, the constructs of the at the mind level, constructs which can lead to the word level, constructs which can lead to the physical level. So this is In that situation, we can say that a devil was there in this physical body. So, in other words, these 31 realms that Lord Buddha explained are actually different levels created in the mind. And as I said, in a situation where there is very calm and serene environment, the vibration is so low, you can say that your mind was in a Brahma level. So you might remember of instances where when you were disturbed with some incidents, you might say that I want to go to a quiet place, spend few days. You might say that I want to go to a meditation center, do some meditation for 2 days, like to calm down myself. What are you trying to do? You are trying to bring that high vibration to a lower level, isn't it? But is it something permanent? No. That sort of acts will help you temporarily. But of course, there's no permanent uh, solution to that. Permanent solution is to understand about this mind and the thought formation. When you know the method, how this production is occurring, how these changes are occurring, and what is the basic raw material, where is it starting from, and the fact that it is changing so often. When you understand the most important fact that there is no self here, it is that current which was fluctuating up and down, interpreted as myself. When this understanding comes, that is the only permanent solution to this current. As long as the current is left, there is no escape. Even if a person takes his own life because of the high current level or high mental disturbances, the current is not going to be switched off. The current will be synchronized to a suitable, I would use the word suitable, uh, a level of vibration. It synchronizes, this becomes equal to a similar vibration. The example of the two tuning forks, the one that our noble friend gave us, the two tuning forks, if they are kept apart, which has the same frequency, if one is tapped, the vibration will start, and automatically the other fork also will start vibrating. You can't say that something from here was sent there, but the two vibrations become equal. So, this is the phenomenon that is explained in uh, Buddhism, synchronization. This current will be synchronized to a suitable or similar vibration. So generally we know that the high vibration means it's at the lower realms, including the animal world. So if a person is furious with something, shouting or burning with anger, even if the words are not coming out, he may be in his thoughts burning in anger, which means very high vibrations. And if unfortunately, if that person dies at that moment, that vibration at some point, even though it doesn't happen immediately, at some point it will synchronize to another similar vibration. And two examples that Aryan Mahasi is giving always is that the birth uh, to be born as a uh, dog or a monkey. So these are different levels of current that is explained. So we know that the animal level is considered as one of the lower realms, which is maybe a little better than being born in the hell. So these are lower realms that are explained by Lord Buddha also. So this power or the current generated in each thought is something explained in the Pali word Chutisita also, the very last thought that is there, and that can be synchronized to some similar uh, vibration. So some people think of taking their own life when they are really desperate about certain things. They feel that I want to finish off this life here because I can't tolerate this illness, or I can't suffer like this, and I can't uh, bear with this suffering. So Lord Buddha very clearly said that it is the worst thing that a human being can done to himself, because we know being born as a human being is such an opportunity, such a valuable and uh, such a uh, such a valuable opportunity, and it's so rare actually to be born as a human being also. You can see now, if you take by number the humans and all other animals in this planet alone, just talk about the animals in this planet alone, the different types of categories of animals, the flying ones, the ones on the ground, the ones in the water, and the ones deep underneath, including all kinds of insects. What a proportion of them are there in comparison to the human population. So that itself explains that what sort of valuable opportunity have we got to be born as humans. We all may have undergone those births. We don't know. Only a wise person like Lord Buddha will be able to see the past and the future. We do not know where we came from, and we do not know where we are going from here. There's no one to tell us. But we have got a beautiful chance to understand this true Dhamma and understand this that this is there's no person here. It is a current which is manipulating this physical body. And when you understand this fact, that there is no person, which is a most important step, which is a step where the self weave is broken. The self weave is the one which has to be break through right as the beginning. When you realize that this is just a system which is functioning, and this fire or the current is also a creation of the system function, that is the most important step. That is a turning point to start this current gradually being switched off. So it is not something that is going to happen instantly. Sometimes people are very, especially people who are listening to this Dhamma, they are in such a hurry sometimes. They are worried when they still feel angry on certain things. But very clearly, our Aran Mahasi has explained, even though for a person who completely break through this self-will or the thought or the sakkaya ditthya or mithya drushti, all sorts of words give the same meaning. So once that very first obstacle is uh, crossed. You do not get new defilements collected, but you still have this karma raga patika. Even a sotapanna person will still have the karma raga patika. That means the defilements are there. So a person who is uh, in the sotapanna state still feels sad, still feel angry sometimes. So those defilements are there, but nothing new will be added. That is the important thing. Whatever is there will start fading off little by little from this point onwards. That is what our RN Mahasi has beautifully explained. So the interpretation is what is important. We know during Lord Buddha's time, the history in the Buddhist history, it says that the Vishaka, the lady, one of the most important and most talked uh, businesswoman during that era, who was helping so much to the monks and the temple. Uh, she lost one of her grandchildren once, and clad in white, with loose hair and crying, she came up to the temple to meet Lord Buddha. And Lord Buddha asked, "Why, Vishaka, why are you crying?" She said, "I lost my grandchild." So we know that she was in the Sotapanna state from the age of 7 years, but she still had that burning sadness because of her grandchild. So a beautiful sermon was done by Lord Buddha at that time. Lord Buddha asked, if you had, I can't actually exactly remember, but what he mentioned was that if you had, if all the children of your grandchild's age in this city were your grandchildren, and uh, now you have lost one grandchild, and if you lose all of them, how much of sadness will you have? So it basically gave the impression or the understanding to Vishaka that more you are attached, or more the uh, abhisankarana is there, more strong your contemplations are, the the current or the burn is more. So say if you have 25 grandchildren compared to the one grandchild, if you lose 25 grandchildren, your sadness will be 25 times more. So this was just the basic thing that I can remember about this story. So anyway, these are some of the things that we hear in the Buddhist history also, which means that a person in the Sotapanna state still have the defilements. So uh, and that is a turning point, and from then onwards only this fire will start going down and down. And at one point, the Arhat state, this current will be coming to the zero level. So there is no place to uh, synchronize again because it becomes zero on this side. So this is something that is happening to every person, uh, every human being, every animal. The animals, of course, do not have very advanced mind. They have thoughts. They have thoughts, but those thoughts are uh, less complicated, I would say. But uh, they also have this current, and they do not understand this truth. Even though they are mostly working on their field, even though they do not have the complex thoughts, they do not have a capacity or an ability to understand this system. So, therefore, they will not have any kind of escape from the uh, birth cycle simply because they do not have strong thoughts. But human beings, we do have strong thoughts. We do not have we do have a very advanced mind. Only with that we can understand this flow. We can understand this mechanism. So that is why only the human beings do have the escape in this. So as I said, understanding that this is a system which is functioning and there's no person here, that current is the one which is interpreted as self. That is the most important thing to understand. So, reversal of the flow, turning, swimming upwards, is something that has to be done with lots of courage, determination, and effort. So, if a person feels after listening to few sermons that, of course, this is difficult, I can't understand, and then stop at that level, you are not going to be different from an animal. We might do the same things that the animals are doing and then finish off this life and go and start from another end. Like animals, growing up, eating, living, and building a house. Even the animals do build houses in their own ways. Even the insects build their own houses. Termites will have a beautiful termite hill. So they have their own way of life and they eat and they grow. They also succumb due to certain illnesses sometimes and they reproduce, have the next generation, and then die. So, if human beings also, with all this so called advanced level of mind or advanced level of thinking, if we also follow the same routine of that animals, don't you think that it is such a waste of everything? You are provided with the plate of rice after so much of effort to bring it up to the table, all the difficulties of cultivating, harvesting, preparing the rice, cooking it, and then it's brought up to the table for you to taste it and eat it. But you throw it away. It's something like that. When you hear this true Dhamma, if you do not take an interest to listen to this, do some kind of self experimentation, or you sometimes you postpone it. This is one of the things that we very often notice. If we encourage somebody to listen to them, they will say, no time now. Maybe when I finish my responsibilities, when I finish the commitments with the family, after my children's education is over, and once I give them in marriage, then I will be free. Then I can start listening to them. You can see most of the people who are joining these Dhamma discussions are females. That is also something that is very obvious, not only in this country, even in the other countries. So, females have a more tendency to go and find the Dhamma, uh, and also mostly they are elderly people. With the aging, we do have many physical discomforts also. We have uh, difficulties in walking sometimes, climbing uphill, sitting too much for a long time, sitting too long for a long time. Hearing difficulties will eventually come, even the difficulties of reading. So these physical disabilities also become hindrances to understand this Dhamma. So that is why it is important to start it early as possible. Even for the young people who are fit enough, who are whose mind is more clear and then able to concentrate, listening to Dhamma from the beginning is really going to be useful. People sometimes worry when they start listening to Dhamma, their so-called uh, more important uh, goals will be changed. No, it doesn't. It can help actually. They can do it in a more effective way when the things are becoming competitive, when the things are becoming more difficult, and when there is more pressure from the work or the studies. Dhamma always helps to balance those things. So, therefore, a parent should never uh, prevent a child trying to go on the Dhamma path. A young person should not be, should never think that if I try to deviate myself to the Dhamma path, I will not be able to study properly, I will not be able to do a job. These are all sort of uh, very wrong concepts. And that is not going to disturb your family life either. In fact, Aran Mahansi always explains that it helps with the family links and the way that you are interacting with your family. So it always does something positive, does something good to you rather than deviating from your so called most important aim. And also, not having time is not an excuse because Dhamma is there in every aspect, in every activity that you are doing in the home front. You might need some time at the beginning to understand about the darshana. So, for that, you will have to find some time to listen to the basic uh, darshana sermons at the beginning. But thereafter, actually, what is happening is that Dhamma that was known, that you have gained as a knowledge, will start automatically being applied to whatever you are doing during the during your regular activities. It may be home, it may be at the workplace, it may be the things to do with your friends. Every time the Dhamma will automatically touching those points and gives you a more clear view how to handle such situations, how to react with the people, how to respond to the people, and how to do certain things in a more effective way, uh, more practical way. So, Dhamma is helpful in all those effects. The Dhamma is not going to do any restrictions of what you have to do, but it will direct you in such a way that the whole activity will happen in a more fruitful manner. And of course, the most important thing is that without the fire, without burning, without that current, that means that self perception is becoming less and less with whatever is done and said. So it's important to know these underlying facts also because the lot of people do have this concept that if you start listening to sermons, uh, my goodness, you might end up becoming a monk. So those are some of the very wrong concepts that people are having. Don't try to listen to sermons too much. You will be confused. You might go mad. These type of concepts are still we hear now and then. We know that the people who were confused and who had an insane type of behavior got back to their senses when they listened to Lord Buddha's teachings. People like Patachara, people like Kisa Gotami, who didn't have sound minds because they lost all their loved ones and they were not in their senses. They were confused, and people labeled them as mad people. Unfortunately, that those tragic events opened up the pathway to Dhamma for them, and that was kind of blessing in disguise. A blessing came in disguise so that the Dhamma path was opened, and that ended up their samsaric journey at the end. They were by somehow directed to the temple where Lord Buddha was there, and Lord Buddha was very tactful. He didn't tell them straight to do some good meritorious work. He didn't say, go and meditate. Now, those are the wrong concepts that we are having at the moment. This is being very beautifully explained by our Aryan Mahansi also. How Lord Buddha tactfully used, he waited until the most suitable time comes to explain Dhamma to them. And uh, even now, I am sure you will come across so many people who came across or who had to face some tragic situations, and that itself came as a blessing in disguise and helped them to open up the path to Dhamma. So, as I said, you do not have to change your life pattern. You do not have to omit or skip your responsibilities or commitments. You can do them in a better way. You can do them without that burning fire, or there won't be any defilements coming up in the system while you perform them in your best capacity. People will observe a change in the system of this person. People might say that you have changed. You didn't behave in this way when you had the same problem some time back, but now you have changed. What is the difference? So, people might observe a change within your system also. So, these are the benefits of uh, studying this Dhamma and learning this Dhamma and realization of this Dhamma. Knowing the fact that there is no person here, that is the most important thing. That comes as a knowledge at the beginning. There is no person. Sometimes you have to go and sort of remind you your own with a thought. This is just the eye function. This is only a seeing. There's no person. This is a function of the ear. There's no person here. This taste is just because the tongue is functioning. There's no myself who is tasting. And the smell is the function of the nose. And there's no myself who is feeling the smell. And it's not me who is feeling cold. It is because the skin is functioning. Skin is vibrating. It's not me who is feeling hot. It's the function of the skin. So like that, at the beginning, you might have to use the thoughts to remind that there is no self. And eventually it will start coming as a feel. And it is not happening because there is a self, but it is just a part of the system. And at the later levels, it has to be understood that even this Seeing is not true. That is also due to the fast vibration. Hearing is also not true. It is due to the fast vibration. So all five senses are felt because of something happening at a very fast speed. So if the fast speed is not there, that is also not there. The beautiful metaphor given by Lord Buddha, which we very often quote, the fireball which is tied up to a wire is spinning very fast. That creates a fire circle. So you can't say that there is no fire circle because you can see it. You can't say that there is a fire circle because there is no true circle there. So when the cause is there, the effect is coming. The cause is a fireball, cause is a speed, the effect is a firing. So fireball is a perception or a sanya. When it is happening fast and you create a fire ring, which is the sankara or the construct. So the sanya will create a sankara. Perception will give rise to a construct, something which is created as if it is really existing. So everything that you experience is a creation like that due to the fast speed. Now, if you analyze a banana tree, which I can see right now, I'm taking that as an example. Uh, the banana tree is a shape to the eye, and banana tree is a sound to the ear. Banana tree is a firm feel to touch. So collectively, a thought called banana tree is created in the mind. And not only that, the system feels that it is really existing. The existing banana tree means it is the self, myself. I am experiencing this banana tree. So each and every thought which is felt as real creates your own world. And myself is also part of that. All of them are within the limit of these sensor functions. And the limit of the sensor functions vary from uh, species to species. What we experience and what our level of thoughts are completely different from the thoughts of an elephant because their sensor functions are different from ours. Their ability to smell is different from us. Their ability to hear is different from us. Their ability to see is different from us. And their ability to feel through the skin is different from us. So when these are different, their limitations are different. So the world that is created with the senses is different from that of a human being. We say that the animals can smell the things miles away, whereas we do not have that. So does it mean that there is nothing available miles away? No. Simply because we can't feel it, we cannot comment like that because only thing we can say is that we can't definitely say which one is true. None of the animals, none of the species can say that definitely this is what is the true thing. There's no real true thing actually, because each of us, each animal experiences something appropriate. So each of us have a thought creation, and that is what we accept as true. That is what Lord Buddha said, that chittena niyati loko, salayatana loko loko. So those two sentences explain that everything is created as a thought within the ability or within the capacity of the senses. So we think that we are feeling happy, sad, angry, all kinds of things are occurring within this limit. Now, if we understand that this is simply a creation, something due to the speed, something within the capacity of the senses, if we understand this, the fire which is created in relation to these experiences become less, isn't it? We know that it is a lie. We know that it is an illusion. So if we know about those, then it becomes very easy to uh, communicate, or very easy to tolerate these experiences, isn't it? So this is the difference between the other religions and Buddhism. When you understand the truth, the current which is generated in every fraction of second, the current is the one which is going down. I remember one of the metaphors given by uh, Aran Vahase was that you stop pumping fuel to the vehicle. The vehicle will run up to the point where the last drop of fuel is, and then it will stop. If no more new fuel is pumped, the vehicle will not be uh, moving forward. So what happens is we are pumping fuel every now and then, and there's no ending to this journey. So identifying the current or identifying this self very clearly will stop pumping fuel to the vehicle, and at one point it will come to a standstill. If a person thinks that I do not want to stop being born again, that is the biggest point that can be explained as ignorance. It's 100% ignorance. It's simply because the level of suffering that we are undergoing is not understood. We do not know, we do not realize how dangerous this samsaric journey is. So it's something very important. I hope I could convey some information to you, but there is quite a lot to be heard again, quite a lot to be explained. So the we can direct you to the path, because quite a lot of listening has to be done by the self. Everything cannot be explained in one sermon, and even if you hear one sermon, that is not going to be enough. It's better actually to listen from different people, because different speakers will explain it in different angles, which is good. So uh, for a person who is curious to find out what is this, what is the difference of these teachings from what we have been listening to on regular basis, it's worth listening to number of sermons of Buddothpado and see what is the difference. See how it is more, how practical it is, how easy to understand, and that will make you to open up the or to direct you to the correct side. And it takes some time. You don't have to be in a hurry. You can't do the things in a rush. So it has to be a slow understanding, and uh, find some time, even if you are a busy person. Try to listen to at least one or two sermons a day. It will gradually help you because the same facts are being explained again and again. So when you listen to a significant number of sermons, you will realize that the same facts are being repeated because this is not a huge syllabus. There's nothing to by heart and then try to remember. It's what is important is that if you understand during the time of the sermon, that is the most important thing. So uh, I will conclude the session, and I will very I'm very grateful and respectfully I worship Triple Gem, and I am very grateful to our RN Mahanse who is directing us on this path, and I am may all our Dhamma friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. We will meet up in another session. Teruvan Saranam.
Therefore, it is very important to keep a balance with both the samatha and the vidarshana. Both practices should not go to an extreme, otherwise, you will not be able to go on the path to nirvana. We already presented the first step to you, that you need to develop mindfulness in order to observe your thoughts that arise in your mind. There are many ways to develop mindfulness. Many years ago, when we did not know the Dhamma so well, we spent a lot of time and effort trying to perfect our concentration meditation, samatha. One of the methods we practiced was looking at a 12-inch circle which had a blue dot at the center. We spent a lot of time trying to bring our attention to the center of the circle. We also spent a lot of effort on being mindful of the breath. Due to our previous practice, we are able to bring our attention to our breath even now. When we practiced the samatha meditation, whenever we realized that our mind was going to stray away, we learned to bring our attention to the posture that we were in at that time. With all our experiences, we would like to advise you that the moment you realize that your mind is straying away behind other thoughts, you should immediately bring it back to the base of your concentration. To go on the path, you need to develop your mindfulness, siddhi, and wisdom together. The concentration meditation or the samatha meditation is very useful when you need to improve your mindfulness. Some people use the method of Buddhanusati meditation, where they look at a statue of the Buddha and keep their mind concentrated at one point by thinking about the virtues of the Buddha. Some people also practice concentration meditation by looking at a human skeleton. People who have thoughts of lust benefit by doing the skeleton meditation because it helps them to reduce the desire for the human body. All types of meditation have to be done in moderation. If you practice the skeleton meditation and if you begin to develop an aversion, a hate towards the human body, that too will create another extremity or a duality. Everybody.
Therwan Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. You read 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2 book. So we all worship Aran Mahasi at his feet for this guidance that he's doing. and we warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom discussion today. And if I just briefly summarize what was read, we were talking about this concentration meditation. Actually, concentration meditation is not confined to Buddhism. It's there in many religions. It's mainly the Hinduism, and that is partly, I think, it had an influence for Buddhism also because that has been in practice for many thousands of years. So, in concentration meditation, what is tried is just to bring the attention to one event or one point. As you know, the behavior of this mind, or the behavior that the how the thoughts are happening, how the thoughts are formed, is such that it's a very fast moving flow, and it's not easy to bring the attention to one point and keep it at that point. So it's a kind of uh, restraining or trying to tame the mind. So the things that were practiced were listed, I mean, just briefly mentioned in the reading. One common thing is the breath, uh, where the flow of air is touched, the concentration is kept at that point. That is one of the well-known concentration meditations. And also, some people used to concentrate on something drawn, a circle with a dot in the middle. That was another. It's mainly from the Hindu practices. So you are concentrating, you continue to look at that circle and then uh, concentrate on that. So that is one of the methods. Also, it mentioned about looking at a Buddha statue. It's called Buddhanusati Bhavana in Sinhala, where you look at the statue and try to uh, remember the qualities of the Lord Buddha. So that is one another way. And the other one mentioned in the book was this looking at a skeleton. And it's good for a person who has some attachment to a physical body. Uh, so when you try to focus on the skeleton, you realize that even though the body is covered with the muscles and the skin and then looking very attractive from outside, underneath that is that skeleton, which uh, might bring a kind of horrific feel to somebody, or another person might feel straight away some aversion to that. So those are different methods of being mindful to one point. But this thing called mindfulness actually is not limited to uh, Buddhism, or not limited to a religion. It's practiced even by groups who are not following any specific religion, but it helps in all these methods. Actually, it helps to calm down the mind which is agitated. So now we know that any of them should not should not be practiced to the extreme end. It has to be in moderation, because it helps to calm down the mind. As I said, it's like uh, taming a wild animal, and you tie it up to a pole, and then right at the beginning the animal will be angry and try to break away from the point, and then finally when the mind realizes that it cannot sort of uh, run away, it will calm down. So this is a simple example, that a simple metaphor that I can show you. So what happens is the mind will be trained to focus on one point. So this has to be balanced, as we read in the book, as we all know, because going to that extreme end is also not going to help. Because as long as you are in that meditation, as long as you are concentrating on that point, you feel very much relaxed and very light and sort of kind of happy. And the moment your attention is away and moment you stop the meditation, uh, usually the mind will start going stray as it has been doing. So that is why, I mean, going into one extreme end of this meditation is not going to help. What has to be done is actually to have a balance between the concentration meditation and the insight meditation. Insight meditation is something like uh, you let the uh, animal, or we can even say a toddler who is trying to sort of explore various things, pull things, push the things, and drag the things, trying, I mean, various kind of experimenting. So you can allow that to happen, but be an observer of that. So that is the basic explanation of insight meditation. So those are the things that we read so far today. Uh, we will start our discussion. Maybe if there are any questions, we can start with those. I will ask Dr. Kokila and Surangika and Joel to start the discussion. Thiruvan Saranai.
Yeah, we can start the discussion. We worship Paran say with so much gratitude, and we do these Zoom discussions according to his guidance. And do you have any questions? Anyone can start the discussion, also doesn't matter. Anything specific, Sakuntala?
We can start a simple topic, something which Joel also might be able to follow, something simpler.
Yeah, okay.
Joel, do you have any preferences, anything to discuss?
Uh, yeah, but I was thinking, how can I relate this to the reading?
It's okay. It's okay.
When I think about this, when I said about this mind and the five senses, we get it through the five senses, and there's a perception called, or we name it or label it as body or something. Okay. So same thing is told in my religion as well. As to they say, don't worry about tomorrow because tomorrow has its own burden. So I just compare and see how it goes. Is it good to compare or is it bad to compare?
Oh, good question, actually. It's a very good question. So the truth has nothing, because religions have so much of things. Actually, the Buddhism nowadays has gone to so much action based karma pala. I don't know whether you even know about that, but it is really based on action and effect. But actual Lord Buddha's teaching was nothing like that. It was actually about the truth, about all the senses, how it works, how you feel alive, how you feel the self, how this self-perception is another just a perception which has the same mechanism of all the other perceptions. It's just a perception. This is being even proven if you read a scientific article, which is very neuroscientific articles, or people who look through the science, who is trying to understand. Even they have started to understand that the quantum, the effect of life, how life is not actually the mind or the body. And then they are searching what it is, and they are actually understanding that it's just a kind of a power which we haven't thought about, or we haven't researched enough about. But Lord Buddha has always told, you can't really research about it from outside. You have to research about it inside. So the research about what happens here is, I would say, the most scientific thing ever I have heard. Because I had that question every day. I had so many questions, actually. I had so many questions about this action or the karma, or belief that if you do this, you get this, kind of that. But how it relates everywhere, you know that bad things will bring bad, good things will bring good. But is that all? How is it? How is it? What is life? Why there is a manifestation like here, like this, and why my friend's manifestation is different? Why someone in UK's manifestation is different? How there are differences in manifestation? How there are differences in the observations? How they are having different experiences? How these people, or even animals, or even a cellular organism, how do they have this alive feel? And what is it? And how is it? And how is it? Is it kind of continuous thing, or is it kind of something which arises at, with the stimulus? So there are so many questions. So I would say I entered Dhamma from a kind of scientific thinking, not really through any religion aspect, actually. So I never had that issue, because I just researched, and I still do that. How people look at these things, how people get the views, how people get the strong connections, how people, some people will not get the strong connections, how everything and foremost. But the most magical thing here is how you feel alive. And how does that happen? Why does it bring so much suffering? And is there a possibility of life without suffering? And so the comparison is okay. We compare. So just imagine, when I say about the comparison, I did the comparison too, because I compare it with the science, not with any religion aspect. So that's why I value Aranwanse's sermons, because if he understands the person listening is into the science, he will definitely go according to that line. He will not talk to me in a way that he talks to a village mother, because my thinking pattern is so complicated because of what we have learned, and we have so much data, and the village mother doesn't have that much data, so then she doesn't need anything like that. She just need to be said it just simply, that whatever you're thinking is, it's just a mind. and whatever you feel is just your body, the perceptions, or just the sensory organs. That's all you have to say. To a simple person, that is enough. So to people like, specifically like me, who has so much data, the comparison will immediately happen. So if Aranwanse says, is the light true? I'll be putting that in this system and compare it with data and try and find out what is he telling. But I never had the doubt that about Lord Buddha's, the mission can't be this simple, go into a temple and worship and just say, may Triple Gem bless you, and may I attend Nibbana one day. I had a strong notion that it can't be simple like that, just expecting things to happen, just worshipping things, just like you definitely feel like going beyond that. I've already had the idea that lots of beautiful people who have talked about any kind of liberation, they had some kind of vision. Yes, but the most scientific aspect of everything is, I looked at it in that way, means it is a comparison. So there's no problem in comparison, but just that, just the way your mind works. It's just the way your mind works. It's just the way how the data is analyzed in the system. It's how the mind system work, mind sensor works. Because as soon as you put a data, it will, just like in the you ask something in ChatGPT and how it gives, and how Google in that sense, whatever, how it automatically finds something from here and something from there and try to give you like a collective answer like that. But non-self or no self angle is not discussed anywhere, not discussed at all anywhere. It may be hidden, it may be a subtle message somewhere, but it is not openly discussed in any other forum. And understanding this that this life, actually what we feel here is a current, and that is also not there when the stimulus is not taken as a thing. You can't, because each and every time we telepathize into that, and this synchronization happens, and because this happens so fast, we feel like this film is active and happening now. So from the moment you get up until the moment you sleep, the whole film is like working. It's like as if you are inside the dream. How this works, that is the research. What do you think, Joel? So basically comparison is okay, but this is how the data is processed anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor, for your answer. Can I ask another question as well?
Yeah.
It was read about this skeleton meditation to retrieve from lust. Am I correct?
Yeah, I have heard about it.
Yeah. So, like, for example, I'm just saying there's a couple who are married, and if one person does the skeleton meditation and just goes off from the other partner, how does this work? Or if a person is not married,
never talk about these concentration meditations. He doesn't put effort at all to concentration meditation. If a mother even start talking about that, he would discourage them mainly because this science is not there. You know what I mean? Science is not there. Then the skeleton is true to you. What's the big deal about that? You just change the perception. So you look at your wife and you just have a perception of a skeleton. That's not Lord Buddha's truth. You know, the truth is different. Truth is about all the perception. It's just a perception, whatever it is, it's fine. Just understanding how the perception works is just understanding the truth, understanding how this works. And you just don't burn, you're happy for her, you're happy for the partner. You will do everything for that partner. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just your burning is not there. Because you know the dream is not true, but the dream is there. So your burning is going to get zero slowly. It doesn't happen miraculously at one go, but it will start to get zero. But no, in Aranhanse's explanations, with his guidance, we never talk about changing perceptions or shifting perceptions. Oh, it's nothing like that, actually. When we understand that everything out there is a perception, that just that. Even the skeleton is a perception. Do you get the point, Joy?
Excuse me, can I add something to that?
Yeah.
Actually, those concentration meditations have been in practice in India for many thousands of years. So this is also one of them. And when at the time that the Lord Buddha started, preaching this Buddhism, these were in very solid level. The people were practicing in a very strong way. So there were different groups. They all said that they are trying to find truth. So they were using these various kinds of meditations to find out whether they can reach that goal. So what happened was, Lord Buddha didn't want to sort of straight away cut off those things and then give completely a new concept to the people. What he did was, he didn't sort of reject or straightforward refuse them, but he tried to use some of them so that these people will have a change. These people will understand that concentration meditation alone is not the path to find the truth. So this meditation is one of them. Actually, they have been used even in Sri Lankan monasteries, the jungle type of places where the priests are mainly doing meditation. So they have been using these skeletons to keep their sort of emotions and keep their feelings into the very low level where they will be able to concentrate on what they want to do. So actually this meditation by looking at a skeleton is not something straightforward from Buddhism. It was something from the Hindus, and then also there were these different sort of uh, groups, saying some were called Niganta, some were called Brahma. So there were so many faculties like that. So they were following this. So what happened was, Lord Buddha was more tactful because he didn't want to refuse those things, because he knew that people were looking for the comfort. They were trying to get rid of the sorrow by using all sorts of meditations. So that is how it came here, because it was mentioned in the book. I just briefed on that. So it's not something that you should practice, on a person who is living with you in the house or your family. So I don't know whether the way I explained gave a sort of wrong impression, Joel. Okay, there was a night.
Yeah, thank you for adding that, Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah, true. So this studying about truth, or researching about truth, or understanding how we suffer, or what is this power behind, or what is this suffering stemming from, is is the research we do. And in that research, your power will start to get so low that you will be so feeling so good. That's how it is. And you will not be even, going towards even that feeling good sensation, because you know that it is kind of temporary too. And you know it is there until your respiration is there. You feel the mind sensor, you feel the body sensor, you feel the eye, you feel the hearing. That's all, So it's okay. Anything is okay. Everything is okay. So is that a sufficient answer, Josh?
Yeah, thank you, doctors. Thank you.
Yeah. So even in Sri Lanka, there's so many concentration meditation practices. So it's okay. I mean, if someone is very happy to do that, that's fine. But if they're thinking it is leading to Nibbana, and Nibbana is directly through the research, directly through the understanding of how this suffering works, how this life will comes, and why we think it is kind of a person here, and that self-thought, how it intensifies you to even kill someone or harm someone or lose anything in that sense, or crave for something which will lead to everything. So the understanding the truth is the most important thing. So without understanding the truth, whatever the meditative state is okay, it is good. I mean, we can't say it's bad, it's good, but it's not going to last forever because it's conditional. Anything else, Suramika? Can you add something?
Yeah, Theruvan Sanan on my friends. Yeah, I mean, I think like Dr. Sakuntala said, this concentration meditation has been around for a long, long time. And the Buddha didn't want to go completely contrary to society, because there was a way he was diplomatically trying to almost corral them towards a way of thinking, because he realized that all these various types of concentration meditation was only just touching the surface, scratching the surface really. And that was what he himself discovered after a 6-year-long search, that all these various rituals and different types of meditation was only going to a particular point, but not really addressing the core issue of this whole existence. And because if there is existence, there is suffering. And whilst everybody knew there is suffering, they couldn't really put their finger on the truth, the source of the suffering, which was why there were quite a lot of intellectual people at that age as well. But it's just that they just couldn't get at the truth. So what the Buddha realized was that this existence came from this sense, the alive feel, or this whole undercurrent. The sense of feeling alive is coming from this sense of existence and this self-perception. So that was what, with great research into the mind, that was discovered by him long, long years ago. But coming back to these different types of meditation, just like the skeleton meditation, you actually have, somebody said that, some monasteries even have skeletons in the temple, so that they use that for meditation when people come for retreats. But another thing that is there even in the sutra is you divide or you categorize the human body into 32 body parts. Kind of, divide it up into blood, liver, skin, nails, hair, and so on. into 32 body parts, and in each of those body parts you examine whether the I is there, whether the self is there, and to an extent that is effective, to an extent, because the common notion is that most of the people say, I have a body, so I'm here, this is my body, this is me, this is the physical me. So some are still fixated on that. So to that extent, to kind of transcend that aspect of it, breaking down the body, the human parts into 32 or whatever, and then saying, is the blood me? If you take the blood, so you kind of mentally do this thing. You can sit in one position and you take this, you imagine the skin is taken out, you imagine the blood is taken out of the system, and it's lying in a pool in front of you. So is that blood me? Is the skin and the nails, if it is taken out, is that me? So like that you can reflect. And to that extent, one can then gradually realize that these things are just the human body is just an aggregate of all these various body parts. But does that finally get you to the truth? Not really, because then you know that you kind of get a realization that the I is not here, but then that doesn't make the sense of feeling alive, the suffering, the I sense that you get when something doesn't work the way you want. That burning is still present. That burning hasn't gone away just because you dissected the human body. So ultimately, all these things were done gradually, almost like incrementally, by the Buddha to finally say that the core or the crux is in understanding the mind. And that is why you have heard, I think, Aryan Mahansa also saying, the body is not me, and the mind is not me, and then who am I? That is the core teaching and the core two questions that he asks anyone who is new to this truth, new to understanding the truth. I mean, you answer those two questions, you become speechless. There's absolutely no answer to give. So that is the core truth that is trying to be taught in these sessions, because you can do it on your own as well and understand, is this leg mine, is this hand mine, and all these kind of things. If you take a general anesthesia and you don't feel any of the body sensations, then what happens? So isn't that just a function of a sense of faculty? It's the same with the eyes, same with the ears and the nose and the tongue. So whatever that we experience, isn't that just the experience through a perception, as Dr. Kokila said, arising out of the sense faculties? If that's the case, where did this so-called I, notion of I come from, the notion of self come from? So this is the great examination, this is the great truth, the search for it in this so-called mind. Yeah, Dr. Kokila, so it's amazing, isn't it? All this concentration, meditation is just a halfway house to finding the truth, which is why Aryan Mahansa doesn't recommend going down those paths. You can go and you can get stuck halfway, and then you might spend 20, 30 years just doing that meditation, because there is a certain sense of calmness, some tranquility that you can gain out of it. There is no denying it. You can. But is that the end? Or are you just, just kind of languishing in a spot when when the burning is still there and the suffering is there? And if one is really curious, if one really wants to get to the core of eradicating the suffering, then one must be brave enough, courageous enough to say, I know I'm feeling very calm and tranquil, and that meditation is like really giving me a good feeling, but hang on, like, I still have these cravings. I don't like that person, or if somebody says something to me, I'm getting this burning sensation. I'm never satisfied, or something or the other. So why is this? Is the meditation not working in that case? So one needs to be able to be brave, be able to be frank and honest, um, and see that is that working, or is that then not the truth? So that search and the honesty and the frankness of one's own search for the truth, I think, is very important. Yes, Dr. Gopilan.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful to understand the whole thing, understand, and I would say it is very good to know the truth, isn't it? It's we talk about human rights. I think the biggest human right is to understand how this system works. But that is not a concern to many. Only few people might think about that. Or someone will get dragged to this understanding just because the burning is so much that person feels so restless, so difficult to live, and they might seek some solace, some kind of happiness. So they might come for temporary happiness, but if they get into this understanding, they know it is going to be permanent. It is going to be permanent because you understand that there is no self. You understand as well as one day you will feel it. That's the most important aspect of it. So the beautiful truth. So the Aranahanse has actually talked about all these aspects here. He has so much, some discussions before that. He has done so much just sermons. Then he started over the phone. People were asking questions, and he put them to the YouTube as well. So that's how this whole thing has started. So I just heard one day that he was talking about that how there is no self, and that's why I asked few questions in the first place. It just I wanted to know how he is telling that, because out of the interest, like so that is how the interest began, and of course you will compare with whatever the knowledge you have, and you will keep questioning him until you get kind of matching answer. But then it's I mean we still keep understanding how deep this is going to be, even if you understand Dhamma, and even if you feel it also randomly, if you haven't become like that completely, there's always a small gap. You know the gap, but still the noble friend's influence is there all the time. Yeah, I think we have much time actually. So what are the other things we can talk about? Joel, do you have any other question?
The other question is like in Buddhism they talk about rebirth, right? After death.
If you are in the action and course, yes. If you are in this no self dhamma, that is what is. So it is different, like yes, they talk about that. Yes, 100%.
Yeah. So why didn't Buddha be reborn?
Buddha?
Yeah. Why didn't he have a
No,
rebirth?
because there is no self vibration. So that's the thing you understand. So imagine a person is dying. What is dying? Dying means the system stops. So why there is some power left is the question. Why a child is born again, not born again, born, and is telling about the past birth, and they match exactly how he hit the train and how and actually when you go back to that place, there was that person and exact same thing which a child can't imagine. Child can't imagine, child can't read, child can't listen to radio, but he's talking about something which happened years ago. How come that happened? There are so many researchers in the world, also in European countries, in abroad also. There's so many researches happening about these near-death experiences and the rebirth, and there's always a thing that people directly can't tell because they can't sort of get it. The thing here is, if you are in if the body system shuts down and everything should shut down, isn't it? Then why not is the problem. Then there's additional power there. That additional power of the last thought, it is synchronizing to another zygote. So how does that happen? How come that happens? It can be human, it can be any animal, it can be anything. So this is what the research included. This is what the research went on. And yes, rebirth is there. If the vibration is there, rebirth is there 100%. But if the vibration here is not there, and you completely understand this Dhamma and your vibration dies, in the sense gets zero, your system will stop. Yeah, that's it. Can Surangika also add something to that? As a
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I think the say vibration dwell there. What it's meant is I think Dr. Kokila explained about the stimulus. So the vibration is basically as long as there is a belief that there is an external world, which is basically almost the entirety of mundane society, the conventional world, the society that we live in, right? Everyone virtually believes that, there is an external world, there are objects, persons, things, and then there is me here experiencing all this, witnessing all this. I have a family, there is a world, there are countries, there's wars being fought in various parts of the world. There's Sri Lanka and all these kind of things. So when all
the
these,
kind of duality, isn't it?
yeah,
The
the duality is there.
subject-object thing.
So all this is stimuli. These are the things that are constantly passing through the mind in the form of perceptions, which we have now talked extensively, and you have a good understanding of. These stimuli or the perceptions are the things that are considered to be real. No one thinks about them as perceptions. The word perception in the English language is a very superficial way. I mean, you kind of talk about perception means I perceive someone to be like this, meaning it's your way of perspective of looking at things, type of, that kind of interpretation is given to the word perception in the, general English language. But in the sense of explaining the truth, perception itself is the stimuli, the sanya. If we talk about it in Sinhalese, it's the sanya, which is arising only out of these light sensor, the ear, the sound sensor, and then touch, taste, and smell coming together is the stimuli, which is then transforming into what we call a mind object, otherwise known as a thought. So it is this, and those are also just, there's nothing in it. I think a few days ago or a week ago, we spoke about the apple. And then, when there is no apple in sight, if someone calls you when you're on the road and your mother calls you and says, well, can you bring some apples when you are coming back when you're passing the supermarket? All she said was apple on the phone, and yet in a flash, you got the picture of the apple, the taste of the apple, what apples you're going to buy, which one you like most. All that came into play in the mind, right? So how did the green appear in the mind? How did the taste of the apple appear? How did you even get the sensation of the taste of the apple? So then wasn't all that perceptions, right? There is the taste that you thought you had when you when you bit into the apple. Was it actually from the apple, or was that a perception of a taste? So was there a taste even in the perception? We're not going to go into detail again. I think you may recall that discussion some time ago. So these are all that are being experienced are perceptions, and there is actually nothing. It is the greatest of all illusions. And that is the magic that is being unraveled here in this beautiful true Dhamma. And what Dr. Kokila said about the vibration jewel is that as long as one thinks that at least one, there are millions and billions of stimuli that is being associated through this mind formation as a human being or any living being lives. As long as there is breath in the body, the association is only with perceptions, aka stimuli, and all that is arising out of a vibration. And if even a single stimuli is believed to be true and it exists, and then because of that, the I exists on this side, the sense of existence is there, and the sense of alive feel is there, the self-perception is there. And if the self-perception is there, the self-vibration is definitely there. And that is what Dr. Kokila says. When the last breath is gone, that vibration is the one that will synchronize to another vibration of the same frequency. Now, that example that she gave of a child who will recollect a past accident from another birth, maybe Dr. Sakuntala can elaborate on that as well, because don't get the misunderstanding that this is the same person moving from birth to birth. Now, the Hindus have also another notion or concept where they say that it is the same consciousness that is moving from birth to birth. Now, that is not what the Buddha said as part of this whole truth. It is that vibration. You can't say that person, or it's not a person. It's the vibration, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Maybe that can be explained a little further, because otherwise we might give the impression that it's a person moving from birth to birth.
Yeah, actually, yes, but in small words, actually, I think just understanding truth, simply understanding truth is much better. I think when we understand this truth, we don't have to change. We don't have to change. You go to church, you go to do things, just keep doing that. If your burning goes down, you will be doing the things in the church beautifully. You will go and ring the bell, or whatever the things that you do. You do the chanting, you do the chanting. Just imagine a traditional Buddhist, what they do the similar things. So just keep doing them. That's not a big issue. If you are a person who goes to a temple once a month, just go. It's fine. If you are a person who goes to a church, you go to the church. If you're a person who goes nowhere, yeah, okay, don't go anywhere. It's fine. Imagine a person that nowadays there's all a kind of all the kids in the sense literally these English speaking countries, all the kids, most of them, they don't specifically believe in anything. They just don't. They just do things according to their parents. That's fine. Imagine someone is Hindu. Yeah, they just keep doing the traditional paths that they go to the Kovil and they do the I have gone to churches, I have gone to Kovils, I have gone to kind of everywhere where their rituals are so beautiful. So the that is not the problem here. Problem is how we understand how this burning comes. Burning comes because the stimuli is taken for granted or taken as real. And if we understand the perception, whatever the perception, it doesn't matter whether it's a light, whether it's a sound, whether it's a bird, whether it's whatever, it doesn't matter. So Joel, the basic message is actually just flow with your life. Just flow with your life. Whatever the flow, whatever you do, it doesn't matter. Keep doing whatever you're doing. You do daily ritual, whatever daily ritual, there should be a daily pattern of things. And the pattern is going to continue even if you understand Dhamma. The pattern is not going to change. The burning is going to die down. Did you get the point, Joel?
Yes, doctor, like go with the flow, life flow.
Yeah.
But your vibrations and your burnings will just calm down as it is.
And one day it will come to zero. That's the most important aspect of it. But you don't have to predict about that. You don't have to look for it. You just keep understanding that whatever the system is, this human system has a system. If you go into scientific part of it, you know that it has a system, the sensory system. You feel, you see, you hear, you think. That's all you do. So whatever the activities, they are just the outcome of that system. Whatever the words you talk is the outcome of that system. So you keep understanding this system. It's a system. It's fine. So whatever the activities you do, it doesn't matter. You go to the church and pray. It's so beautiful. You the beautiful. They do so much beautiful lightings, and yeah, if you go to a the different cultural weddings, you can understand so much about their cultures. So there's no problem there. Buddhism anyway has no place in telling that the other religions are wrong or other religions are right. The actual Buddhist philosophy has nothing to do with that. Actual Buddhist philosophy is about truth. That's all. And if you know that, and if your burning is coming down, that's what it matters. You will be the human being who has least suffering inside you, and you might start to feel everybody else's suffering, and you will help them whatever the way you can help. You will love them without yourself. You would look after them whatever the way you can. It's just the flow of life. So the pattern of life is just part of this dream. It's fine. Nothing to be upset about and change it. Even Aranwanse has never. I mean, we have had so many people calling him from different parts of the world. Their life patterns are still the same. He hasn't asked anyone to change their life pattern. Not at all. Not at all. I mean, not one single time. But if they go towards concentration meditation, he might say that's not necessary to get rid of the suffering. But even that, you're not going to put a boundary or barrier, because you can't really give truth to someone by force, can you? You can't. Just can't. Can you like say, can I say to my son, you listen to this truth, otherwise you will be expelled or something like that? No, they will be like, they will never even look at that. The main important thing is whether your suffering is less, or whether your burning is less, or whether it's going forward and getting much better every day, not concentrating on anything, not purposefully doing it, just by understanding how the system works. Anything, any question, Joel?
No, Doc, thanks.
Yeah, I think Sakuntala and Suranka also will agree. I mean,
Yeah, actually, as you explained, actually, we do not have hard and fast rules in Buddhism, because Buddhism is not considered as a religion. It's a kind of philosophy where any person from any background can explore. Because Lord Buddha has said that come and see, don't believe because I am saying this. Do not sort of uh, be just a follower and believe what I'm saying, but come and see. So that was one of the main things in this Buddhist teaching. So as Kokila said, I mean, any person can follow whatever the traditional and whatever the religious things that the person has been doing, and there are no restrictions, because now there are enough uh, what is the truth and how you can balance it. So, and also there may be certain things which are too deep for you, because we have been listening to these for years and years, so we can grasp the things, and we have a very basic knowledge on Pali terms also, very basic, I would say. So therefore, the grasping ability may not be as good for us. So just take up the things which are comfortably, which can be taken comfortably, and take the things that you can match with what you know, and take the things that you can make use of for your life practices. So I think just take it very lightly, Joel. This is not something, not a very serious kind of discussion, because some of these people who are listening to this are from different language, maybe different religious backgrounds, and they need something very simple. So therefore, we try to be as simple as possible. At the same time, we may be touching some sort of deep facts also. So take up what you can understand. Take up what is comfortable for you. I think that's all I want to say. Surangika, anything to add? Terima kasih.
I think that's right, Dr. Sakuntala. I mean, each of us on a, the point at which our understanding is quite different. Because the vibration is different. And there have been many a time where, we have listened to more profound aspects being explained by our noble teacher, and goes completely over our heads, Joel. So don't worry, everything, as Dr. Kokila said yesterday also, take what you can. If you think it's a bit too much, just forget it, and, just because once you touch the truth, and you have felt it, as you recounted your own experiences a few weeks ago, it's there in the system, and you don't have to make an effort. You don't have to strive and struggle at it, or think, oh my God, I can't understand a single thing they're saying, or anything like that. It is coming to you, and it will come to you naturally. This is not something where we have to sit in a place or a posture and have to think about it for 2 hours straight. Truth is there. And there is nothing that needs to be changed in your routine as well, as Dr. Hawkins said. This can be seen, and the way it comes also, as she says, is it sometimes, it's not premeditated. The feel and the truth and the little points of understanding that will dawn on you also comes with such great clarity at moments that you don't even think of. Isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So that is the beauty of the truth. And that is why, whilst there needs to be effort, there is also a great balance also there that needs to be. Just don't have to kind of do too much, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I just had an interest in the sermons, and I just kept listening. And initially, I have just called Aran Hanse and has asked, then how does this happen? Okay, then how does this happen? It's just like an interrogation where we're trying to get to our point. But with his kindness, he just goes on telling. He understands our background, and he will understand the question, where the questions are coming from, and he will just tell according to that. So that's how it is. So the human basic kindness, human basic, there's the basic goodness in humans which will be cherished. But understanding truth is will never spoil that goodness, never spoil anything in that sense. It will just augment it into the level of it will be super kindness. Actually, it will be super awareness. It will be, you feel everything, and you feel kindness beyond your limits. You feel them basically. So yeah, that's it. And one day Joel might just help a person without even uttering one single word of these in your own way. And well, it's just the nature. It's just the nature. Understanding the nature is understanding the truth. Understanding the truth is understanding about this system, and understanding how you feel all this and how you have burning. This feeling system is normal. Burning is abnormal. And we are trying to find out how to get rid of that burning. That's why people actually went in different paths and try to find the no suffering state. But believing in something is not good enough. We know that. Just believing in something because it's just a belief. But this one is here and now. You are in that beautiful state here and now. Not when you are, not after death. That's what I'm saying. So if we are in that tranquility here and now, yeah, that's it. So nothing much. Yes, Joel, do you have anything to add?
No, thanks for making it easy, because I was stressed out to practice it here and now, whatever I hear. So I couldn't do that. Anyway, now I know.
No,
It has to.
don't try to practice it. It will come to you. When we try to do something, it is stressful, isn't it? Yeah, we try to do something, it is very stressful. Just let it go. Just feel the flow, and you will understand how this mind works, how the mind is flowing, how suffering comes. Also, sometimes you might really laugh at it. Sometimes you might be like, wow, this here comes. And you understand what stimulus is bringing that back. And you'll be like, oh, okay, this perception is still a thing to me. That's okay. Because nothing is going to be rectified like next moment. That is a self need for us to, like, attain everything, get everything, have everything, entertain the six senses. But if you let the flow, the system to flow, and truth will be there, and you will start feeling that. And the more feel you have, less powerful the mind is. Whatever the mind says, it's okay. Mind will say something anyway. It's fine. So that's what I told yesterday also, because I felt the I felt you, the stress kind of thing again. That's why I told you, just take it easy. Because if someone is hearing this Dhamma and going to get stressed about that, that doesn't mean that we have done something wrong. Definitely that is something we have done, we as in the sense whoever holding this is not helping you. We may be not helping you. So that's why I wanted to actually add that. So this is nothing to stress about. This truth is just there, out there. You just know the truth. You just know that in the mirror, there's nothing actually in the mirror. It's a mirror. Just know that. So don't we actually use the mirror though? We use the mirror. What's the big deal? We use the mirror. We don't break the mirror. We don't, cover the mirror. We don't sell the mirror and buy another mirror. We just use the mirror we have. But we know that the mirror reflection is just a reflection. Same. This dream is similar. It's just flowing. It's okay. You just flow with that without burning. That's the most important thing. So take it easy. As I said, I felt that yesterday. So take it easy. Take it light. Whatever said here, if it is too much, just drop it. And I think you have kind of got this sense now. But when we try to compare in our mind, or mind asks a lot of things, like when I heard this Dhamma, when Naran is saying something, I'm like, okay, in science, this says, then how can I explain the science with what Aryan is saying? That's what I've had. I didn't have the other stuff. I just had the scientific things blocking the path. So Now I know they are just perceptions. It's fine. So have I dropped the science? No, I'm still functioning, still trading patience. What's the big deal about that? I feel the patients more than I did before. So I help them more than how I helped them before. When they enter the room, I feel them more than I did before. Nothing is a problem. I listen to them. I feel them. I go by their burning points. No single word of Dhamma. Nothing at all. I talk only in these Zoom discussions. I don't talk anything at all out of this Zoom. Not inside the house, nothing. Not with nothing at all. If someone is have if there's a circle of people, nothing. I don't know anything. It's just I flow with them. Do you get the point, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
All good. So we'll. I think we are running out of time, so we'll stop the Zoom discussion for today. We worship Paranonse for giving this noble friendship with so much, truth about the self and the suffering. Thank you all, Dhamma friends. We'll hand over the Zoom to the next Zoom discussion.
Thank you, Therwan Saranai, all
Thank you,
Dhamma.
Dr. Gopidat. They were Sanai Dhamma friends.
Therun Saranai Shani, are you going to read the book for us?
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 68. But some people are not so good at the samatha. Their mind tend to drift away when they try to do the samatha meditation. Some people are very good at vipassana meditation. By birth, they are able to be aware of their thoughts that come and go. They also have the wisdom to analyze the truth about the thought they receive. They find vipassana much easier than the samatha meditation. We need to have a balance between both the samatha and the vipassana in order to go on the path to nirvana. Otherwise, the mind tries to slip away from our awareness, and you will end up with either thoughts of attachment or thoughts of anger. Also remember, if you are too focused on the Vipassana, that too can cause a problem. Because if you go to an extreme in the Vipassana, it can prevent you from letting go of the two extremes, which is Ajatta, outside, and Bahita, inside. You have to let go of the inside and the outside to realize the pure truth. Letting go of both extremes is called Majjhe Jnana. You realize the pure truth only when you are at Majjhe Jnana, which means in the middle. Majjhe Jnana is a very important point. At this moment, when you are in the middle, you will not be able to form a thought. When you focus too much on how to do the Vipassana meditation, it becomes a knowledge. When you have too much of knowledge, it becomes an extreme or an antaya. Wherever there is an extreme or an antaya, there are thoughts. And wherever there are thoughts, there is no escape from this Vijnana Maya or this illusion. Where there are thoughts, there is fire. You feel like you are caught in fire. You cannot find nirvana in a mind that is on fire. An educated mind or a foolish mind, both minds can be considered as being on fire too, because both minds have thoughts. Therun everybody.
Therun Saranai Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. We worship Aryan Wahanse at his feet, Thirwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, and we warmly welcome all our Dhamma friends who have joined the Zoom discussion and also the other friends who are listening to us via other means. So this is the 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado, and this we will continue until 4 p.m. Sri Lankan time. If I brief what Shani read for us, actually it was giving an outline about the two types of meditation. Samatha meditation is what is called concentration meditation, where the mind is tried to be, or the thoughts are kept at one point, concentrated on one point. And this is what has been in practice for a long, long time. And also in other religions also this is being practiced. And Lord Buddha found out when he was looking for this Dhamma, when he was trying to understand this Dhamma, he also did concentration meditation under several very famous gurus who were there at that time. And he excelled in that concentration meditation. But he found that this is not the end. In fact, those gurus offered them the second in command like place, so that he can continue to be a teacher and guide the followers or the disciples, because they had lots of followers that time, because the trend was to find out the truth. So there were lots of people looking for truth, going from person to person, trying to understand what is the truth. So anyway, Lord Buddha, he was a hermit actually. He hasn't reached this state of Buddha at that time. So he left those places, and then finally what he found was this, what is called this vipassana meditation or vidarshana meditation. And with that he could explore and find out the truth. Actually, it's mentioned as vipassana meditation in this book, but under that two things are described by our noble friend Aryan Wahanse. Vidarshana meditation or insight meditation, which means that we try to analyze, we take a thought and analyze and try to find out how it is formed, how it is created. The beautiful example that he gives is that if you analyze a leaf of a mango tree, the pattern of that mango leaf, then you know that all the mango leaves have the same, more or less same pattern. So you don't need to analyze or check or examine all the leaves in the tree, but just analyzing one or experimenting and finding out how that pattern is in one leaf, that is enough. So it is called this insight meditation or vidarshana meditation, where a kind of piercing deep and deep to find out what is the truth. And the vipassana meditation is something that you experience with that knowledge, where every thought, like you seeing all the mango leaves in the tree, the thoughts, when one thought is analyzed deep and understanding how it is formed and how the thoughts are behaved, how the thoughts are formed, then you need to analyze every thought that comes up, but you know that every thought behaves in the same way. So you become an observer, kind of observing when it comes to Vipassana meditation. So those are the two things I wanted to bring up. All our Dhamma friends have joined, Dr. Kokila, Surangika and Sudharma. Theruvan Sarnai to all of you. We can start our discussion. I was just briefing what Shani read for us, Theruvan Sarnai.
Thiruvan Sarnai, I actually couldn't join in the part where I couldn't hear what Shani was reading. So was it about the concentration meditation, or what was it mainly about?
It was actually just an outline about concentration meditation and the Vipassana meditation. But under Vipassana meditation, I tried to explain what is meant by Vidarshana or the insight meditation. So what it read was that both types are useful as a kind of calming down thing. Concentration meditation is useful, and Vidarshana meditation sometimes increases, I mean, you improve with the knowledge, but knowledge alone is not going to be helpful. So both should be balanced. That was what was read.
Actually, Vidarshana meditation is not only knowledge. Vidarshana meditation is like piercing one thought with
That I mentioned, yes.
with all the things that we know about how mind is created. Are there any questions? I think we can discuss anything related to that, or anything other than that as well. We can ask Surangika or Sudharma to talk as well. Anything?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආයතන වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි doctors and Miss Rangika and Joy. So it's very beautiful the way Dr. Sakuntala highlighted. This is actually I am writing an article also. For that also I have some issues. So I am again seeking help from you, especially to find the best words to be used when we are kind of translating a chapter related to insight meditation. So, Doctor, I would like to explain how I have understood them. So, in penetrative meditation or Vidarshana meditation is, as you said, seeing through the stimulus. It's like going deeper to see the truth of it, how it is formed, that there is no truth in that. How the power is generated with the interaction of vibrations. It happens then and there. And that story, so we call that, if we see, as Dr. Sakuntala said, when you once see through a certain stimulus, when you properly understand, feel it, it's like seeing the stem pattern of a single leaf of a certain tree, or opening a mangosteen so that you see the kernel and everything. It's the same. So the composition of each and every thought or stimulus is the same.
Are you telling that how you are going to solve someone's problem, or giving a talk?
No, Dr. Kokila. What I mentioned was I have an issue with translating these words into English, like Vidarshana
Why do you want to
meditation.
translate? Sorry, I'm trying to understand. Why do you want to translate?
I'm actually writing some content under the guidance of Arya for that only.
Okay.
So, so Doctor, for Vidarshana meditation, the best term to use it, penetrative, isn't it? So insight is also there, but when I
It's
I
the same
researched
meaning, yeah.
extensively. But for Vipassana, doctor, Vipassana is that yang hi tatra tatra vipassati thing that we do not see through each and every stimulus with, I mean, intentionally, but when we mature in the path, naturally we liberate from the thought. We see, I mean, we do not get caught in anything. It's like more, we don't go deeper like that to analyze, but naturally we liberate from each and every thought then and there. So that is Vipassana meditation. There is a difference. I mean, not a vast difference, but still that certain concentration, this Vipassana Kanika Samadhi, it also arises through that. So for that, is it okay to use penetrative meditation for Vidarshana and give within brackets, I give Vidarshana meditation there. And for Vipassana, I use the insight meditation and still give within bracket it as Vipassana meditation. Then again in the same chapter we talk about concentration meditation also, doctor. There I researched a lot, and the best word to be used for concentration meditation, samatha bhavana, is tranquility meditation to avoid confusion. So what do you think actually? Can you just suggest, I don't know whether I'm taking time off your discussion, but still I thought this is the best platform to discuss this openly. And because the other thing, Dr. Kokila, in the same chapter, I had to write Vidarshana, write about Vidarshana Samadhi and Samatha Samadhi. So Samatha Samadhi is tranquility concentration. Vidarshana Samadhi is again insight concentration. It's little, I am trying to, I mean, kind of discuss it, and to avoid confusion, I always give the Pali term within brackets, but still it's a bit
I
of
think
a
Surangika is much better than me for the words, because I'm not sure about all these words. What do you think,
special.
Surangika?
Yeah, Miss Rangika, please.
Theruvan Sannai. I think Sudharma, for the Vidarshana, if you just use insight meditation within brackets Vidarshana, that would be
better,
I think. But
okay.
I'm open to on the Vipassana. It's anybody else, if they have a better suggestion. I'm not 100% sure what we should say for Vipassana. Samadhi also, the word Samadhi also needs interpreting, isn't it?
Samadhi and Surangika, we can't, I think, change its concentration, because Sati Samadhi, there are 5 specific situations on Sila Samadhi. Those things are kind of now, for generations, they have written that in Buddhist scriptures, and for Samadhi, we can't change, we have to use the word concentration.
I don't think so,
Yeah, I don't think
Sudharma,
so.
because I mean, that's not the way, just because it was done, if it doesn't really convey the feeling, the feel, R.N. Marse has turned all these words into on its head, right? So from that, and why does he do that? Because it doesn't really convey the feel, the awareness, the supra-awareness, all those things that have been, so when you say samadhi, it's that meditative state. It is a state. It's not concentration. For concentration, even in the
There should be
English
someone to
language,
concentrate.
exactly, there has to be a focal point and there has to be a doer. So samadhi is like a state, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, and I think you might have to ask Saranwansi too, because I'm not good with words at all. I mean, but the question is, if you, the thing is, what is the message that is going to be given.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's
that
the
is
most
well
important thing. Yeah.
explained. That is explained under, but this glossary is also important. It's so, no,
So
it's
for
all
the
right. Yeah,
for
yeah.
Samatha Bhavana, Sudharma, I think you can use concentration meditation. That is a
Hmm,
very
hmm,
well known, and
hmm,
nobody, I mean, even in this Dhamma, we are not disputing Samatha being concentration
hmm,
meditation,
hmm,
isn't it?
hmm,
Because that is what has been globally followed, and as we understand it, that is not going
hmm.
to be the correct path on its
And
own.
then, yeah, that's a good idea, and it's yeah, that helps because for Vipassana, the best thing is not to translate and just to keep it as Vipassana, isn't it? And Vidarshana is also, I mean, it's insight is widely used for Vidarshana, yes, and insight meditation. So,
With the
yeah.
Vipassana is meditative state without self.
That's true.
Mm,
Mm.
mm.
And what you explained, Sudharma, it's that the flow of thoughts is there without the heaviness, without the power.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
Vipassana. Yes, yes, okay. Yeah, so as it is related to the part elaborated by Dr. Sakuntala, I thought I should discuss this. So thank you so much. That helps a lot. Okay. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Yeah, as you said, I have talked with Aryan House also, but I think I thought I should ask it here because we will be anyway using these articles and things in these discussions also. Yeah. Yes, that
I think
helps.
another person, maybe if you can ask, is Harshi Sudharma, because I remember right at the beginning of this English Zoom, or at least more than 1 year ago, Aryan Mahanse brought up the topic of particular definitions for these different samadhis and bhavanas and all that. And at that time, Harshi was also on the call and she did some research as well. Because, yeah, so if you can message her, she might have some good suggestions as
Yes,
well,
she
obviously, apart
helps a
from
lot.
asking Aryan Mahansa, of course.
She helps a lot, Miss Surangika. I
Oh, okay,
always,
right, okay.
yeah, I message her. The other thing is Vipassana thing is the biggest problem without,
Vipassana is a
yes,
meditative state which
yeah,
is there all the time. Vidarshana
mm,
is in one thought.
yes, okay,
But that was
uh,
thing is without self.
yeah,
That is the thing. I'm not good with
mm,
the words, but it is difficult, isn't it?
yes. And Dr. Kokila, as a question, now when we say that use the term radiant mind in association with the newborns, actually there is again a mind, mental image that, okay, the radiant mind, there's something called radiant mind and it's there at the birth and so on. But still, in this Vipassana meditative state, when one liberates from each and every stimulus, again, can we call that state is all as radiant mind experience?
Radiant mind without self again.
Yes, yes. Mm,
Because the self vibration is not there in an arahant.
okay.
It's a
Mm,
radiant mind without the self vibration or the power. That's the difference between the baby and the arahant anyway,
mm.
isn't it? What do you think?
So at the arahant stage, the taints have no any power. Is that the difference? but
Yeah, there's no power.
yeah, no power.
No tense,
There are
no
no
power.
tense even.
No tense.
No
Yeah.
tense. And
So actually, the real radiant mind is the mind of an arahant. We can't again objectify that, but still,
with these words
yeah.
can actually mislead, but I think the main important message is the words are used in different aspects. The you without you, the versus you. So it's very difficult. You just can't say, but it's I don't know. I mean, radiant mind. We can't actually attribute any defilements to a radiant mind anyway. But the radiant mind of an arahant doesn't have the self-view, doesn't have the self-perception, doesn't have the self-vibration. That's it. Radiant mind, sorry, actually that statement is, I think, incorrect. I'll correct it again. I'll try to say it again. Radiant mind doesn't have the, not the self-view anyway. Self-view is broken anyway. Because even in a baby, there's no self-view. There's no self-perception as such. Just in tense level, isn't it? So it's very, very difficult to say. But the main thing is no power. That we can say, no vibration. Because that's the only thing that is there in the radiant mind. Radiant mind, there's no perception whatsoever. It's just a vibration. It's something you feel.
And Dr. Kokila, at that point, we cannot assign a certain period age up to these. I mean, 4 months, 5 months, the
Never
child
do
will
that.
be
Never do that.
never. Yeah, we can't
Why are
because
you
we.
trying to even do that?
Yeah, that's.
Dr. Kokila, if the tense are there, the vibration is there, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. That's the baby.
Yeah.
But the tense means the dasa sangyojana, but in dasa sangyojana, not all can be there, isn't it? Because the view is not there, so we have to be careful in saying, is it dasa sangyojana, the tense?
Sastava means 10 fetters. I
Oh,
actually.
no. Okay, I got you. Sorry. That's the fetters. Okay. Oh, this is complicated. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Got you. It's tense means sasava. Sasava means vibration. Yes. Sorry, these words are not good with me. Anything else?
I think the difference between the radiant mind of the baby and the radiant mind of the arhat state is that no taints at the level of the arhat state. The baby
No
has,
tense.
yeah.
Yeah, no tense. But the problem is in actual language, we can't really say tense because no one knows tense.
Yes.
It's mainly the vibration or the power.
Yeah.
Because the tense is a word from, I think, Pali. Something from Pali, I think, that they have tried to develop a new word for that. I don't think any English literature will have the tense, will they? They might, but it is again related to all the Tripitaka, I think.
The word taints I just found, I checked it after listening to these discussions actually. I found it in the dictionary, but it gives sort of some idea like well, dirt or whatever underneath, not surfaced. some meaning like that.
Mm.
I think they use the word cankers as well, isn't it?
Yeah, as well. Yes, yes.
They say it's mental impurities, but that's like very surface-like, isn't it? When you say impurities, whereas here we are talking about a underlying current kind of thing, which is a far deeper connotation to it, isn't it? Because that in that vibration lies the entire samsaric thing, although
Yes.
everything is lying in that one vibration.
Mm.
Dr. Sakuntala, you were going to check yesterday about that sutra for Joel. Were you able to?
No, actually, I couldn't do it. I wasn't sure whether anyone had interest about that, so I couldn't make it. I will ask one of the nuns from, they remember these sutras very well.
Yeah, no, I was also trying to rack my brain to see, because I remember, I think I know what you're saying, there was something where Lord Buddha said, if you want to meditate in the jungle, obviously you don't go and select a place where there are a lot of mosquitoes or something like that, isn't it? There was some kind of story behind around it as well. So certain things where you have to practice practice patience. Then in certain instances you have to not associate with various things. And like
Yes.
that you get several, isn't it, in that
Some
sutra?
very practical points are there in that sutra.
Yes, some practical
I will
points.
definitely find it out. I'll be able to find out
Maybe
by checking.
Astrava, something to do with some. Yeah.
Yeah, I will do it. Sorry, I couldn't do it by.
That's actually in the beginning of the path.
Oh, I think it's in the Sabbasava Sutra, isn't it? Maybe it is. It
Maybe
says
Sabbasava Sutra,
7
yes.
ways to
Yes.
dispel defilements.
Okay, you found it now?
No, I'm just trying to find it on the phone.
Yeah, I think Sabbasava Sutra, yes. Because it explains some very practical points. As Dr. Kokila said, right at the beginning, for a person who is on Dhamma path. There in that sutra, you don't talk about, these are sense created world and not taking the world as real. Those points are not discussed, but in a very superficial manner, some advices given by Lord Buddha in that sutra. Yes.
Anything else? So we can discuss something. Yes, sir.
I can share a personal experience, Dr. Kokila. Last week, I had to undergo an MRI test. So when I was inside that machine, it was like being in the space, because Avyan Mahase at the very beginning several times he explained. So now you still say the world is real, But imagine if you were born in the space without any visual formations around, what would be your experience like? So it was like that kind of experience, because throughout I was there for like more than 1 hour. So the tests are like categorized, I don't know, 3 minutes, 30 seconds, so forth. With each test, the machine generates different sound perception. So I experienced how actually the only sensory organs that worked were like the body sensation, ear, the birth of ear was there, eyes I kept closed, so I no visual uh, formations were there, but still some drug was given, methyl penicillin or something. That bitterness was there from time to time. The thoughts occurred, and the sounds. The beautiful thing was, uh, so different sounds occurred. So the moment I heard certain sound like palm, 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 the perception of bread coming there, because I was trying to like connect it with not I, but the system was, I mean, trying to give meaning to that particular sound. So when the next sound like duan, 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 so it's running kind of meaning is coming there. So that way I experienced how these perceptions, they are mere sounds, but still, since we knew the mechanism of the how the world is becoming real and the work of this mind consciousness, uh, it didn't, I mean, uh, go far, like there were not no strings of thoughts, but since I was so much isolated and I was there all by myself for a long time, at once it occurred at the deathbed. So there, when the visual formations occur, maybe due to the uh, illusionary nature of mind consciousness, people must be, uh, I mean, having the thoughts may generate lot of power then and there. So that kind of realization happened, Dr. Kokila, because throughout the 1 hour I was experiencing the sense, the mechanism actually, how this works as a system. So
Yeah,
please, yeah.
it is actually much in the future. Try and not look at the system. Now you have the habit of looking at the system in the future. If you have clear understanding about Dhamma, you don't need to try and look at the system, just let it happen. Did you get it?
Yes, doctor, that active contemplation is unnecessary at this level. Yes, but it actually happened. I was doing it intentionally. Yes, I agree. Shouldn't have done.
There's too much
But
eagerness.
anyway, it was no, doctor. It was a beautiful experience.
Yeah,
Don't know whether this is, yeah.
everything is beautiful if you look at it that way. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, if you get used to contemplation, it will be just another habit. If you imagine teacher teaches you that this is chair, stop thinking about it. Chair comes automatically, isn't it? Likewise, this non-self perception also should come. Active contemplation is good. It's good for a beginner. Actually, it is good. And then it will keep coming without any effort. It is okay. It's also okay. But then just take it easy and let it happen is the best thing, I think. Yeah. Anything else?
Dr. Kokila, Terosana, in the absence of any specific questions, maybe we can elaborate a little bit more on this Vidarshana meditation and concentration meditation, because we have read it from the book.
Yeah. So what can we, so if you are taking a chair, so
Yeah.
so the chair, how does the chair happen? So is chair outside? We can see chair outside. Is the chair outside? Actually, there is no chair outside. So the chair is actually a perception. Perception actually has no chair anyway. Perception is just like current. So this mind is also actually like a power of a battery where you can see a battery, but the power you can't really see. Can you? Likewise, these perceptions are also kind of like that. It's a product. There is a production, but there's nothing in there. So but there is a outcome. There's a output. There's a manifestation. So this whole manifestation of the chair is actually not true. So if you're seeing the chair, you're standing somewhere, maybe just think about this, and you're seeing the chair, there's some seeing happening also. There's this feeling of light when the chair is not there. It is a direct feel, and the feel is just there because of the fast vibration of light. It's just that, just like that. That's all. If you actually get it correctly, you will feel the sense outcome or the existent feel without the light feel. And that's it. That's the important aspect. That's it. That is for the Vidarshana, the Satyajnana is the main important factor for the truth. We have talked about the truth a lot, but the background truth should be there. So what is the truth? There's only, at one particular moment, there's only one stimulus. There's only one stimulus. So what we call living is stimulus, 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 stimulus. That's how it happens. But because of this fast occurrence of this, we feel like it is existing. This is like in in cartoons, if you move them so fast, you feel like they are moving. Just imagine when the train starts to go, sometimes you feel like the trees are going to the other side. It's kind of like that mirage. There's so many experiences you can elaborate on that. So this mirage is due to the speed. So this mirage due to the speed is going to continue until you have the respiration or the functions of the sensory organs. There's no problem in that. It is going to continue. But this suffering is the power, underlying power is the main suffering we have. Suffering, even though we call it suffering, sometimes it comes as happiness too. Sometimes it can come as sadness too, but the main thing is, it is not the sadness or the happiness that is a problem. It is the power behind that. This is so difficult. If you have been happy and you don't feel that alive fear, you will understand. If you are going through a very harsh experience, but still you don't feel as you are in there, that is the important thing. So the Vidarsana has so many aspects about that. So because all the Satyajnana is in one, is collectively affecting that one particular moment. Outcome is the actual meditative state which comes, because once you understand that that this is how it is, this vibration is going to go down anyway. Someone who has understood Dhamma will actually not feel the outside, so they feel the inside. They feel the inside changes but not the outside. So it's kind of feel the perception but not the actual outside story. You know the story, you're in there, you try to do everything you have to do. You get up in the morning, you go to work, you cook, you look after kids, clean the house, go shopping, sleep late at night, wake up early. So the cycle goes. But with the power or without the power is the main important thing. So the meditative state is when actually you feel liberated. So there can be like 3 states we can say. One is that in like first foremost state where you wouldn't feel the outside, you would feel the mind. You are still inside this dream. There's the second one. You will feel you feel awakened from the dream. You still feel. And there would be an arahant where there's no power at all, but the organ functions will be there. So they are kind of the meditative states we can say. But what we specifically talk about the vipassana is the state of an arahant. We don't talk about the other ones. We talk about the state of an arahant where you don't have the power of you or power of self-vibration. So the meditation is completely different. The concentration meditation is completely different. It's just you try hard and concentrate on one stimulus. So this trying hard person is anyway there. So you start with you. You have to, there's effort there to try and focus and then go through that, and self-perception is anyway there. Self-vibration is anyway there. So that's why we hear people start getting addicted to meditative states. In Vipassana or the state of an arahant, because there is no self-power, because the self-power is dwindling or slowly going to zero, there's no addiction to the meditative states. So, don't know whether I said anything. Can you add something, Suranka?
Dr. Kopila, no, I think that was a very comprehensive explanation. I like the particular thing about, how you tied it to the meditative state as well, because of the conversation we had before with the radiant mind and the arahant. So, I think Aryan Mansi yesterday or day before, maybe a couple of days ago, talked about what is your oldest memory? I think he said, if you go back to your childhood days, how much can you remember? I think he asked in the Andolnatmaka Zoom. I think that was to bring home the point that, he said, can you remember being in the cot? Can you remember being at your mother's breast? That kind of thing. And obviously nobody has any kind of recollection of being in the cot and so on. And I think it was to drive home the point, isn't it? How it is when the stimuli forms and then the self-view forms is the point at which this vibration becomes prominent and real, and then this whole duality occurs, from which point this parasanya, navasanya thing and the perception arises. And from that moment onwards, each time there is a stimuli, whether it is from the sound or the light or whatever it is, that entire vibration then occurs, or the telepathization occurs at that moment, and the whole thing arises again in this very moment. So, and then I think today, this morning, maybe Dr. Sakuntala, you may have been listening. I think it was this morning. He said, if you had seen a chair, even in your childhood days, and if you see a chair now, it's the same thing. And there was nothing else that you saw. But something that crossed my mind at that point is true. The initial stimulus, the telepathization happens from that first stimulus, because it's the same telepathization, the synchronization as you call it. But each time there is also add-ons, isn't it, Dr. Kopila? Because if we say that Sarasanga Kalpalakshayak me mohote, or all those experiences are telepathizing in this very moment, every experience in the samsaric cycle, one can think about it in a very, oh my God, all those births type of thing. But is it that is very overt, isn't it? That is a very shallow kind of meaning, isn't it? Because what Arden Vance is trying to say, or for us to understand, is that everything lies in this one vibration. And the collective experiences, we may think that, we saw many chairs. Ever since the day we encountered the first chair, we saw many chairs throughout our life. But in every one of those moments, that moment is only this moment, isn't it?
Yeah,
Perhaps
actually,
if you can explain that a bit more, yeah.
When we try to type letter A in Google, everything under the A would come like that. When the vibration is here, you can actually vibrate to enumerate number of vibrations. You can telepathize into everything and anything. So that's the problem with the vibration here. So that brings the whole journey. That's how it happens. When the vibration is here, everything is here, because it's not. You can't really say it's in that particular moment, but actually you can't say even no, because it has the potential to do anything. It has the potential to vibrate to anything, telepathize to anything, synchronize to anything. So it is there, because this vibration, the vibration here, is the problem. If this vibration is not there, there is no suffering at all, no birth at all. So the whole samsara journey is like lost, because there's no vibration here to telepathize into that. So, but the one vibration is the thing, like Sirasa or Dharana. When that vibration is there, any radio or any TV may catch it or may not catch it, unless the Sirasa or Dharana is there. There's always any potential. So that's what the 31 levels are there. So this vibration, so the non-vibration is rarest. That's what the Lord Buddha said, Lord Buddha's explanation of this rarest thing is finding a needle inside, not just the floor, inside sand. Finding a small needle, sewing needle, and the other one was sending a arrow through a horse's what is it? The horse
the hair in his tail, I think.
Yeah, hair in the tail, so that it is torn into
100 times or
split to
something.
100 times. So that is the rareness of that non-vibration moment, or the shana sampatti. That's the rare moment.
Apparently even that's easier than this.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, it's funny, but it's not funny actually. It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's not funny.
It's terrifying, but because it's how terrifying? Because we don't understand it, we might smile, but actually it's terrifying, because you can understand how rare the possibility of feeling the non-vibration, and there is a chance now with Aranamanse, because it's very, very become evident when a human being is there with the non-vibration. It is so easy for every other human being to understand this and also feel this, because only humans can feel this as well, because the beauty of the mind is whatever the vibration, when directed towards the mind or manifested in the mind, you can this power is augmented so much. There's so much variation: anger, hatred, humiliation, jealousy. Not anger, hatred. There may be so many variations of hatred too. So whatever the words, we know that the burning has so much variations in humans. So the other way around, even the craving has so much variations. So but at the same time, only a human being can feel this in the first instance and also can explain it to the world, explain it to other humans, basically. It is so tricky if you can understand. That is how rare this occurrence of non-vibration in the world. 8 billion people, there's one person who may be manifesting, and all the others are trying to become that. At least feel it once. That's how it is. What was the question, by the way? I don't know. I'm going in sidetracks. Did I answer the question, Suranga? I think
it was it Sudharma's question?
No, you actually brought up a side question.
It was about concentration meditation and insight meditation, isn't it?
No, actually,
Dr.
she brought up brought up something sideways that she wanted to say something that I was trying to add something to that. No, we can't even remember what that is.
Okay, we can't remember it.
But
it
anyway,
was the vibration happening in this moment about the chair.
Yeah. No, actually, you were talking about the whole these 31 realms and the whole the samsaric vibration.
Each moment, whether it's this moment,
Yeah. So it is important to understand this telepathization technique because this is what it is. I mean, if you are talking about something like even Joel said this so beautifully when he asked the question, if someone asks me about the job, I get so agitated. It's so normal. It's so normal because it comes with that vibration. The whole package comes. It doesn't just come with the understanding of the job. It comes with the whole package. So if someone talks to me about the job, the whole package comes. Only to an arahant, the package comes, but without the power. That's the difference. Don't say the package doesn't come. Because if this is a human, the human mind works normally. Package comes. If you say your mother, even Lord Buddha knows Lord Buddha's mother before becoming Lord Buddha, There's no way like, I don't know who is my mother. I can't remember who is my mother. That's not how it works. So the human mind works normally. Human mind will have the happiness, the sadness, everything, but without this suffering, without that power, without feeling alive, without feeling the burning. Yes?
So, Dr. Kokilan, these 31 realms in one stimulus, that capability is there only for the human mind. Is it so? So it should be the levels of that power generated. Now, for example, when the perception of mother occurs, the power generated in
These
that
three worlds are within the human because the Rupaloka, Arupaloka, Kamaloka is in this because if there is someone in the Arupa can't actually vibrate to the other two worlds. Only Arupa is just the feel. So you just imagine. Okay, now this is very good thing. You know that Surangika said something about which Aryan Hanse told few days ago that the kid can't remember anything. Just remember like that. That's like Arupa. Because there's a vibration. That's it. Can you even imagine that? That's the beauty of Dharma. That's a vibration. So it's a feel. That's what the thing is. And when it comes to feel, if the Satyajnana is not there, it will never cross that line to say that it is just the sensory organ. And you won't feel the zero power or the non-self perception. for the non-self perception to occur, someone should actually feel or know properly that whatever you feel is the vibration of the sensory organ. This knowledge is going to get reinforced by the experience. When there's no experience, you have doubts. Every day you have doubts. You just imagine and tell. But when you have the experience, you know it's just an experience only. Today, Joel is silent. I think Joel must be thinking, wow, what nonsense are they talking? Isn't it? It's a bit, I think it's a bit too much also, because with so much Pali words and so much vibration and all that. But he's going to catch up, I think, one day, because he's so inquisitive about this whole vibration thing, or whole burning thing. And keenness to get rid of this burning is the main factor which drives this human being to non-vibration. Yes, Joel.
Well, I don't want to ask a question because I'm a bit irritated because certain things, it's a bit difficult for me for my age to practice and to grasp it. So I'm just taking my time to understand this.
Just let it go. Just let it go. Go slowly. Just let it go. If you feel like it's too much, just let it go. That's what it is. Letting go is art, Joel. Letting go is art. We really don't know that. If you feel it's too much, we have done this for a long time. And if we felt that Dhamma is a bit too much, because we just let it go. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Main thing is, if you feel like a bit of frustration, just let go, because frustration is not going to give you any benefit in this path. This Dhamma is felt when you are actually in a very state of tranquility, very without much problems. So that's why Aranwanse always tell that for us to feel the nature, the non-vibration is very close to the nature. So to feel the nature, that's what he says all the time. He doesn't say anything else. So if Dhamma is heavy, just let go. Specifically you, Joel, don't get this as a problem, because the main reason you join our Dhamma discussion is to get rid of your problems. Never take a problem from this Zoom discussion. Just drop them. If it's too much, just drop them and let it absorb, or it will absorb slowly. It doesn't matter actually. Just go slow. You just take it cool, as like you're listening to music. When you listen to music, are you trying to split hairs and understand whether this is the flute, whether this is the piano, whether this is the guitar, whether this is the drum? You don't do that. You just feel it. Likewise, just feel it. Just feel it. Don't even doubt yourself. Just don't doubt yourself. The doubt, the frustration, it's just part of this burning. It doesn't matter. Just let go. And one day you feel comfortable enough to think about it, it might normally come. You don't have to think about it even now because you have heard this Dhamma now. You actually have heard a lot. I think it's such an asset, but don't let it bother you. Don't let this Zoom discussion bother you at all. It should be, if it is too much, just drop it and take it easy. Be happy. We want a happy Joel, not sad Joel, isn't it, Joel? What do you think?
Yeah, like you brought some
Yeah.
tears to my eyes. I'm sorry. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Just take it easy. Because none of these things, none of us actually, some people have trouble, this Sudharma is trying to write a book and she's splitting hairs to write which word. And she's trying to ask that, and Surangika and me are trying our best to give an answer which we were, when it comes to someone's actual question, it's so easy to answer. But when it comes to theory, even I struggle. I don't know much theory. So, this Dhamma is so beautiful. If someone is listening to this Dhamma and that person is burning, I think they have catch the serpent from the other side. Is that the correct wording? Like,
Yeah, I think so. Yes, what Aranhasi says is, I think it's a metaphor from Lord Buddha's time. You should catch the snake or the serpent from the head, but not from the body or the tail, isn't it? Then it will,
yeah.
yeah.
So as soon as you feel a bit frustrated, just let it go,
Yeah.
and you can slowly feel it again. You feel the as I told you again. In the past, just feel the breeze of the normal air in the morning, beautiful mornings. Just feel the morning light. Just feel the birds singing. Maybe the sound of the train. Maybe the sound of the rain. Maybe sound of a cyclone. Doesn't matter. Whatever. You just telepathize to that and just stay there for a bit. This, what is it called? This dream, this world of us, it's full of stuff, One thing, money. Another thing, family. Another thing is, what else? The human rights, or, justice, or politics, it's all the topics. They are going to burn you, but they are actually inside this dream. This dream, when you know that it's not true, you can be in the dream without burning at all. And that's what I wish for you, and you're going to get it. So if at all in any discussion, any word of us makes you uncomfortable, just stop it, because none of us are actually wishing that on anyone. As soon as anyone feels, even if you have heard Aranwanse talk, if a mother comes and tells Aranwanse, I can't understand it, what he might tell is, just make a cup of tea, Amma, just make a cup of tea and just take it easy. And you know how true that is, because we have done that so many times. So, and the beauty of Dhamma is this: the truth comes when you are in that beautiful moment, when you are in vibration with the nature. Are we running into the other Zoom? I think we may. Is it?
Yeah, we are
Yeah,
almost.
we are passing. So we'll handle our Zoom discussion to 4 o'clock Zoom discussion. We worship our Anwanse. We have so much gratitude for him for sharing this no self dharma or burning less living. It's a it's something which you are very fortunate even to just to hear. So wish you all the actually wish you all happiness, super awareness, and zero burning, would say. And may Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you very much, Dharma friends.
Tera Saranai Dhamma friends.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Saranai, Dhamma friends. Namaskar, Vebara. Saranai.
Tera Saranai. We worship Paranhase as usual, pay our respect to our spiritual leader, our noble friend Aranhase, Tera Saranai. And we also warmly welcome all of you who have joined the English Zoom discussion today. Tera Saranai, everybody. So as usual, we will start our discussion 2:45 to 4 p.m. Our usual English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Dhamma teaching. Other days actually we are generally reading some pages from the book, but today I suppose we can straight away start the discussion. Any of you like to bring up any topics until Dr. Kokila joins us? Okay, Tiruvasarnai. I think we will just, maybe we can continue a little bit more of the same topic that we were talking yesterday about the ego, that this question that was brought up by Joel.
Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, yesterday Dr. Kokila gave a very comprehensive conducted a very comprehensive discussion regarding Joel's question of how to identify or how to handle if we meet up somebody who is so egoistic, and what is actually, how do we define ego in terms of this Dhamma. So what I felt was, Dr. Sakuntala, so we generally feel that people, when they try to show up, when they try to be recognized among a crowd, we obviously, it is obvious that they are egoistic generally, but still when somebody keeps quiet also, when there is a necessity to talk, so at that point also we feel, actually we know that they do not speak up due to their ego, because in Dhamma discussions now actually the biggest challenge one has is to identify one's ego. So Aryan Hanse actually explains it in several ways, like it is the self perception, basically self view, or actually conceit also is used to refer to that, manaya. So identifying one's self kind of how much that person is trying to maintain, that self is also defined as the ego in these discussions. So, for example, now actually what Aryan Hanse always mentions is we cannot see how egoistic we are. That is actually in 7 o'clock discussions. That's why sometimes he makes each other to talk about um, us in order to help the other person only, not to intimidate or not to let down, just to help each other in this journey. So actually, if we try to, yesterday the discussion was basically about how a egoistic person would try to dominate over others and try to show up as if I know everything, because in schools actually this self perception we know is obvious even in small children, because according to Dhamma, once somebody is born, of course this vibration occurs, and gradually when the uh, five sensory faculties begin to work, of course, uh, with the existence feel and the alive feel, self perception also gets stronger and stronger. So even among school children I have experience now, especially when we assign group work, um, if we select the uh, most kind of talkative person, or who shows up leadership skills to be the group leader, sometimes he dominates over all the other children. Even the most silent one must be having certain things to contribute to that group activity, but that the small child unknowingly they dominate over the others and do not let others to uh, be a part of that simple thing. So despite the age, we can see this self perception, self view in everyone. It's very interesting the way that the small children show it up. So actually unknowingly we appreciate that as leadership skills, and they try to show that to the teacher even, I am the best one and I have done everything. But in the new educational kind of principles also, now what we encourage is to let everyone contribute equally to a project or any sort of activity. So it was a very interesting question that Joel asked. We can discuss it from different perspectives. So that much I can contribute. Now Dr. Kokila, Miss Surangika and all have joined. Theruvan Saranai, worship Buddothpado Aryan Hanse's feet, and we can continue the discussion.
Sorry, I just joined. Theruvan had an answer. Namaskarayo. What was the discussion point today? Today, didn't Shani read the book? Not yet, yeah?
She informed Dr. Kokila that she is unable to join
it's
today.
okay.
She's on her way to, yeah. So we were
It's
just
okay.
talking about the ego and some experiences we have.
What was the question?
No, it was just a continuation of the yesterday's discussion, and
Okay.
yeah,
Actually, we didn't have much time to take Surangika's. I don't know whether Surangika's book, I can't remember, but even Sakuntala, Dr. Sakuntala couldn't participate in that because I think we ran out of time quickly yesterday. So we can talk about it today as well. Yes, Sakuntala.
Yeah, actually, as you said, the word ego has sort of in English language, it has a very superficial meaning where me, myself, and the things related to me, which comes up as thoughts. So that is what is interpreted in the English language when we are talking about things. But in Buddhist teaching, apart from the superficial, very obvious feeling of myself and the things related to that myself, and also I think it has the Surangika suggested the pride, the word pride also, yes. I mean the proudness or pride or whatever, proudness and trying to dominate and trying to show off, all those are the descriptive words used for ego when we are just in general talking. But in Buddhist teaching, actually, that is the sort of culprit behind all these defilements and this long samsaric journey, where the feeling of being alive and feeling of this self-perception. And the word self-weave is used for the thought that is built up on top of the self-perception. Self-perception is that just the feeling of existence, but on top of that, the thoughts are built up, and then that's described as self-weave. Please correct me if I'm mentioning anything incorrect. So behind this main sort of large outer layer, there are many aspects that we have to discuss in this ego or this self-perception. Wherever now we know that the world, so-called outside world, is a creation of the sensor function. So we have no knowledge or no way of finding out what is beyond this sensor function level. We assume that what we are experiencing is existing outside, and different animals have their own sort of different feelings or the different ways of accepting what was experienced. So when we go think about that line, whatever is taken as a thing or whatever is given a value or whatever is accepted as existing, then and there the self-perception is there on the other side. It's like the other side of the coin, because feeling of existence and feeling of being alive are both sort of going hand in hand. So in very fine places, very fine nooks and corners, you can find the self-existence or self-perception. When you go deep and deeper, with every word you talk, with every activity and every thought, if they are taken as real or if they are not, if they are given a value by the system, then and there this self-feeling or this self-perception is there. That is where the finest forms of ego is hiding. So what our noble friend always says, that try to identify your feel. What he meant by that was that the burn or the burn in relation to that that you are experiencing in relation to any stimulus or any thought. So that is the different names are given, the defilements or maybe self-perception, different words can be given. So I think this is actually the theory part, but when you go to practical side, Surangika gave a nice example yesterday about being in the queue in the bank. If one person jumps and comes in front of you while you have been waiting in the queue for some time, the feel that you get, you can give different names to that feel. It's an uncomfortable feeling, and you might name it as anger or whatever the name you are giving. That is your self perception, or that is the feeling of existence. So similarly, there will be so many household events, or when you go out, or when you are at the workplace, wherever you are, from morning to night until the time to bed, you will come across so many incidents where you feel that lighting up, or where you feel that fire within you. So this training to understand, training to pick up or recognize this fire, that is uh, what is needed in this Dhamma pathway. So maybe I will give the chance to somebody else to talk. Maybe Dr. Kokila or Surangika can add. Theruvan Saranai.
Yeah, I think Surangika can add something too. It's good to have different perspectives, different examples, and I think it's kind of the power of the self-perception that props up. It's like a pop-up. It's a very funny pop-up actually. This ego. It's easy to detect if you're actually into that awareness. Yes, Rangika, is there anything you can add to that?
Yeah, Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and all that, my friends.
And Joel can ask a new question if he has.
Yeah, actually, that might be better because we did discuss ego yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can continue until Joel asks.
I was just going to add what Maran Mahans explained yesterday, which is also the finer points of what we discussed on the ego aspect of it. The things that are, quite hidden and can only be discerned once there is a traversing of the path and understanding of the Dhamma for quite a few years. And that's not to say that people who awaken to the field faster don't feel it also. That is entirely possible. But for those who have, listened to the Dhamma for so long and for quite a few years and are practicing, there is an awakening to the feel as the more one realizes the falsity of the sense faculties from which the mind consciousness arises. And this being in the mind kind of starts to fade away. And with that arises that awakening, the inner transformation, as we call it, the awakening to the feel. Or in Sinhala, we call it avadiya. So the more that happens, only the more there is a awareness, shall we say, of those habits and traits in which the I or the self or the ego is hidden. And that was the point that was the subject of a lot of discussion yesterday. We heard Sonamali and Narayan Mahansa both explaining by drawing on examples given by certain mothers who post their experiences on the Zoom discussion. But if we turn and look, at our own experiences also, things that, those are things that one needs to be able to detect. And it's not like a person detecting, it's the jnana or the wisdom that comes into play at that point. And to a certain extent, our noble teacher did say when one or two mothers said, oh, I felt that, or I felt this, and I thought I had to say it on Zoom, kind of thing. He said, you don't need to say everything on Zoom. There are things, if it is discerned, if there is an awareness, then all that is needed at that point is the awareness. That little tinge, as Dr. Kokila said, the pop-up. The pop-up is not a very big pop-up. Sometimes it's a little pop-up. You can't even say it's a pop-up. It's like a tinge, isn't it? A little slight tinge here and there. If, something is not kept in its place, if other people's teacups have been washed and your teacup has been left. Somebody's forgotten to wash your teacup. Things like that, little bits and pieces. And then my mother always complains if somebody's dog has left poo in front of the curb at the gate. So it's like our gate. So why have they left the poo here? Kind of thing. So it's that unknown, the thing that is not said out loud, isn't it? This is our gate. I suppose does that mean it's all right if it is somewhere else? So things like that, and those are the habitual kind of things. And Dr. Kokila, this is the Gati Nimiti thing that I'm trying to explain. Perhaps you can elaborate on it, subject to Joel asking a question, of course.
Yeah, anyone having a question, we can actually discuss around that too. Yes, Sudha.
Yeah, no, Dr. Kokila, that ego, actually, it's the biggest challenge one has to uh, kind of overcome, because although we cannot do it deliberately, it's interesting now when Miss Surangika said the way we choose clothes, way we speak even, because Aryan Vanse always talks about even we trying to maintain lifestyles. I mean, as Ms. Urangika said, in a very subtle way, the subtle need to maintain the self. I mean, maybe as a very good person. Now, most of Dhamma friends, including me, the problem they have faced is trying to be a good person in Dhamma path and in every way possible. So, on one side, now we discussed how we try to outshine and so on and so forth, and still trying to maintain a self that does not hurt anyone, very polite, and always worrying about other people being upset because of my actions, thoughts. So there is also again the self-perception. So it's so kind of complex, and I don't know, it's when it comes to feel, actually there is a subtle need to maintain a self. There is a subtle need. We of course understand that it is a system. So with that, this gradually dissolves, but still, the noble teacher, of course, Aryan Mahanse, at once notices and he pinpoints how this ego or the self perception is there in ourselves, though even though we can't.
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom on this planet Earth at this very moment. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Today I'm going to discuss about the continuation of Nissarana Magasevan, which Aryan Vahanse has done a Dhamma discourse before 6 years ago and uploaded to YouTube. Actually speaking, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the greatest spiritual master on this planet Earth nowadays, because after 2600 odd years, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the only spiritual master doing a great revelation based on the true teachings of Lord Buddha. Because up to now, there were no, actually speaking, after the Buddha era is over, and for the past 1000 years, the true essence of Buddhism, the true Buddhist philosophy and true essence of Buddhism were hidden underneath, because nobody was able to find the true teachings of Lord Buddha. That is why there were no arahants in the past years on this planet Earth, because for the last 1000 odd years, so many people of wrong views in different other religious views wanted to completely ruin this Buddhist philosophy from this planet Earth, because they were the evil one have overpowered them. Before about 1500 years ago, there was a campus in India called Ajanta. There was a spiritual master called Nagarjuna Muni. He was the last one revealed this Dhamma in India with a very big school of Dhamma he built, and so many students from different parts of the world came there and studied Dhamma. So many monks were among them, and lay people are also there. They had a very big library in Sanskrit and Pali canon. There were so many valuable Dhamma books revealing the true Dhamma. One king called Akbar at that time ruled India with the words of taken the words of mad babyish people. One day came and ruined the complete Ajanta campus. Actually speaking, set fire. He set fire to that very valuable campus. So many were died, and all those books were also burnt. That King Akbar completely ruined that place. Only Nagarjuna Muni, however, he is an Arahant, but because he is an Arahant, he didn't have any type of uh, that means sorrow about it. He just uh, led his life until his leaving the body. Nobody couldn't stop that. While eating, while having the dinner, while having the lunch, they were that King Akbar set fire, and most of the monks and the pupils studied Dhamma died on the spot while eating. They were so cruel. So that type of history was there. Therefore, so many people came to this Sri Lanka also. They overpowered our Sinhalese kings and they took the authority of power. First came the Portuguese, then came the uh, Holland people, finally came the British ones. They all ruined, they all completely ruined as far as they could. They ruined the Buddhism in Sri Lanka, and temples and so many Viharadagat they have destroyed and set fire to so many things and killed so many bhikkhus. They were so stupid. After that, the Swarnamali Chaitya in Anuradhapura, it was just earth was there, just a lump of earth was there. And near the Sri Mahabodhi, there were even these shops were also there. They treated the Buddhism like that. However, finally, after that pathetic time period, however, Asarana Sarana Saranansara Thero went to the Buddhist countries and taken the culture, Buddhist culture into our country. That is when the Sri Vikrama Singha king was there, he finally when the English government was there, and finally Asarana Sarana Saranankara Thero brought the Buddhist cultural so that means the Buddhist cultural values into Sri Lanka, and the monks were ordained and started their religious cultural society. But this true Dhamma of Lord Buddha was not actually there. Not only in Sri Lanka, not even Thailand, Burma, China, Korea, not in any kind of country, not even in Himalayas, Tibet or anywhere. True Buddhist philosophy was not there. So after a great battle, Aryan Mahanse tried more than nearly 30 years to find this. First of all, Aryan Mahanse tried that one-pointedness meditation. And finally reached the utmost level, that dhyanas, the utmost dhyanas levels Aryan Mahanse reached. Neva Sanya, Na Sanya. Then finally found, though there are dhyanas, the self is still in that. Therefore, Aryan Mahanse found there is no Nibbana here. There is no Nibbana here. It is just a way of meditating only for a certain time period. Then Aryan Mahanse try to understand what is the true teachings of Lord Buddha, and try to find what is the vidarshana, that means the correct meditative path and tried to find the true Buddhist philosophy. Thereafter, after a great battle, Aryan Mahanse found the basement of Buddhism that is called true Buddhist philosophy. It actually is in this uh, Pali canon, but nobody found it. Nobody was tried to find it even. After having found this true Buddhist philosophy and the true meditations of Vidarshana, Aryan Mahanse revealed the true path to Nibbana and finally become an fully enlightened, fully uh, enlightened means become an Siu Pilisimbiapat Arhant stage. Then Aryan Mahanse still wait for another few years with the Dhamma, and from 2000 to 2019 Aryan Mahanse started to preach true Dhamma to the help of the seekers, the honest seekers in this country and on this planet Earth, really interested in true path to Nibbana, the great revelation Aryan Mahanse has done. Based on this true Buddhist philosophy, Aryan Mahanse has done more than 13,000 sermons during the past 5 years, 6 years. Based on this true Buddhist philosophy. According to Lord Buddha was told us we should have 3 kinds of wisdoms to achieve Nibbana. The first one is wisdom of truth. The second one is a practical wisdom of that means Satyajnana, Krutyajnana, Krutakjnana. Krutyajnana means the wisdom achieving by the practical experience. Krutakjnana means the automatical inner transformation happening in a seeker. So, according to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true sermons, Nissarana Magga means the path to liberation. So I am discussing about the 7th sermon of Nissarana Magga. Certainly the world you see is not true. According to true Buddhist philosophy, Aryan Mahanse has completely shown us the world you see is not true because we are seeing only shadows. Because we have 2 eye lenses. Of a shadow reflection comes through the eye lens means that is only a reflection, only a shadow. So how come that shadow is true? No, it's only a reflection. It is changing all the time. It is changing. And also, if a blind person is there, he can't see the outside anything, any image he can't see. Because he can't see anything without the eyes. That means actually the light is also creating on the eyes. There's nothing called light. There are only vibrations around us. So Aryan Mahanse is the first spiritual master after about 1,000 of years, revealing this. Light is also not true. that is also a vibration, and light is creating on our eyes with the light vibration, eye vibration, light vibration are synchronizing, and the light is creating on our eyes. And when the things around, vibrations of things around are also equal to this vibration, they are synchronizing into one, and we are able to see whatever there is, whatever is around. But all those are only shadows. So Lord Buddha shows us the form we see outside is not true. Yes, we can't see anything outside. We are just seeing only the mind, because there's no way for us to catch the outside, because we are living with shadows. We are seeing shadows. We are hearing vibrations, sound vibrations. We are touching touch vibrations. We feel cold vibration, hot vibration. Everything is vibration. So, Lord Buddha asked us to practice 4 foundations of mindfulness to understand, to overcome the suffering, or to understand the form and name and the self. There's no form, there's no name, there's no self. There's no owner for the body. To understand these things, Lord Buddha asked us to practice 4 foundations of mindfulness after listening to, after having a proper knowledge of true Buddhist philosophy. Because true Buddhist philosophy, Lord Buddha explained each and everything about the 6 senses, about the mind, about the form and the name and the feels, everything. Seeing, hearing, feeling and thinking, everything, about everything. It is very clearly in the true Buddhist philosophy, the great revelation done by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse after 2600 years late, after 2600 years of Lord Buddha on his true teachings. So in Dhamma it says, see in the body through the body. That means see the body through the body and redeem from the body. Yes, this body is also just a form, just a form. There are only 6 senses. 6 senses. We are taking stimuli through these 6 senses and creating a world based on these 6 senses. This body is just a fragile body made with nature. Actually, the nature made this body with bone, flesh, and bones, flesh, and blood. So understand that and redeeming from suffering. Yes, most of the people are thinking, no, this body is me, but in true Buddhist philosophy, it shows that there's no me here. Me, myself, self means only a name tag given us by our parents when we were in our early childhood. That is how the self created in us, because they showed this is you, these things are yours, this is your mother, father, like that. They have made the world for us. That is why we are in that wrong view, thinking this body is me. Actually speaking, Lord Buddha has shown us in that meditation, taking the body into 32 parts, shared 32 parts, and showed where is me, where is self. Actually, there is no self. Nyayassa adhigamaya, nibbanassa satchikiriyaya. Yes, we have to gather knowledge by insight meditation, and based on after listening the true Buddhist philosophy and the great revelations of Buddhist Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, we have to create the wisdom, jnana, a knowledge, insight. Then only we will be able to Nibbanasa Satchikriyaya, realizing the Nibbana. Practicing 4 foundations of mindfulness means where the world is not true. Yes, there are 4 foundations of mindfulness, and when we practice that, we will be able to understand this world is not true. First one is practicing. First one is mindfulness about the body, and the thing that means understanding this body is not me, and this is not belongs to a me, and there is no way of clinging. Then mindfulness of the mind. There is nothing called mind also, just perceptions are, mental images are creating and coming in different rows. And there's nothing called mind. That is also very clearly shown in true Buddhist philosophy. Through the 6 senses, the stimuli are appearing as forms, sounds, or sound forms, or seeing forms, touch forms, tasting forms, smelling forms, different forms. It is coming inside. So those are each and every stimuli is arising and disappearing at the same fraction of the moment. And then there is nothing called mind, it's just appearing and disappearing thing. So understanding that, we know there's nothing outside means we are redeeming from the form. There's nothing permanent as the mind means we are redeeming from the name. So name and form, understanding the truth of the name and form means, that is called in Dhamma Nama Rupa Pariච්ඡේද Jnana, understanding the true nature of name and form. So mindfulness about the mind, we now know mind is just a power. Then mindfulness about the pain. Mindfulness about the pain. There are so many body pains are there. Some kind of mind pains are also there, different pains. But there is, when we are mindful about the pain, the we can very clearly understand there's nobody belongs to this pain. It's just a pain. This body is not belongs to us, and there's nobody in this body, and there is the pain also, there's no owner for that pain. Then it comes to Dhamma, the phenomena. That means the things appearing in the mind are their Dhammanupassana, contemplations about the phenomena. All those are just appearing and fading things. They are not permanent, and we are redeeming from that also. That is how we are understanding these four foundations of mindfulness. Then we know the after practicing these four foundations of mindfulness, according to Lord Buddha and Buddothpado Aryan Mahar's very clear clarifications, we know this world is not true. We know this world is not true. So, Anitya Dukkha Anatmaya Lokaya, taken as Nitya Sukha Atma. Yes. According to Lord Buddha said, this world is impermanence, sorrow, and this is non-self world. But people in this human realm, they think this world is permanent, pleasure and pleasurable, and there is self. But it is not actually the Lord Buddha's teachings. Taken these wrong views, people are suffering. Everything in the impermanent, everything is in the impermanent nature. This is the nature of the mind also. Yes, you can see this body. When we look at a little baby, the baby is today maybe 1 year. In another few days, it is 1 year just on a bed, sometimes crawling like that. In another 1 year's time, the baby is now walking. In another 1 year, that means when the baby is 3 years, he used to go to the preschool. Then in another 2 years' time, in age 5, baby is going to school. That means the impermanent nature. Nothing is permanent. Everything is changing. Each and every moment changing. So now the baby is becoming, growing bigger and bigger. Then he's attending to the higher school. Then again he's becoming bigger and then go to the university as a big man and coming out as a professional with the professional qualifications. Now all these are happening due to impermanence. Anitya means not a thing to thinking and worrying. Because of anitya, every these changes are happening. So when the boy coming out from that university, doing a job, getting married, having children, after some years, become a middle-aged man. All these are happening due to impermanence. If the nature of the world is permanent, that baby should be still in the cot. But it is not so. And this is not happening due to a God's will. There's no God for somewhere there to change our lives. This is the natural process. The tree, like the tree and everything, greenery and everything around, just growing. And when the man become old and getting slowly sick, and at a point of time he is dying. That is the impermanence. So the trees are also like that. When a small plant we used to plant and it's growing slowly, slowly and becoming a big tree, giving us so many things, fruits and flowers and things like that. And at a certain time period, the leaves are, tree leaves, green tree leaves are becoming dry and they happen to some kind of, they happen to dry further. That means that tree's time is over, like uh, leaves are fallen down. Slowly, slowly, the tree is dying. We can see so many trees are dying in our home garden and out there. Those, how many years they stay there as big trees, at one point these trees are also dried up and fallen, destroyed and fallen onto the earth and become the soil. So that is the nature of the world, and that impermanent nature, the same thing is in the mind also, because this mind is a huge process, huge vibrational process running here and there all the time, running towards thoughts, thought patterns. Impermanent. It is very quickly we can understand how fast this mind is, how this impermanent nature is very much in the mind. Because each and every fraction of the second, this mind's nature is changing, changing more and more. And it's always running like nothing. That means changing like nothing. That is the nature of the mind. If a seeker is seeing the truth of the form and the name, he is attaining Nibbana. Yes, Lord Buddha said, if a seeker of the Nibbana is seeing the truth of the form and name, he is attaining Nibbana. Yes, now we know the nature of the form, that is just a, we see just a shadow, a reflection. And there is nothing permanently as forms. They are happening due to the fast vibration of light and fast vibration of eyes and the fast vibration of stimuli. They are just seeing, they are just appearing and disappearing. So that is the nature of the form. Name means, names are in the mind. Normally, to a form appearing through the six senses, mind is giving a name due to the so many thousands of names fed in the early childhood, conceptual names, and when something is appearing through the six gates, six senses, mind used to name them, name it or name them. So mind is also not permanently there, it's very much impermanent. So it's appearing and disappearing. So that means there is nothing called mind, just a fast vibratory nature. Mind is a fast vibratory nature only. Therefore, Therefore, we know now there is nothing called mind. When we understand there's nothing called form, those are just those are just reflections. We know there is nothing there. In a reflection, there's actually nothing. It's just a reflection. So, by understanding that, we are redeeming from the form. Here, after that, when we understand there's nothing called mind, and the things coming into the mind also just appearing and disappearing. So, what is the use of thinking there is a mind? No, there's no mind here. So, after here, understanding, when we understand there's no mind, there's nothing called mind, we are redeeming from the name also. So, now we know there's no form and there's no name. And according to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's true Buddhist philosophy, the foundation of Buddhism, shows that this body is just a six sense system. This body is just a six sense system. And therefore, there's no owner for this six sense system. This is working according to the cause and effect law and the habits, practical habits. This is working with the action mind, because when we are breathing, we are not thinking and breathing. No, it is happening. My action mind is the nature of the mind. There's no involvement. Without an involvement, it works. Breathing also like that. When we eat, the process of in the system is happening due to that action mind. So that means this body is just a six sense system created by the nature. We are completely belongs to the nature, and this true Dhamma of Aryan Wahanse is showing us to overcome the self-view. That is the main important thing to a spiritual seeker. With the self-view, there is no any type of spiritual life, because that is the first thing we should have clearly. Without that, nobody can explain. Nobody can explain anything. So, because of the eye sensitivity, light and reflection, that is how this reflection of the form is creating in the mind. Due to light, tree and the shadow of the tree fallen onto the ground, that is called Tinnan Sangati Passo. Yes, when there is light vibration and eye vibration, and there's a tree vibration, then light, tree and the shadow of the tree fallen onto the ground as a shadow. Yes, tree shadow is fallen onto the ground. That is called Tinnan Sangati Passo. Three things are accompanying and making the touch. Like that form stimuli saying in is another way due to age, light and form, touch and eye consciousness. Like that, form, the stimuli saying in another way due to eye, light and form, touch is happening. Tinnan sangati passo. That means the form, stimuli, and the light. And there is a due to eye, light and form, the touch is happening. So that is called the eye vibration. That is called the eye vibration. A shape is coming to consciousness. Like that, shadow through the eyes. A shape is come to the consciousness. Eye consciousness creating in the mind. Otherwise, there is no knowing. Yes, whatever comes through these six senses, there should be a knowing. Otherwise, nobody can understand what is actually we are seeing, hearing, or feeling. People in coma situations, the body is working actually in a maybe in a bed on a bed. The body is working, but the six senses are not working and they can't see anything. They can't hear anything. They can't feel anything. Therefore, the consciousness is doing a knowing job here. A shape is coming to consciousness like that shadow. I consciousness is creating in this mind. Otherwise, there's no knowing. Yes. When the form is appearing through the eye lenses, that means the color form. A name is coming through the mind when then the name and form combining together, they have power and making a thought, and the thought has also power, and the thought is transforming into the consciousness level where the knowing is happening. There the consciousness is becoming the knowing of the thought. Otherwise, there is no knowing. Sankara is matching from previous vibrations. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Sankara means the mental constructions matching with the, but that means matching with the previous vibrations. Vindhim, හැඩතලය, හඳුනා ගැනීම සංඥා. That means feeling the shape and recognizing the perception. Then දැන ගැනීම, that is knowing through the consciousness. It's happening සංඥාවට විතර්ක කර දැන ගැනීම. Yes, the consciousness is happening. That means consciousness is matching the perceptions with the conceptual names and forms and everything. It's matching and then only the knowing happens. That is called Vijnana. Vedana plus Sanya is Sankara. Vedana means the feeling, Sanya means the stimuli. They both become Sankara, mental constructions. Panchaskandha means Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, because each and every there are so many thoughts creating based on the stimuli is coming through the six sensory system. So Panchaskandha means the aggregates. There are 5 kinds of aggregates in each and every thought. Those are called Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. That means form, feeling, perception or stimuli, Sankara, the mental constructions, and the consciousness. When these 5 things are clinging, that means the grabbing, clinging is happening. That is called Upadanaskandha. Rupa Upadanaskandha, Vedana Upadanaskandha, Sanya Upadanaskandha, Sankara Upadanaskandha, Vijnana Upadanaskandha. Like that. This is how the naming is given. The consciousness is given. That means the name, the form is arising in different through different 6 senses. Name is given based on the data input at the early childhood to the baby, and now names and forms are combining and creating thoughts. And at the point of clinging, these become some kind of craving also because of this clinging. Craving is the main reason for us to go in this circle of rebirth and death. So knowing become the stimuli. And also the normally this human machine, actually this is a human machine, there is seeing, hearing and feeling and thinking is happening. But actually not seeing, because just seeing we can't understand anything. We are practiced to not to think, not to seeing. Seeing and not seeing, actually what they are doing is we are thinking. What we see, after thinking only we understand what we are seeing. Hearing is also the same. When we hear something, we are thinking about the sound. Then only we are realizing what we are hearing. Feeling was also the same. When we eat, when we happen to eat a mango, then we just eat something. But the mind, after thinking only, we understand this. What we are eating is a mango. Like that. Feeling is also like that. Smelling is also like that. Good or bad smells, all those are based on the mind. When a smell comes, by thinking only we understand whether this is what kind of smell we are smelling. Certainly this mind is also not true. Yes. This mind is just showing us mental images. Actually this mind is a power, vibrational power, which shows us different mental images, showing and then finish, showing and disappearing, again something showing and disappearing. the things, the stimuli coming through the six sense systems are shown by this mind with the mental images. The language of the mind is mental images. We have to dismantle this story little by little. Yes, because there are heaps of their thoughts creating in the mind due to so many perceptions. We are living in millions of perceptions. Nowadays, with the handphone we have, there are so many good things we can have. We can listen. We can listen actually this true Dhamma, true Buddhist philosophy and true path to Nibbana. If we listen or practicing something like that, we are relieving. The mind get relieved. But most of the human beings are not like that. They are trying to fulfill their sensual desires through this phone. Normally they do it running with the rat race, but they are using this handphone to do that. And because of too many things they see, too many things they hear, too many things they feel, because of that, finally getting fed up and finally frustrated and fully mentally depressed because of this non-stop thoughts. Non-stop thoughts pressurizing it. These thoughts are pressurizing us so much. When we remember our early childhood, there was nothing much of electronic devices, and people lived some kind of relieved lifestyles. But nowadays, all the time, they are with this so many electronic devices and with these telephones and things like that, sending messages, talking non-stop, calling each and everybody endlessly, and finally depressed because these thoughts are having a big power in them. Because each and every thought, there are 5 aggregates. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Forms, feelings, perceptions, mental constructions, and consciousness. So all these heaps of thoughts gathered coming inside and pressurizing the mind, and then the person with the person is with that pressurized mind is become sick, become very much uh, depressed, because the mind is not relaxed due to lot of thoughts. That is a very pathetic situation nowadays happening even for these little children. Because of this, too many perceptions are coming inside and they are finally getting fed up. That is a very pathetic situation. Today, I'm going to conclude this session for today. Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai. Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Teruvan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa. And we are ever so grateful for the guidance and the strength that you are providing us, standing behind us. May all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is our regular discussion session of Buddothpado PeoTV English series, starting at 3 p.m. Sri Lankan time and going on for 2 hours. And what we expect is that if there are any friends who have listened to the Dhamma sermons conducted in English medium uh, throughout the day, if you have any doubts or anything that you want to clarify, please join us to this discussion session. So we are trying in our best to help you. So until the other Dhamma friends join, I think we can start. Champa Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. Doctor.
Yes, yes. Okay, I think until Dr. Kokila joins, we can start the discussion. Anything that you want to, any topic that you want to start with?
Doctor, actually, today morning one is also a very different type of sermon. Now I
Yes.
am at the end. Actually, I am still translating it at the
Okay.
at the end of the this thing. It's actually in this sermon.
Hmm.
It's talking about that existing power. No, doctor.
Yes, yes, that is the perception of existence or itta sanyava. Is
It's
that
the
what you are? Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. We can just talk about a little until
Hmm.
Dr. Kokula comes, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, actually, itta sanyava or the perception of existence. Perception of something being there, something real.
Yes,
This is actually like the other side of the coin of the Atma Sanyava, isn't it?
yes,
Itta Sanyava always gives rise to or comes hand in hand with the Atma Sanyava or the perception of self. So,
yes,
perception of existence and perception of self are like the two sides of the coin.
yes,
You can't say it's the same, there is a difference also,
yes.
but the Atma Sanyava will not occur without the Itta Sanyava.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
doctor. Yeah, they are all, most of the seekers are stuck in here.
Yes.
Mm.
So Itta Sanyava means the perception of existence. It is non-specific, isn't it? If it is
Yes,
manifested, it has to be manifested in a form level.
yes,
So Arupaya is the other name.
yes,
The Sanyava or the Arupaya or even attains or Sasava, all those words can be used to explain the same thing.
yes,
So Itta Sanyava or the taints or Sasava is not something just spring up right now. It is something which was there from the level of the zygote.
yes,
Hmm. So that level it is not manifested, but manifestation occurs at the level of the thought formation.
yes, 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 doctor.
But that itta sanyava is there hidden like, and it is because it is not something that occurred at this moment in this thought.
Yes.
Along with that, now we talk about these vibrations synchronizing to the zygote, no?
Yes.
So even in that vibration, the itta sanyava is there.
Yes.
So that is what is being brought forward uh, up to the level where it is manifested when the thoughts are formed.
Yes.
So itta sanyava may not be something that started at the zygote level. Aran Mahanse says that itta sanyava is something which may have come from so many previous births also.
Yes. Yes.
It is a continuation because it's a simple single vibration, but it has the potential for all these things. Itta sanyava, atma sanyava, the potential for itta sanyava and atma sanyava is there in that single vibration.
Yes.
Hmm. So other thing he mentioned was that now in the mind there are different levels of current depending on the different thoughts. Different levels of current is created, no? Now
Yes.
if a person is very happy or very sad, very angry, the vibrations are stronger.
Ah, yes, doctor.
And if a person is in a very calm and quiet situation, now particularly we talk about the times that we go to the temple where in a very sort of calm, quiet uh, place near the bow tree, sometimes the rustling sound of the bow leaves are there, and just we are standing on the soft sand, sort of mild breeze is coming. That sort of environment, you can feel that the current is much lower.
Yes.
So that is equal to a higher realm.
Yes.
Whereas another occasion where you are furious on something, burning in anger within, even if you don't shout or use any physical violence, still your mind is burning.
Yes.
The current is very high, so that is equal to lower realms.
Yes. Power is high. Yes.
Power is high, yeah. So it is, they are actually fluctuating. So that is why R.N. Mahanse says that even if the human body is there, the current level is varying between these 31 realms.
Yes.
So externally you look like a human being, but your mind may be at the level of hell.
Or lower realm. Yes.
Or maybe at the level of a Brahma level.
Yes.
So it varies with the level of the current. So level of the current means, in other words, it is the sasava, level of sasava.
Shastra. Yes.
Mm. So I think that is what, uh, and also he, I think, explained about that, how the whirlpool is sucking all kinds of particles which are floating in the water because of that power of the current, isn't it?
Yes, doctor. And also with because of this itta sanya,
Mm.
that's why we are called this sattva, no?
Yes, the satta means actually the ones who have the itta sanyava.
Yes.
So all living beings come under that group.
Yes. All the living beings they have
Mm.
that feeling.
Yeah.
Mm.
So basically, all the living, if there is an itta sanyava, that means if there is a perception of existence,
Yes.
definitely that there the self is there.
Yes.
So Aranahasi repeatedly says that wherever there is a thing, wherever
Yes.
there is a power to a stimulus or a thought, that
Yes.
is yourself. So if the wall becomes if the wall is real to you, that is you.
Yes, yes.
If the banana tree is felt as real, that banana tree means you.
Yes, that means, doctor, becoming that thing, no? The self is becoming that thing at that moment.
No, no, actually, it is not self becoming. That is a different explanation. Now, that Aryan Mahansi explains that is because when the current on this side becomes zero,
Uh-huh.
that
Ah,
is
right.
what he explains as becoming that thing. That is a
Ah,
very
right.
advanced level of the mind.
Right. That means not becoming self without self. Becoming
Yes,
that thing. Ah,
there is no self here. This
yes, yes.
this side there is no self. Then
Yes.
you become that thing.
Ah, right, right, right.
But
Right.
here is completely opposite. Completely opposite. That is a mundane world. Mundane world, whatever is felt as real, that is you.
Yes, yes.
It's the sanyava and atma sanyava coming together.
Right, right.
That other situation you explained, there is no itta sanyava or atma sanyava. That is
Ah,
zero.
right. Yes, that is an advance.
Very advanced one, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, doctor, that explanation is very, I think, a marvelous one actually.
Yes, yes.
Covering each and every path and showing us why you are still not uh, still with the self view, like, no?
Yeah. Actually, it is now in Arhan's mind. What happens is this Itta Sanyava is the one which is deleted.
Ah, right, right. They have not that, no?
Yeah,
Right.
so Itta Sanyava deleted means automatically the Atma Sanyava is also deleted.
Ah, right, right, right.
But the basic current that occurs with the senses, that is there until the physical body comes to an end.
Ah, right, right. That the
Now that
self perception, no?
yeah, that's not the self perception. That is a sensor function.
Ah, right.
Now all these waves have some form of power, isn't it? So
Yes,
when the small baby sees a light, the baby feels that the light is there. It's
yes,
real. Feeling
yes.
is there. So that level itself, there is a simple current is there.
Ah,
That
yes,
is
yes.
why the baby feels that the light is real.
Yes.
And the
Mm,
baby feels that the sound is real, but no description about it.
no thoughts.
No thoughts. So
Mm,
even that level, there is a very subtle power. That is why that is the sasavanage or the taints. That
mm,
is why that baby feels that the light is attractive to the baby. That is
yes,
why the baby is refusing to give the toy,
yes.
and that is why the uh, baby either likes the lullaby sung by the mother.
Mm,
uh,
yes, sounds they like, no? Yes.
yeah, so that
Mm,
is because the baby has the sasava nature, the taints, and baby has some kind of liking to that sound. But
yes.
you don't talk about the thoughts at that level because they are not combining together to form the thoughts.
Names and forms are not combining.
Yeah.
Mm.
So when it starts forming the thoughts only, these proper defilements are coming up. The sasava is manifested as the ashrava or the defilements.
Right.
And
Until
that,
such time, they were underneath there, no, doctor?
yeah, sasava nature is there all the time. That is why when a small baby dies, if a small baby like 8, 10 months old baby dies, then
Mm.
we should expect that the baby will attain nibbana because there are no thoughts.
Yes,
But
that is
it
what happened.
doesn't happen because the sasava is there.
Mm.
So in the arhan's mind, in the level of the arhan's mind, this itta sanyava and the atma sanyava, that is a perception of existence and perception of self, both
Yes.
are deleted.
Yes.
But that basic power of the sensor level is there. That is what Aryan Mahansi is explaining.
Mm.
Happiness, which is not a thing,
Yes.
sadness, which is not a thing,
Right.
uh, some anger, which is not a thing. It's
Yes.
something very superficial and has no power, like in the person with the mundane world.
Yes.
We have that extra power. Extra power is due to the Itta Sanyava and the Atma Sanyava,
Yes.
because we feel that it is really there.
Yes. So Dharma also joined, Doctor.
Yeah, that's right. Sudharma, Teruvan Saranai, maybe you can add something. Teruvan
Seven
Saranai.
Saranai Sudharma.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Champa. Let's all worship once again our spiritual teacher and Nancy. So yeah, I was listening, Doctor. You beautifully explained the impact of Sahasrara, the taints, that I mean all these what you said, the existence wheel, self-perception, all are the result of this taints, isn't it, Doctor?
Hmm. Hmm.
It's they are coming later due to that basic vibration called taints or sastra.
Hmm.
You nicely said that how the light and sound, the child get attracted to it somehow. It is because of this blueness or this tendency to get attached to things comes with sastra, this
Yeah.
taints. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to add. You explained it beautifully. The difference between an arahant and a child with the radiant mind. When the child with the radiant mind passed away, the child doesn't attain nibbana. That vibration will telepathize into another system.
Yeah.
But arahanthood comes with cessation of all power, with complete realization. That is the difference. I got it when you explained it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Actually, the Arhant's mind, the thoughts are there, isn't it? So
Thoughts,
that is another difference. They have the thoughts, but without that Itta Sanyava and Atma Sanyava.
Atma Sanyama, no power, no additional power won't be there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the power is there, as you said, even in the infant, there some power gets generated because that is how the system functions. That current runs through the nervous system to each and every cell of the body, so that neutral some power is there right throughout, as but this additional power which makes us feel as if we are there strongly is the problem. So it dies down gradually with the realization of Dhamma.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Doctor, I was just wondering, most of the time, what occurs is now we are going to experience Nibbana or this non-vibration, having all comforts. When everything, you may find me silly actually, but these are my genuine feelings. So when we think about the Buddha era, even Lord Buddha, he gave up all comforts. He having fulfilled all perfections over such an incalculable number of eons, being two different teachers, because he wanted to realize it by himself. because even arahanthood cannot be compared to Buddhahood. Maybe because of he got all the wisdom in order to establish this Buddhist philosophy or this doctrine for another 5,000 years to go, and so that so many beings will be liberating from the suffering with that. But for us, I mean, we are trying understanding things, but even in traditional Buddhist scriptures, it is said when somebody comes to a certain level, giving up everything and separating from the uh, mundane life is essential to, I mean, complete the journey. So we are always having some imaginary things. No, what would happen if my son faces an accident, or if everything I lose all my property, all comforts in, and it's just imaginary. So it what just contemplating actually. Will we be still be calm, and will we be able to accept everything without any additional power in such situations? This is what some knowing is arising, that knowing, no reminder, some not a doubt actually, that there should be more commitment, more dedication at the individual level. That kind of feeling comes to me, doctor. Maybe it's like the hindrance that comes with the knowledge of the Buddha, I mean, that era, Buddhist culture, don't know. But another problem I have is, doctor, Lord Buddha never, he went back to his family, he got them all, and he guided them to become Aranzo, to, I mean, get rid of this suffering. Other than that, Lord Buddha didn't have any personal attachment with anyone. I mean, all were equal to him. That equality was also there. And again, another example that we quote in the forums is Lord Buddha said, Mevana Peta Sundarai, this forest area, is wilderness is so beautiful. But I don't think we can compare such a remark, such a few words made by Lord Buddha to justify that we can uh, we can talk about beauty of things, we can talk about taste, enjoy everything, and it is fine if you are fully realize this. So I don't know. So I just want an opinion from you. Just
Yeah, actually, what I felt was, as you said, the dedication may not be enough because, as you said, now whenever there is something,
yeah.
always some other priorities are coming up. The difficulties, the other things we have to do,
Mhm.
and this sometimes these things actually come to the second place. That
Hmm.
happens because our dedication is not enough. Like
Enough.
what Aranwasi one day said was that more you have this inner transformation or the deeper understanding or realization, then your commitments will automatically become more. You will
Yes, yes, our
move
commitment.
forward stronger.
Yes, Doctor, true.
Yeah.
Um,
Dr.
ja.
Kokila also has joined. Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Tera Sarna and Dr. Kokila.
What was the thing? And did you all hear today morning sermon?
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
That was fabulous.
yes. Translated up to certain point also, Doctor.
Yeah, that was good. But what was the discussion just before I joined?
Just,
No,
yes,
yeah.
Doctor.
No, I was just wondering, Doctor, now one thing, the commitment, if we compare
No,
the
commitment is not good at all. I mean, that's very obvious.
Very
That's
obvious.
very obvious. I mean, even myself, the commitment is shattered everywhere. That's very obvious. In other one,
yeah. The other one, now we always quote Lord Buddha also said me Vanapita Sundarai and Anuruddha Tero.
that didn't have any power. So that's a very difficult thing that Aran Hanse is quoting that for a reason. That's to understand that the words itself can be normal, but the anatma or the
Angle.
not the angle, actual feel. Angle is the view. Actually, the feeling, the alive feel also changes. No, this when the anidasana vinyana thing happens. So after that, whatever the wordings can mean anything, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's like a tree. So the if tree talks, what will tree
Yeah.
talk?
And the other thing, Doctor, I have is I beg, I mean, Arahant's permission to talk about Arahant because they did this so whatever for mere survival of the system, no. So we being in lay being lay people, enjoying all, I mean, everything. Maybe watching films, traveling, talking to young women, men, whatever, doing everything. Can we justify it with that? That is another big question I have.
No, we
So,
can't.
yeah,
The
we
thing is the
can't.
way you look at it, though. That's the thing. So throughout the day, if you felt you have enjoyed something, if there is any entertainment, even in subtle way, like even so we have sensual raga, form raga and non-form raga. Raga word means entertainment is there. Like entertainment is very it's difficult area to talk about. But if you have any idea of such entertainment, yes, then it has to be, the system has to detect that, because it's so different from a person to person. So one person might entertain the slippers, one person might entertain the one and only the key to the pettagam, the cupboard. One might entertain the the granddaughter. We don't know what actually is capturing the mind, like what is utmost feature in the mind. The most important aspect is if the entertainment is there, then we have to do a research. Yes, 100%. But you can't talk about that in an arahant in any way, because there is no self. Because the dhamma is different completely. The answer self perception, self vibration is become the non vibration. So the anatma means actually no self. The self vibration becomes a non vibration. You can't really talk about the system anymore, because the system ownership has gone. view is gone is a different thing. Actual gone, actual vibration becoming non-vibration is a different story. That's an arhat. In that, you can't talk about entertainment.
Yeah, that's the fully ceasing or nirodhara.
Yeah, your problem is actually in the mind.
It's a
but in that,
general one today, doctor.
Yeah,
it's a general, yeah.
In that, what the particular advice could be, if there is entertainment, the system should have some skill to pick it up. If you don't have a skill, that is the unlucky, but if the skill should be there.
True.
Kusalata, what can you add, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, actually, as you said, the skill is something that should come up. Skill is not something that is, it's not another thought. So the skill should mature.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah. To be able to identify those tiny points. And the other thing that Sudhanma was saying that about this Mevanapeta Sundarai Kela, that Lord Buddha's comment. So I think that is what Aryan Wahanse was explaining as that a beauty which is not a thing, or he explains the anger which is not a thing, or sadness which is not a thing. That is the level of the experience in the Arhant's level, no? That is what Aryan Mahase was explaining it, that now even Lord Buddha chased out that monk, Potila. He may have used tough words, but that level, it was not a thing for Lord Buddha, it was something very superficial. But that Adhigata Samadhiya would have been still and unshaken, but superficially, Lord Buddha was using those words to the appropriate place.
We can't compare anyway to an Arahant.
Yes.
I don't think we do. I mean, I don't think we do.
No.
Today morning there was one. Sorry, yes, Sudharma.
Yeah, please, we can discuss the morning sermon, doctor.
Did you listen to that, Sudharma?
No, doctor, today I was.
Why do you sound sad today?
Me sound sad. No, that's what, no, I felt I was just thinking about Lord Buddha and his.
So maybe stop thinking. Just start feeling.
Yeah. And they have those days, those Arahants, they left everything behind. No, they were in monasteries. They didn't go behind comforts. There was 100% commitment.
So what do you want to do now?
So Dharma.
වටේ යනවනේ වටේ යනවා කියන්නේ ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් වචනත් නෑ ඒවට වටේ යනවා කියන්නේ මොකද වටේ
යන්නේ for that. You are unable to leave everything like that. Is that the concern?
Yeah, that is the problem. So I'm just questioning whether I'm asking Sudharma, are you doing a genuine job in the park?
Okay. Now, there are several answers to that. Genuine job question. Okay, Dhamma. Only Aryan Wahanse actually has done justice to Lord Buddha's Dhamma in such ways that he has never asked anyone to run and wear a robe without fully realizing at least self-view. Because if the self-view is there, these questions will come even if you go and become a monk or even a Mehenin Wahanse, there will be so much questions in the mind because the mind is so active. You'll keep questioning, keep putting pressure, keep asking, did I do the correct thing? Did I do an unfair thing to my children? Did I do this? Did I do that? You know, that is not the best way. If you have finished everything, yes, it is maybe a good way. But if you have doubts, and if specifically if they are still in the mind, there is a risk of actually ruining the path also. So he doesn't actually push anyone to do that. But there would be a time that Aran Hanse would say, come. That is a point where when he feels that this person might actually lose the plot because there will be no one to look after that person. Yes. So at one point he might actually ask, better wear a robe. That's a different story. That's a different story. So, but until such time, actually speaking, the self-view and where the ill will and all these things coming down, Kamaraga Patika, when they are coming down, it can happen anywhere. It doesn't necessarily matter. All these questions are in Sudharma's mind. So that has to be tackled, because otherwise this will make you depressed. So these things in the mind can tell so many things. I am tired. I can't do anything anymore. Why should I do these things? Where is this going to end? Just imagine a mother who is looking after a child who will never recover. That mother is inside a house looking after a child who will never recover for some illness. Just I'm taking an example. Imagine if that mother is in mind until the last minute, that either mother will be suffering thinking, "Ayyo, my life is gone because of this child," or the other way around, the mother will be sad that to leave the child because the child will be alone after mother is gone. This is just an example. So mind can say so many things. Mind can make you so low mood, so high mood, so like like manic like, depressed like, maybe sometimes just general. Whatever it is a mind. But the mind is actually not true. Whatever we are talking here, even those words are not actually true. What we are trying to give the message is the mind product is not true. Even the light consciousness, sound consciousness, touch consciousness, they are also not true. We have been having this idea that everything is there for a long, long time. So that's a kind of a habit, addiction, kind of a repetition that has to be broken. That's all. So if you keep thinking, you can think in multiple ways. You can think, what will happen to me? Is it good to go and wear the robe? So can I do that? What am I missing? What am I to do more? If you make a list, I can make maybe 1,000. If I put into my life scenario, I can put about 1,000 or maybe 2,000 things. What would go wrong if I go? What would go right if I go? What's the use of that? That's all in the mind now. Go by the feel, that's all. And don't think too much because your sound is not good.
Thank you.
Saranai Sudharma, you can sleep early and get up by 3:30 or 4 in the morning, then listen to Dhamma. Then you will have time to listen to Dhamma, and while driving also you can listen. Live with the Dhamma, there is nothing to worry. So Dharma, even
And
living
it's good.
palace, that will not be
Mm.
problem for
No,
you.
sometimes in the forums, I don't know, it's okay. They are just words. Some others, I feel some others very rarely come up with their real experiences. So I actually feel they, so some presenters, they argue and they let down, and ultimately they show they are, uh, they like don't stop at that point. When the second person talks also, they are like, we say අර කියන්නේ hint ගහනවා කියලා, that kind of things also happen in forums. So it's very ugly though. No, they are just words, but kind of, feel sorry for such mothers. And yeah, what to do? It's okay, doctor, thank you so much. And we'll talk about, this is our forum. Yes.
Yeah, actually, it can look like that. The thing is, that's why Aran Hanse says, lose your self vibration, then it is all right. Otherwise, there is a risk. Always there is a risk, because now imagine we have been given like Karan Hanse tells, okay, can you hold this song? So we can do that, and right. And if someone feels that, okay, I have been given that thing because I know Dhamma, then that is going to ruin the whole thing. Because then after that, you feel like you are the teacher and you get the superiority complex. I mean, every teacher can have that also. Like imagine like Dr. Sakuntala can relate to me. Imagine being a consultant and walking, doing the ward round.
Yeah,
So
like queens, definitely.
Yeah, it is actually not in that scenario. It is not, because from patient to patient, we are really in trouble. We actual life, it's not so. But it can appear like that. But if you think about it, Lord Buddha went with 500 monks. Think about that. That's so beautiful, isn't it? But we don't think like that in that way. So it's all about the appearance, the way we look at it. The way we look at it. So imagine, now these are all examples, not quoting anything, but imagine we are in a mine and we are all laborers, and there is a boss in that. Even though he is the boss of the laborers, he is also a laborer, but he is the boss of the laborer. Just imagine, even that can cause that effect. But there is another way also. If there is no one guiding them, no one will actually do anything also. So that's how it works. So normal day-to-day life is different. This Dhamma is different. Dhamma is no self. Dhamma angle is completely different. But when you listen to a sermon and you feel like it is giving a negative aspect, Arananse also shouts no in between. He joins and he shouts. What are you doing? One day he said, you all keep saying, please join, please join, please join. But no one is joining because it's either too boring. Mostly it's too boring. Now, there were days that I was talking alone in this room, and I was wondering, wow, this is actually, I mean, it has happened like that. It's boring. It's probably boring there. And the presentation ability has made it in such a way that it's happening like that. I mean, we can't really help it, but it has happened like that. It slowly will improve because the Dhamma will never stop losing the self. Because, but the thing is, there are pros and cons in everything. There are multiple pros and cons because everyone is as soon as comes under the radar of Aranwanse, things get better, but they might actually lose the interest also because they might get blackguarded. But it gets better. If someone leaves the whole thing, then it's in vain because Aranwanse's shouting also can't be bad, but like it's unbearable sometimes. I don't really say we disagree with you. The thing is, everything has its limitations. Everyone has
true.
no, because if all of us are arahants, the attitude will be different. The superiority complex will be gone. Inferiority complex also will be gone. Open paper, it would be like an open paper. Aranhanse says, no, come as a white sheet.
Blank sheet, yes.
But we are not blank sheets, then we are in trouble. So what do you think, Dr. Sankutala? Is there anything to add? I think she is bringing up like a reasonable thing because these are things that we feel in a Zoom. Yeah.
No, I remember, I also heard when Aranahase was saying, he even mentioned the names, list of names, all of our names are there. Not yours, Dr. Kokila.
No,
Not
Dr.
that.
Sakuntala, not that. This is not Aryan
Not that.
Mahase's talking about. I was listening to a forum kind of discussion
Okay.
and what I felt. And I was just feeling it right throughout and how the presenter was. That lady left, she was telling I was not well, I just woke up and actually I felt this one was feeling and she was genuinely talking about her but those two wanted to let down her telling no she's it was like a big struggle they were trying to tell no you are not at that, don't say so, but then that one is asking, then I'm so helpless, I don't know how to say, then please help. Then those two were offended and when another guy presented something, even as after that answer to that person was again heard like to done with the intention of hurting that mother, so that can't be, then next
There
answer
was
was
no,
again
I think.
referring to that mother. So how, but then I don't know, feel like if we are talking about rising and ceasing of phenomena then and there, and to handle a situation like that, it's not none of our business, but still it is anyway Buddothpado forum. So yeah, I really felt it. That's why I just
No, true. Actually,
Yeah.
true. It can
No.
happen, and that
No,
is the
it does
thing.
happen to me also because I also had the same experience long ago. So those are incidents that are happening time to time.
It can happen, but the thing is, again, we don't. It's really difficult to judge also because the other person may be trying very hard to keep up with the no self angle. So feeling, I mean, we also can make mistakes like that, but feeling is the important thing. If the other side, the feel, I mean, it's a very difficult
we
area
never
anyway.
drag like a personal thing, no. When even when we answer a child's
Yeah.
question, we don't drag it in a Dhamma forum. If we do that, actually, I wanted to join and say I was scared of RNC, but since now we are feeling kind of we don't want to maintain any image thing is there. So I wanted to jump in and say, but anyway, your power.
Which one is that? Is that the 5 o'clock one or the 7 o'clock one?
7 o'clock. I wanted to say now, your power is also obvious in this, like that. I actually felt like saying so.
No, that's the thing. Sometimes I am very rare to listen to these things actively. Like I listen later. I never miss Aranwanse's parts. Sometimes I miss the other parts because I kind of dragged it until I hear Aranwanse's noise and I listen from there because I'm so busy. As you said, purely difficult in time management. But some days when I have time, I have jumped in with the good intention. I have jumped in and said, no, that's not the answer to that question. Because questions are different. Questions come from the sensual world. Questions come from the form world. Questions come from the non-form, which I am not even sure whether I'm even suitable to talk about. But still, we can say whatever we know, right? That's all we can do. But then, if we feel like that it is the case, we can. But actually, Sudharma, I have to add that it is better not to word it in such a way. No.
Yeah.
Not to interfere in such a way, but to bring up the no self angle.
Yes.
I don't know whether you remember one day, long time ago, I joined and I was talking. Not the last one. Last one, it was mainly about the Arupa, and Aranwanse was telling. It was mainly about the Arupa. But before that, once I joined and I was directly saying, no, this is about the no self angle, that she missed that. That's what you have to highlight. I was not actually talking to the person who is asking the question. I was talking to the one who is conducting the Zoom. So, and Aranwanse joined, and Aranwanse actually went on with the flow. He didn't question me, nothing. He just went with that. So that's the thing. It's a difficult area. Sometimes, if you are in the mind, now imagine the one joining. If that person is in the mind, there is a disaster.
True.
If that person is in the field, it's not a disaster. I said no that day.
Yeah.
That day to even Aranwanse track panino Aranwanse kila. Track panino kiyanne sometimes in the mind. Sometimes not. So it's a very tricky area. Even to myself, it's a tricky area, and still more to improve, a lot to improve actually. So, but the thing is, if you are actually jumping in, you can't be in the mind. That is a point.
So, however, ultimately, I realized it has become a thing to me. I stopped. Yeah, they are just words. So anyway, mother and presenters.
That you can't really say like that also, because now imagine Aranwanse jumping in. If he doesn't do that, that whole forum goes in a wrong angle.
Yeah. True.
So that you can't really say that. But the thing is, whenever Aranwanse jumps in, it's about no self angle. He never talks about anything else. මොකද්ද ඔය කියන්නේ මොනවද ඔය කියවන්නේ එහෙමනේ
yes.
එහෙම how that comes is come in his request. What is his request? Come to this no self angle, no self view, no self perception, and like that. His every intervention is to shout at people or request from people to change. If no one does that, and if Aranwanse also doesn't act in that way and thinking, I should not tell anything, I just let them go into the nire. No, that's not how it works. But the thing is, at that moment, if you are thinking, empty sheet or like instantaneous things are much better than planned ideas. I don't know
Yes,
whether
yes.
you get
Of
it.
course,
Yeah.
doctor. Yeah, yeah. Instantaneous things are much better because you go by the feel.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
go by the
doctor.
feel.
Thank you.
Otherwise, if it is rehearsed in the mind, that's completely a disaster. Then, from our point of view, also like
Hmm.
actually, we might get in trouble after
Because of
talking.
this door-to-door program, Aryan Vahanse is not there. That is the big problem. Many people are benefited in the 7 o'clock forum. Now Harshi is not there. Asanti is not there. Okay. Yeah, today
Sometime
timing.
back, I remember. Yeah, sometime back, I remember once Aryan Hase said, "You can join any of the Zooms, and if there are any corrections that has to be done, you can do it." So he said that. Uh, so at that point, actually, I was wondering whether I'm suitable for that even. But then in a day or two later, at 7 o'clock, that time also Aryan wasn't there. That I felt that the explanation given by the coordinator was completely away from the track. So I just excused and I joined and I explained it. But I think she was in the mind fully and she sounded fairly unhappy with that comment. So now, as Dr. Kokila said, it's depends on that person how he or she accepts that fact, uh, or whether if she's in fully mind, they will be feeling like sort of kind of insult because in the forum what they explained was not taken as correct. So both ways it is there, as you said.
Yeah, doctor, true. And
Mm.
I called Asanti and I told better if you can join the Zoom. Then
Mm-hmm.
she told me the same. But Dr. Sakuntala is telling.
Yeah.
In the morning one, Aryan Mahanse joined, I think, in the last few minutes. So he was
Yeah,
there.
last about 40 minutes, no? Mm.
It
40
was so
minutes. Then.
beautiful. We'll give the
Mm.
chance to
Ah,
Champa to say that sermon.
mm.
I thought is like a gem. I mean, these days all the talks are gems, but it it's so beautiful. I have to listen again because I was typing notes when I was listening to that, and I had to keep going backwards. Then I realized this is not going to work. I have to sit down and listen to that because that is that beautiful.
Yes,
And
doctor.
if Champa has done the translation, I actually would worship her because that's like thank you so much.
Doctor, no, to a
No, no,
certain,
worship in the sense say thank you. Yeah.
well, that means at the last few things couldn't, but to a certain extent I could.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, 2nd July 2026, 5 a.m. morning Dhamma sermon. Self nature is pride. Therefore, all the time he has an over assessment, something, a burning. We should be talented to catch the self. That is why this Dhamma is Santittika, visible here and now. Pratyaksha Dhamma, directly experienced. Seeker should feel his nature of self, how powerful it is, how much dissolved can be experienced but also by the seeker. Most of the time, when our own self is arising, we should feel it to our pit. No children, no parents are jumping. Like that, when our last breath is leaving, nobody is coming with us, no husband, no wife. You should be at that point, at the final breath, All of you all are at that point, but all are living with thoughts. But the nature of the thoughts, like rubbing two wooden rods together, story, static power, there is static power is there. The sound and colors are fast vibrations. Due to that fast vibration, a process is creating like the rain and the river. It is a representation happening due to fast vibration, like a whirlpool rotating fast. Everything around is attracting. Though we see those two wooden rods are becoming hot, if we throw some small paper balls, they used to stick to the rods. Means here is a static power. That means like gravity power. In everything there is a sticking power. Though we can't see, there is a attraction power in this mind. It is not a personal talk. It is at the point of upadana bhavo, clinging and existing, static power. This is always rep, uh, superimposed due to fast vibrational power. This is in the sound plus color equal to thoughts. When we say chair, table, there is a binding power. ඉත්ත කම්පනය තියෙනවා. බන්ධන බලය කියන එක. Existing vibration is the vibrational power. අනිත්‍ය සංඥාව, impermanence perception. Entering into this means on behalf of existing perception, impermanence perception is increasing. This thought superimposed power finally reached at the point of cause and effect law. Cause is vibration, effect is light, eye consciousness. Cause is vibration, effect is sound. Cause is light and sound, effect is thought. Cause is thoughts, effect is this itta kampanaya, existing vibration feeling. Light is existing, sound is existing. Combination of light and sound, thoughts are existing. Thoughts are equal to light plus sound. Thoughts means එකට එකතු වුණ චිත්ත කම්පනය. Mind vibration, mind consciousness. We associate mother, father, sun, moon, trees and greenery. All these are not in anywhere. All these are just imaginations, thoughts. We live in thoughts. The nature of the thought is a static power, a bonding power. There is the nature of existence. Cause means thoughts based on existence. Effect is බිහිවීම, අවසාන ඵලය. Cause is sound plus color. Effect is thoughts. Cause is thoughts and the effect is තියෙනවා කියන බලය, existence power. This thought of existence power is powerful without our knowledge. We call it itta sanya, existence perception, but this is a thought. This whole power is coming into this one thought like the center point. This thought is තියෙනවා කියනවා. Existence feel. Whatever is there means not applicable. Existence means a being, creature. තියෙනවා කියන එකයි සත්ව කියන්නේ. We are called as beings because of this existence field. This is a power different to each and every one. The existing things are changing. That is called Nanatta Sanya, existing in different ways. That type of thought is powerfully here. This earth population is 80 billion. This existent thought is different to each and every one, inherited to each and every one. Each and every being, this existing thought is appearing. That is why we are called beings, having a living, existing. Both are same, having and existing. This is the question the evil one asked from Lord Buddha. And Lord Buddha said, this is vanished. This is the Sastrava power, defilement power underneath. This is the main core, main essence of this story. Itta Kampanya, Sat, not a personal talk. This is a power, current. Anything can be applied to this, what is having. Something according to the wish can be inserted. Mother, father, husband, wife, children, home, job, thought, me or self. I am here. Etang mama eso hamasmi. Nameso atta. What is created here? The existing vibration, the power something is having. If we think something is having, that power comes to a form. But this power is in non-form level. Itta Kampanaya, Vijnana, in non-form world. If we put something into that, it comes to form world. Otherwise, it is in the non-form world, non-form level. No need of a cause, but always we show non-form level with the form. But without the form, we should be able to catch non-form level. Now we should know where we live in this madness or in this magic. If the child is not there, we put even Nibbana. What happened when we put Nibbana? Then Nibbana is existing. Thinking this is suffering, seeking pleasure. This existing vibrational power is like a whirlpool. It is not ending. Vattang Vattati means that this is the sansara. How much this power is? There are different types of natures or forms. According to that, we say your Sara Sankhya Kalpalakshaka Balaya. Thousands of eons in this vibration. All the vibrations are in that period of time is relevant to that cause and effect law. Nahidang atta katam bimbang, nahidang parakatang agang. There is no creator here, no personal talks. This is the system, the phenomena. Hetum paticca sambhutang, hetu banga nirujjati, hetun nisa sakassuna deyak. What is in this cause? Now we see this. Yata bhutang pajanati, yata bhuta jnane. Up to that level only, doctor. I wrote a small, some more to go.
Yeah, that was so good. I also have to listen to that in Sinhala because I thought it was very powerful. It's a summary of what he says every day, but it's such a beautiful summary. I thought it's weird that some can't actually feel when he starts doing such a sermon.
Yes, doctor. Our story actually, after listening to this, it's feeling like yes.
Yeah, because sometimes there's interruptions which are not suitable, but it happens sometimes. Yeah, it's really beautiful. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Can you explain it in a good way? Like,
Yeah,
what
it was
what do you?
kind of essence of what he has been, some deep facts. It was the essence like that, what he has been telling. One thing I remember very well that he said, now, if you take it as the table, I mean, you forget about all these explanations, but if you take it as a table, invariably that is yourself. So the මේසය කියලා ගන්නවා කියලා කියන්නේ ඉත්ත සංඥාවමයි. I mean, a person might feel that no, it is just a thought, but there is no itta sanyava in that. But what Aryan Mahasi said was that that is the commonest situation. I think that is why he mentioned like that. That is the situation in more than 99% instances where if you take as the table, this is the table, I have the table, or I mean, the table is there in front of me or whatever, invariably that is the itta sanyava. My wording was correct, not correct actually, but if you take it as a table, this is the table, invariably the itta sanyava is there. So that
So,
is
itta
what.
sanya is the existence perception, right?
Yeah,
Anitya
existence means
sanya is anitya
invariably.
sanya. Anitya sanya is the opposite of that.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
So what he said was right at the beginning, it is a thought that has to be broken down. So the thought of having the things, that is a self view, and then only the perception level comes. So තියෙනවා කියන සිතුවිල්ල බින්දින්න කියන එක, that is how he worded it, I think. තියෙනවා කියන සිතුවිල්ල බින්දලා දාන්න. එතකොට then you are down to the perception level. සංඥාව, still the සංඥාව is there.
තියෙනවා කියන සිතුවිල්ල බින්ද වැටෙන්නේ නැහැ අත්දැකීමක් නැතුව.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes.
That's the whole thing.
And also you need the darshane part for that, isn't it?
100%, yeah.
Yeah, darshane, and also you have to research on that, do the self research, and this Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana and those things are coming to play the role there. Then when you realize how this table became a thought, the thought called table came up, then that is the first step to break down this thought. තියනවා කියන සිතුවිල්ල. And when at the perception level only, it becomes the perception of existence has to be neutralized, or the density of the perception of the existence will come down gradually, and it will be replaced by the perception of non-existence, anitya sanya. Am I correct?
Yeah, he talked about that part nicely. That's what I need to listen to it again, but because I gave up listening again and again, trying to concentrate because of I thought it's not good. But yes, I heard it. He was talking about nitya or nitya, whatever. That
yeah, instead of nitya sanyava, the anitya sanyava will
take
be
over.
that. Take over, yes.
That is the same thing that is the same thing he want. The other aspect is atma sanya, anatma sanya.
Which is, actually when one is going, the other one will also automatically be going down, isn't it? Now when the Itta
Yeah,
Sanya is
but
gone.
he's actually saying it in a different way because starting off Anitya Sanya is from Sotapan, if I'm not wrong.
Sorry, say it again.
Starting off Anitya Sanya is the beginning of the Sotapan, in the sense
Sotapanna state.
Sotapanna is the level that Anitya Sanya.
Yeah.
That's the beginning.
Yeah, beginning, yes.
Because if you have Itta Sanya, there's no Sotapanna, no? So the existing, that idea has to be broken. That's what you said. The view has to be broken. The thought has to be broken. That everything is existing. That's a thought. But we still have the perception.
Yeah, still have the perception.
That is what he is saying, Anatma Sanya.
Champa also may have understood something from that, no? From the part that you listened.
Yes, doctor. Because each and everything we see, we hear, and we feel, that existing power is there, no? Most of the things, not much, but that means when it comes to the our contemplations, that means what you call it in Sinhala, kamatahana. Even our kamatahanas, that existing power is still there, no? That is why, no, still we are struggling. So that means we have.
Actually, that is not how it works. I mean, I have to correct you there. So the Kamatahana part comes later in the Sanya.
Yes.
Kamatahana part is actually Sakudagami level. That is the time that the actual power is coming down. Nothing happens if the self-view is there.
Yes. To that means to redeem from the power self-view, we have to understand the each and everything. There is the.
Today morning, Aranhansi said, you can't do anything. You just can only understand them.
Right. Yes.
He said that. He specifically used those words in Sinhala medium.
Yes,
He said,
yes.
that's all you can do. You can't do anything. You can't forcefully bring a sanya.
Yes.
Has to happen. But what was the word you used? We have to go back to that. So the word you used, this Kamatahana story, actually you don't need to understand the no self dhamma from your son or from your daughter. That's not how it works. The Anitya Sanya, it can happen at any time. It can be from a sound, it can be from a light, it can be from a touch sensation, it can be from anything. Otherwise, how can you talk about the other aspects, like so Tapanna is the beginning of the journey.
Yes.
It can happen from anything.
Yes.
After that, because the ownership is not there, because this Itta Sanya is broken, that is the existence perception is broken, then this ownership is shaken, then this power slowly comes down.
Yes. For that, we can do the groundwork only, listening Dhamma and the groundwork.
No. Still Pratipada is there. So the Pratipada is to see the truth.
Yes.
The Pratipada also changes from sensual world to the form world to the non-form world.
Yes. Yes, in that 4 years, doctor.
That's the thing when we talk Dhamma, we have to be so careful about this also, because Aranhanse says no sometimes. I remember still once Aranhanse was shouting at me saying, කෝකිලාද කිව්වේ අහන්න ඕනේ එහෙනම් මේ තාම මේ සෝතාපන්න එකටද දන්නේ බණ කියන්නේ මොකක්ද one I can remember still he was talking like that so there are so many aspects in Islam.
Yes, levels, no doctor, yes.
Yeah, so to actually understand that also, if we don't know, we don't know.
Yes.
So we can't really do anything about that. But once Aranhanse is telling only, we realize, oh wow, this is what he's saying. But that also takes time. What to do?
But doctor, today, that means these days, these sermons, listening to these sermons, it's very much clearing the mind, like actually.
Yes. It's so beautiful. But it has to be very clear. The Kamatahana part is actually in the next level because Kamatahana is a sanya. Now
right.
your son is a perception. It has so much power. That is important after this. When the self-view is gone, then we research why the power is still there, why you are not an arahant.
Right. I thought because of these two Kamatahanas, I was
That's
thinking.
not the thing. The self-view is so I don't know. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Am I clear or?
Yeah. What you're saying is clear. Actually, it is a thought of things, thought about the world and thought about existing people, existing things. So in a thought, we have that no in the superficial level.
We have a thought everything is existing.
Yeah. We are thinking son is studying overseas and the husband is at home at this time or husband has gone for work. So they are all thoughts. So that is something that has to be broken at the first instance.
Yes. That is what I'm trying actually. A little bit.
And doctor, if someone is fully convinced that we associate only with this mental image, everything is a mental image, then that density goes down, right? Now, for example, now someone is drawing a picture that is just putting some colors on a sheet of paper, but they become trees, houses. I'm talking about the drawing there, the forest. Similarly, whatever is perceived by us, I mean, we give meaning to them. They are just constructs. So the more a system is convinced of that existence power, itta sanya will die down, isn't it? That's what you are explaining actually, isn't it? Is it what Dr. Coker?
Yes,
Yeah.
but the thing is, Itta Sanya, because today Aranhanse's sermon was so beautiful because he talks about Vijnana, Nirodha. Vijnana Nirodha, why he is repeating these words? Why he is highlighting this is because this Itta Sanya is entangled in everywhere.
Yes.
So
And
the
the
Rupa,
other,
Vedana,
yeah,
Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Vijnana is the actual this field, separated field. So that everywhere the Visyakara Sakkaya Dishti, again this word keep coming back to me, which I can't remember. But this self-view is associated with everything, whatever the consciousness. So the consciousness is the deep aspect that the exploration is less, or the investigation is less.
which is like so tricky. It is the biggest barrier because we feel as if we know the sound is there, seeing is there, smelling is there. So that is the basis. The existence feel starts with that, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, so that's why Dhamma needs to be very thorough, and that angle should be properly investigated, and stop thinking about Dhamma. Thinking is not the important thing. Whether
Yes,
I know Dhamma or whether I don't know Dhamma is not the point. Investigation into consciousness is the good thing, like how you feel things. Whether the light is existing, whether the sound is existing, they are not existing. Once you come to that, there should be no doubts at all.
Sometimes it, Doctor. Sometimes contemplating on light.
Yeah, light, anything. You don't have to feel all the sensory organs to do that. But at least Aran Wahanse's Kamatahana is walking meditation. At least do that. Because these Kamatahanas they all have a meaning. The actual Pratipada.
Yes.
Doctor,
The
they
Vinyata, yeah.
They are, when you say light, I mean, everything is light, isn't it? What we identify as objects all are like due to variation of light that shapes arise. Is that what we mean? No, it's basically light, like sunlight, or is that actually? I just need to clarify it. Since we always use light perception and sound perception, sound, is it?
No.
I think that was mentioned. I remember once Aran said that it is due to the different shades of light or the way that it
Yeah.
is falling. So its
Yeah.
variations only give rise to the shapes that
Shapes, yes.
we can identify the shapes because of that.
Light, the variation of light. So light is, however, what is seen anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Not the colors,
Not the colors.
because color is a thought.
Thought, colors are
That even that answer is, I don't know whether that answer is the correct answer also. Because light is a feel also. So now we go back to the sound. If we break down the sound in the mind has so much, the sound, there's a perception of sound, right? First, in the sensual world, it is the cross sound. But sound is a perception. What about the feel? Feel is the actual, there's a feel also to the sound. That is the speed of the sensory organ. Speed, actually the speed of sound or speed. That's why there is a feel. So there's a feel part also.
And Doctor, that sound that arises when certain image comes, the sound is heard in the mind. That sound is also again.
Which mind? Which sound?
Sound in the sense now, the image of the flower makes us hear the sound flower. That sound, because there is no sound in that, but it arises, flower or car, bus.
This Anyamanya thing is there no. So now you said flower. Now you look at the flower. Now imagine actually, the example in front of me is the fan. Fan. Now, there is a, you can say, shape of light, right? Actually, the fan is not there now, but shape of light is there. Even that is not true. But when we say Anyamanya thing, that Jnana Nama Rupa thing, actually today morning Aryan said, specifically said that also. It's a very deep sermon he did. So that thing, you know, when you have the, just imagine you have the idea now in the mind. So the fan, we can actually use the eye to look for that. So the consciousness is a feel, right? It's a feel, but it actually needs the sensory organ to form Namarupa. The other way around, Namarupa makes the consciousness. So this thing is the actual behind this Chitta. Also is the same phenomena is happening, because when the consciousness is real, that power is there anyway. And the Itta Sanya is there anyway. So that when it is there, definitely there will be a formation. So when you said the flower, if you're looking at a flower, for Rahatan Vansi, there is no flower. But for a normal person, there is a flower.
Yes.
And the normal person, the flower is there, and it is there. When we talk about a flower is there is a different sanya. So the flower sanya, flower perception is a different thing. Existence perception is a different thing. Self-perception is a different thing. They are all attached though. So the flower perception, Itta Sanya, or the existence perception, the actual self-perception is the power to maintain this Itta Sanya. The next one. That's the power. So actually what happens in an Arahant is, all these are there, but that power is not there. So there's no jumping again to form any new thing.
In that, Doctor, Arahant does not have existence and self, but flower still will be there. Flower as a
flower will be there anyway, yeah.
Yeah. That other two
existence perception is replaced by a non-existence perception.
Existence, yeah, Doctor.
Self-perception is replaced by the non-self-perception.
Self-perception, yeah. That's it.
So there's no power to jump from next one to next one to next one. But there is a question that you asked which I didn't answer. So the flower, again, I will try to go back because the question was unanswered because I keep going here and there. So the question you asked was, flower, when you say...
Excuse me. I was asked to join the 4 o'clock Zoom, it seems, for some, I think, to discuss about the programs. So please excuse me.
Yeah, that's okay. Is it 4 o'clock? 9. Yeah, we have 30 minutes. So I'll try to tell the thing I was trying to tell Sudharma to end that. So when we say flower, we have sound, yes. But that is actually intimate, like it's actually can't be separated now. Like butter, you can't separate the milk. Always, when you see the sound comes, that's normal. But this whole thing to an Arahant is not a big deal whether it comes or not. For a normal person, definitely it will come. The shape of light will be coming as with the sound, and it will be a thing, because we feel that it's all existing, the flower is existing. Again, there was another part I wanted to touch base. What was that? The other way around. When the mind says this flower, oh, actually, yeah, mind says the flower. Just imagine you just came. I'll say daughter. Just came to my mind. Picture is coming. That is also normal, right? No way that it will come just with the thing. But this Nama Rupa Paricheda Jnana is actually understanding, or actually a feel. Jnana means feel. Actual feel that they are not related, even though it comes together.
Yes, Doctor.
It will come together. It will come together. Definitely, it is going to come for the Arahant also. Even though it comes, it's actually not really happening, because mind means the sound. Thinking means sounds, right? Now, Sudharma was thinking a lot, and then she actually put it outside. Then when she put it outside, whatever she thought about the thing, so that these are sounds. But the thing is, as soon as it is in the mind, we have mental pictures. That day I told you, there are so many work incidents I get in the management. So not in the management in the sense, from the patients. So they talk about the harassment. So with the word harassment, the word bullying, the word unkind, word kind, the word love, the word hatred, they all have a mental picture.
Yes.
So as soon as the sound arises, the mental picture also arises. Because my mental picture of unkindness may be not my child's picture of unkindness.
Yes. Different.
Now, as born in Sri Lanka, shouting is a
Teruvan
normal
Saranai,
thing.
Doctor. Teruvan
Yeah.
Saranai, I got it as what you explained to me was the Doctor, sound and image, it is inseparable, no? Although I said the sound arises separately, that's what you said.
It's inseparable, but
Yeah.
there is a
But
jnana that actually, there is a jnana
jnana that works.
that's
Right.
actually,
With
it's
it.
not actually together.
Hmm.
They come
True,
together,
Doctor.
yes.
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 Different. Yeah.
But
But
Nama Rupa Paricheda
hmm.
Jnana means actually it's a jnana only, that it's, this is how it happens.
Hmm. Thank
Because
you very much,
thinking,
Doctor.
yeah.
Teruvan Saranai.
You
Thank
have to
you
go.
so much. Cannot express my gratitude in words because you always help like Kalyana Mitri in all our questions when we are in various moods. You get us to talk and you solve our problems then and there, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai Champa, my disappearing time has come. Thank you.
Thevan Sana.
Doctor.
Teruvan Saranai, I was asked to join again here because Saranvas has forgotten that I am in this discussion. I think he's going to sort of decide about the people who are doing at 9:30 a.m. morning one. Anyway, I'm out for that also, so probably they will arrange some other thing that is.
Is he there at that soon?
Yeah, he's discussing. He was asking Chandani join unada kila, then I joined and I said I was in this 3 to 5 discussion. Then he said, I forgot about it. Kila, you can go back. Kila, so
He has forgotten us Totally.
Yeah, he has forgotten actually. He has forgotten the times completely, I think, because so many Zooms are there.
Yes, that's okay. Did you
And in the
understand what I was? Yeah.
very recent one, I saw that the English one is there for 24 hours again. 24. Did you notice that?
No one actually told me to restart the
No,
morning
no.
sermons.
Aryan Mahanse sent a message with the links. It was in that where did I see it? Either in the Wisdom of Asia one or one of the WhatsApp groups. In that it says English one 24 hours. So I was wondering whether it has restarted. Anyway,
No,
you didn't know?
I don't
No.
think so.
no, not
Oh,
yet.
okay. Okay, right.
Doctor, last night thing also that I have written only 2 pages. Shall I read that also?
Yeah, yeah. Did you
Andolna.
understand what I was trying to say to Sudharma?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, good. Mhm.
Andolna Deshana 7 p.m. Telling truth to each and every villagers are very essential. Most of the seekers are living with the self-identity. After seeing this Dhamma, still are you in the same position? In Belumgala, environment is so good to preach Dhamma due to the nature around. Mind is becoming powerless and feeling nature is increased. Here also lot of people talking with the personal view. We saw that continuously. Something happened at home with self-talk. Then there is self with the world become true. No patisota, anusota is there. After seeing Dhamma, becoming practical in Dhamma means you should be able to see that with the talent. There is no self here. If there is nothing and nobody, there should not be right or wrong things about others in Arya Bhumi. Everything is an incident only, no personal views anymore. We are not chasing anybody. We associate with, keep company with habits. Each individual is unique. Mind means the nature of attitudes. That is nature and rhythm. That is nature, a rhythm. That is why we say there is no mind, only a vibrational wave. Personal identity is completely stopping. You are living in this moment only, in one mind. Practical is here. Worship Buddha is here. Just a photo we see. That's all, doctor. Very small thing, brief thing. I have written so many things. Yesterday morning, everything. Last night up, I slept by 1 o'clock. Until such time, I wrote all.
Mm. But you don't feel you feel okay, right?
Okay means sometimes the sleepiness is coming, but I wanted to because doctor writing this means I am drinking Dhamma like, right? Not grabbing, just drinking, no. So it's interesting, like doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, the most important thing is understanding Aranahanse's message, because
Yes.
message is very unique. It's not like it's all about this Itta Sanya and Atma Sanya.
Yes.
Sukha Sanya is also a thing. Sukha Sanya
Yes.
is actually, so the Itta Sukha Atha.
At ah,
Atma, Itta Sukha Atma.
yes, yes. Permanently seeing.
Yeah, and that actually changes to
Anitya
Dukkha, Anatma.
Yes. When translating, doctor, a lot of things can be understood very easily. That is
Yeah,
why
but you have to get the sense of what Aranhansi says. Everything becomes very clear and matter of a chance for you to feel the thing, anatma or the
Yes, so
nitya.
doctor, that's why I'm doing it.
Yeah. Anything else, Dr. Sakuntala? Are you doing the 9:30 a.m. Zoom also? Single one.
No, I can't do because I am doing 9 to 11 a.m.
Yeah.
English one.
English one.
So 9:31 is out anyway.
Mm. It
Today
is good
morning,
to do English ones also.
yeah, because I am learning a lot of new words because especially with these discussions, 3 to 5 discussion from you, Sudharma and Champa, I am picking up new words because I mean Dhamma sermons in English is a completely different subject.
And
yes,
also, I'm also still learning, so we never know.
it's actually helping each other, doctor. Yes, very much helpful this 3 to 5 sessions. Yes.
What were you going to say? You were going to say something.
Yeah, today morning I happened to listen to this 9:30 a.m. one. After 11 o'clock, I just uh, logged in and then I heard they were continuing. That was around I think 11:15. Like one of the coordinating ladies, actually, I think she's Samantha or somebody. She was telling about an experience. She said she threw some pumpkin seeds to a place where there is some compost bins which are there. So it has just grown up, and there was a long creeper, and there were plenty of leaves, and she distributed the leaves also to the neighbors. Also, they were using cooking and eating it. And all of a sudden, one day she saw a pumpkin, a fairly big one, because all that time, for a long time, there were no pumpkins growing, only the leaves. They were consuming the leaves. And all of a sudden, she found a big pumpkin. Uh, it has grown to a fairly big size also. And the happiness and the feeling, the current which was created within her. So it was actually nicely explained by the others, the Geeta and Chandrika, both of them. They were saying that it has to be understood by the self whether that pleasure or whether that I don't know whether you can use the word pleasure. That happiness was just at the sensor level as a product of the mind sensor, or whether it became a thing and then because of that
Now,
excitation or the
can you
upada.
say the answer to that? What is the actual answer to that? It
So
depends on what does it depend on?
depend on the person's self perception, the level of self view or whatever.
Self-view. That is the problem.
Self-view.
Everywhere that is the problem. So if the self-view is there, whatever happens, it comes as like that.
Right.
Who cares otherwise about happiness? No one cares about the happiness.
Yes.
Who cares about the unhappiness? Who cares about the loneliness? Or who cares about but we do care, right? We do. So we do care. Then that means it is a thing. If we do care, yes, it is a thing. If we do, actually, if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. So it's a very tricky area, this Dhamma. If the person doesn't have a self-view, then what actually that person what matters is whether this power is coming down or not.
Yes.
That power is also not about the pumpkin matter. It is about the actual this power. Asavaksha jnana is about this power of the power.
Yes. Yes.
How do I say that? Power of the power? That's not
Yeah,
even a
your
word.
power.
Power of the self power. The
Or the level of the current, you can
level
say
of the
like.
current, yeah.
Mm.
That's again a feel, right?
Mm.
If it is, it's nothing to do with the pumpkin, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the pumpkin is just a side kick, but the actual thing is the self power.
Yes.
So whether it is coming down or not. So if it is not coming down, then we have to revisit all the things and see what is happening. But whether the self view has been shattered is a critical area that everyone is in trouble. That's why Aranwansi keeps telling these things.
Yes. Yes. Doctor. Yes. It's true.
And then if someone has actually felt that it's the Anitta Sanya, then the problem comes whether this self-perception has gone or not. If it is still there, that is Atma Sanya. But actually speaking, Atma Sanya becomes full Anatma Sanya in Arahant. So there is a tricky area.
But Aryan is trying.
So now we say no. Now if you saw a pumpkin and you got happy and you come and say, see, I got happy. No, that's the problem. No, that's not the problem. That's the lack of understanding about Dhamma.
Yes.
That is the thing. Now when you went to Australia, what you were paying attention was about the fire as well. The fire, that is in a way right. In a way it is right because the monitoring is happening. But when you say the word, I feel like I'm stuck there, then the problem comes. Because the way you looked at that is wrong. What you did is actually not wrong. You know what I mean? Like then there is a complaint now. No, I feel like I'm stuck. No, that is from the mind. It is coming from the mind. So what is this mind saying now? Mind is saying I'm stuck. Mind says a lot of things you have to be careful. Mind says you have to attain Nibbana. Mind says, especially Champa, mind says so many things about Nibbana.
No. I'm not thinking about Nibbana, doctor.
No, yeah, that's
I'm
okay.
not actually thinking about Nibbana. No, I'm afraid.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
But I'm sometimes hesitating about the self-view.
No, that's okay. It's a joke. But then that's the contradiction, Dr. Sakuntala. Do you understand? Now the contradiction is there. Can't be contradicting them.
Yes.
If
yes.
the
Two angles.
because the when I asked, so what is the kamatahana? You were not even sure what is the kamatahana there. If those two problems are not there, actually monitoring of the power is all right. But then it has to be clear what is actually, is it Dhamma or is it actually which perception is having the self-perception the mainly. But there are so many factors in this, Dr. Sakuntala. So many factors. This understanding this we'll say daughter or we'll say son. If we say daughter, as soon as we say daughter, the Word has some power, right? Where is that power coming from?
That existing power.
It is all the time the Abhisankarana, isn't it?
Yeah, that is what is coming down. But when I ask what is the karmasthana, you are like, no, karmasthana, she's just stressed. My daughter is stressed. So what's the big deal about that? No, actually, there are so many ways to say that. But you didn't say any of those things because if you are in Dhamma and you feel her problem, you feel her stress, then it is all about her stress, not about your stress, about worrying about your power. It's about her power and her, how to bring down her, basically what Aranwansa is feeling. Whenever we talk, he said, no, he feel like children talking.
Yes.
He said, is it today? I don't know.
Today he said, like with dealing with small children, still not understanding.
Yes. He feels all these Achyammas, Ammas, Siyas, Tatas, everyone, children, everyone is like children to him.
Yes. Actually, it's like that, doctor.
Yes, because everyone is talking in the self angle or either self angle, either self perception, either self vibration. So either in the sensual world, either in the form world, or either in the non-form world. Anyway, children, because we are learning from him. But that's the interesting thing. So, feeling someone else's power is a different thing. You are not actually contemplating it as your power. So there are so many aspects to this Dhamma. When Lord Buddha is seeing Patachara, Lord Buddha can feel Patachara's grief and everything.
Yeah.
He's the best feeler in the almost every universe.
That level is wonderful.
Yeah, but that's not self. So there are so many. There's no one way to explain this. So there are so many ways to explain that.
Yes, doctor. Very true.
So the only problem is the doubts. Do you really see that, Dr. Sakuntala? If there are no doubts, then that's okay. Here and there, doubts come. No, what am I doing now? Like we sometimes get the idea, what am I doing? Am I doing Dhamma or am I doing not Dhamma? Am I in Dhamma or out of Dhamma? That's all in the mind. Mind tricks us every day, every time, every moment. So we need to be skillful to understand the mind. Mind is okay. Mind is normal.
Yes.
Mind is normal, but mind is not true. That's the most difficult thing we can. We are trying to understand. Actually, we have come to the end of the session, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you very much for coming for discussion, and you all keep it so active. Thank you so much. Thank you, Aran Hans.
Thank you, Aran Hans.
To both of you, Teruvan Saranai.
past events and by thinking of the future. Isn't it the best to stay away from thinking of the past and the future? More thoughts only to make you feel like you are on fire, and more thoughts make you feel uneasy. Because when you have more thoughts, they always make you feel jealous, angry, greedy, or revengeful. Thought is like a pendulum of a clock. It always oscillates between greed, raga, and anger, dvesha. The mind always oscillates towards thoughts of greed or towards thought of anger. Thoughts will always oscillate from greed to anger. When you become mindful, it is like coming back to your base or to your point of concentration. Coming to the point of concentration is like stopping the clock. You can use your sati kamatahana, base of concentration that you are used to, so that you can maintain your concentration on seeing the thoughts. The base of concentration can either be your breath or the posture you are in at that moment. We use this sati kamatahana only to prevent your thoughts from going astray from thought to thought. We use the base of concentration only to make sure that we see the pure truth in every thought that arises. What we are explaining to you now is only the beginning of how to go on the path. The explanation for the last stages of going on the path is much different. This path to nirvana should not be considered as an easy path. The journey on the path depends on each person's capabilities. Some people are good at both samatha meditation and vipassana meditation. Some people are good at the concentration meditation, samatha, by birth itself. Terusan, everybody.
Sarna Shami. Thank you for reading the book for us. You read 2 pages from the book, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, Tiruvasarna Aryan Mahansa, and also we warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom right now, and also our Dhamma friends who may be listening via YouTube at this moment. So, Tiruvasarna, everybody. So, as usual, we will just, because we are behind the schedule, maybe I'll shorten what I am going to say. Again, what was sort of reiterated was the nature of the mind and the nature of the thoughts. When the thoughts are given a value, or when the thoughts are given a weight, or in other words, when we do not know how these thoughts are formulated, what is this mechanism, automatically there is a value or a weight added to these thoughts. We take them as real. And when it happens like that, more thoughts can be generated, and then only you feel that thoughts are really troublesome, and it becomes heavier and heavier. The thoughts about the past is a fresh thought that comes up right at this moment as a present thought, and also the thoughts about the future, about your future planning, etc., are again thoughts that arise right now at this moment in the mind. So, in other words, there's nothing called past thoughts and present thoughts. All of them are uh, arising right at this moment, now and here. And also, it was mentioned that how the thoughts are oscillating between the two sides, the uh, clinging and aversion, or uh, greed and the anger. So this is the nature of the thoughts. Yesterday, I think we sort of tentatively talked about some discussion points today. So we can start it as we planned. Terusana, Dr. Kokila, we can start it.
Yeah. We worship Aranse for his noble friendship. And also, I can remember Joel's question last time. But before that, I would like to ask him, what's your idea of ego, Joel?
Ego is something like kind of taking too much thought about this misconception of I.
How would you feel it?
It's kind of not I. Actually, it's like kind of pride. What I feel.
So it's something you feel, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was very important to understand. So, this is in the feel side. This is actually not in the thinking side. This is something you feel. So, like, we feel the, we feel the anger, we feel the, we feel so much things. At the same time, this is something we feel. How do we detect that? Or because, as I said, English meaning of ego can have the meaning kind of in pride, but actually it is much more deeper than that. It's kind of mental construct of me, as you said, but it's completely in the field side. So imagine you went to a discussion with someone. We can take an example. You went to a counseling session, and you kind of feel you coming up. I mean, I don't know whether this is a good way of telling that, but if you If we take another example, you hear so many sounds. Suddenly you hear a voice that struck you, and you are kind of born there. I don't know whether you have experiences like this. It's in English, I don't know whether we can say, because when we in English, when we say self-conscious, it's just like too much being, too much thing, because when we even use that word. But ego is something we all have in different ways, in one thought. That's very important, in one thought, because it's only one thought we have at one particular moment. And when that thought, or whatever the thought it is, it can be mother, it can be father, it can be brother, it can be family, it can be Sri Lanka, it can be politics, whatever, it doesn't matter. But it's a feel that it is felt here, or the moment that you feel that it is there. Different ways. I'm trying to tell something. I don't know if it will come out at all. But mental construct of me has no definition, because it's in one thought, and the amount of that is directly related to the amount that the stimulus is a thing. If a stimulus is a thing or has so much value, the amount of mental construct of me is also as strong as it's equal, kind of equal. So if it is something like your closest person, it can be to a mother, it can be son, it can be partner, it can be anything, or even job, it doesn't matter. There's something that brings up me. In layperson's word, we can really say that, when we direct it to the outside, if the outside is true, we can really say I'm true, because then there is problem like, am I failing this? Am I a failure? Am I not smart enough? Am I good? Am I bad in that sense? Or am I a villain? There are thoughts associated with that, but that's actually kind of when someone is pushed to the extreme outside. So everything outside is true, and that's what we were before. Just imagine like that. Just imagine before listening to them, how you were. You believed everything is out there. Yes, 100%. And if they are there, I'm here, basically. And all your thoughts are directed in that way. So our thought process develops in such a way that it will give you like, I'm better or I'm worse, I can do or I can't do. Everything like revolving around me. But that's actually the extreme outside version of it, the basic version of it. But this keep going backwards and backwards. Someone understand this Dhamma, you won't really feel it that much. You're not shaken by the outside that much, but still this dream will be still true. That you feel the dream, you will be in the dream, but still you're not that bothered. But still, in a lesser amount than before, you still feel you. You still feel you. It's a feel. It's a feel. Even when someone understands that actually all these perceptions are not true, they are just perceptions. They are just like electricity or gravity. It's just another vibration. All these things, and even getting that to the feel. You get to the feel because your mind, the world, this dream, you feel like awakened from that, but still you feel it. Even in that level, you still have a subtle way of you. So that's the thing. So even the ego, it's actually very, very big usually. So just imagine, we haven't understood the Dhamma, even though we hear it, if we haven't really felt it, our egoistic attitude will continue. It will continue. It's a kind of a attitude that brings us all these thoughts about me, what is happening to me, am I going to fail, am I going to survive, am I going to win this, am I going to be happy, am I going to go to next birth, will I be in a better world, I'm going to live with God, whatever, it doesn't matter. So the egoistic pattern, the thinking pattern can extend to that level because you feel something here. It's a feel. Ego is a feel, even though we talk about it so wide, vivid. So that feel extends into that story. I am. It's funny that to think about our own experiences, how we had this drive to make I to be identified, to be what can I say? The good English words are there, like to be noted, to be identified. So kind of sometimes the whole life you're fighting for that, to be loved, to be identified, to be like it's weird, this how this feel will make you to think, how it will mold your attitude, how you will feel intimidated easily. But you have to understand, every person is different. Every person is different. So some people, this egoistic power that feel is less. Some people it's very high. You might feel it very quick. It's easy to feel when you master on this Dhamma as well. How we can feel the other person's vibration. It's kind of a vibration. It's a vibration. You can feel your own vibration. Also, you can feel the other person's vibration. So this is the vibration that gets less and less. So the restlessness, the everything in this so-called world is revolving around one center. What is that center? You have to get this. What is that center? It's a field. You have to detect this, then only you can actually understand your power, which was even in your as a baby in the cot. Also, you had this power. You were never able to identify that at that time, but now, with the thinking process, when you take one thought, you can actually identify. If you go deeper, if you pierce this one thought with Dhamma, you can't do it without Dhamma, with this wisdom, you will find this, how did this feel come? And the absence of that feel as well. So that's the most important aspect of this Dhamma. It's kind of deep, but piercing one thought actually can pierce this as well. So even though we discuss it with kind of attitude towards like pride and stuff, that's actually when we put ego to the outside. When we put ego into outside, in the sense gross, I would say gross, I think, because this become finer and finer, then that's the important thing. But grossly, it can be interpreted as pride, it can be interpreted as, trying to be noted, or trying to be, to be loved, to be like just me here and there. It comes and goes, but no one can actually understand that. Now with Dhamma, we can understand that. Whenever it comes up, you will feel it. But there are deeper layers too. So the ego in a normal layperson who has never heard this Dhamma can be very thick. It's a field though. It's a field. So it can be very thick. It can actually prevent you from understanding this Dhamma, because you have so many views and you kind of hide in them, and you try to prevent you getting exposed. You don't like getting exposed. You don't like, some people do it without much effort. Actually, some people's this vibration level is low. Originally it was low, but with the time, originally in the sense in the baby level, it was low. But with time, there can be some augmentation of that. With the story, you tend to have a story after about 1 or 2 years, you start remembering stuff. and then only you have this dream. I have talked about this before. This dream, the dream starts to work, so that you are actually isolated, or actually you don't think it's isolation. You are actually acting in the dream. You feel that the dream is true, and in that you can kill them, you can kill anyone, you can steal, you can shout at someone, you can, try to enjoy the senses by taking something. You can do anything. You can do anything. How do you do that? Because this self vibration has gone into that far, this field has gone that far that it has a whole kind of outcome. If you go to a argument, you can see, definitely if you see an argument between two people, you can really see how they argue. They would be arguing, I feel that you are doing something wrong. And the other one is saying, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. You are doing the wrong thing. So it's kind of two self vibrations, having a conversation. But that's how it was. It was a feel, but the feel is augmented in the way that you are brought up, in the way you have had achievements or whatever, that the way you looked at the life, basically. So I don't know whether the basic message was gone, because it's not coming in one way. But what I'm trying to say is, ego has so many layers. So the pride is also one of them. Pride is when this self vibration is a feel. You feel it. It's a feel. 100% is a feel. But then when it goes into that dream, or in this world, so-called world we are, if you are like 38, you have at least 37 years of memories, 30 or 35, whatever that. But from whenever you can remember, you have a so-called world, so-called dream. In that dream, you have the idea of me, mine, and that has gone into that level that you feel bit upper hand, like bit uppish, bit self-conscious, basically. But that is the extreme level. That level is extreme level. Even that you can feel, but it can get finer and finer and finer, where even someone who is in this path can feel it in the tranquility that you have. Even in that subtle level, you can have this. But that's completely in someone who has understood this Dhamma properly and felt this Dhamma properly, and has felt the non-vibration, at least in one thought, so that they know what is self-perception and they know what is non-self-perception. Because it's a fail again. Self-perception is also a fail, and non-self-perception is also a fail in that level. Because you have to know it. Then only it becomes a perception. You have to feel it, then only perception comes. So if we hear Dhamma and we get some kind of extra me in that also, then we can understand this ego is everywhere, so it can hide anywhere. It's just a self-vibration, basically. Did I tell something properly? What do you think, Joel? Did you even get something?
Yes, doctor. Like another question was like, how do we cope or manage egoistic people according to Dhamma?
Well, I can only tell you about that, Joel. You are going to manage your problems, not others. You are going to be awakened from this dream, and you will feel everyone's ego, and you will try to help them. That's all. Did that answer? Did that answer suit you?
Yeah, I felt that vibration from you. Thank you, Doc.
All good. Yeah, it's a bit difficult topic actually, because ego has so many variations in that. We can talk about ego in gross way as well, where the pride comes, where the whatever. But when it comes to the deeper levels of Dhamma, it is a feel, and it is because this spark or the stimuli, or just that one particular thought has become a thing that is felt as you. That is how that has come. So it's all fully understanding Dhamma is what we can do. Understanding how this ego was created. The second question here is that which actually Joel didn't ask. How does ego come then? Yeah, we feel it. Yes, how does it come? It comes from a view. It comes from self-view. That is the terrible view we have. The most wrong view we ever have. But how does this self-view come? Self-view, again going back to because this is a vicious cycle, you feel something, and because you feel something, you have a perception, and because you have a perception now, you have a self-view. So you feel, you have a self-perception, and you have a self-view now. And this goes on. Because you have the self-view, whatever you feel is augmented. It's doubled, it's tripled, it's tenfold. It can be thousandfold. You might even attack another country.
Sorry, Doc, to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I just need an example for self-view.
Well, that is the view that Joel is existing. I'm here. You are in Candy. You did so many things in the past. You got a little bit upset about those things, and you wanted to be happy. So where this view is hidden there. There is I there. So self-view is also hidden everywhere. We talked about, the hearing birds singing. Before knowing this Dhamma also we heard birds singing. But even in that, this self-view is hidden. It's kind of a hidden agenda, hidden view, hidden idea, hidden assumption or misunderstanding. It's not out there, I'm not telling, do you know that I'm the one who heard the bird singing. I mean, sometimes we might say that for an argument, but what I'm trying to say is we never keep saying that I'm the one who heard, I'm the one who saw the thing, I'm the one who felt the warmth, I'm the one who felt the happiness, I'm the one who is thinking. My thinking is the right thinking. You know, we keep telling these things. It's all hidden. This self-view is all hidden underneath. Even in Dhamma, if you start listening to Dhamma and if you feel like you can understand that and haven't felt this yet, you can actually get this self-view even in that. Because you might say, you can say, I'm not directing to you, just telling you here as a broad idea, so that you might even enjoy learning Dhamma. So this whole thing, even listening to a bird, before learning this Dhamma, before actually feeling this Dhamma, self-view is already hidden there. It's in sideways. It's there. How? Because you heard the noise, you saw the beauty of the morning, you felt the morning breeze, you felt the sun's warmth. So the self-view is already there, but it's not spoken out. It is spoken out in an argument, yes. You can argue and say, you didn't see that, I saw it with my own eyes. How come is that? You know, like when we argue, when we try to say something to a colleague, we are saying, well, you didn't understand that, but you know, this is how you do that. And this self-view is hidden there. Yeah, self-perception is hidden there. And this power of ego is hidden there. But it's very evident to a person who is going in this path. Hereafter, when we try and understand this, Joel might even start feeling this. Wow, this is how you feel. Yeah, because we were not aware about these things before. You were not aware that every thought you arise. When the thought is real, you arise. All the morning you were not having a problem. You just was hanging around, but then suddenly, just one thought made you so agitated. How come that happened? It's extreme, but what I'm trying to say is even the self-view is still there because that thought, particular that one thought, made you to bring that up, that vibration so hard that you feel it. But even the other times, self-view is always there. Unless you hear this Dhamma and you feel the non-vibration, until you feel the non-vibration, we can't be so sure that we know non-self Dhamma or non-self vibration or non-self perception or non-self view in that case, because you have to feel this, because we always felt existent, kind of, we always felt alive, we've always felt as I'm here, we always felt the duality, so it's the normal for us. Dream was true, we walked through the dream, but when an awakened one, we say awaken, fully awaken, then he's still, I'll take an example as like Karan once said, he still walks inside the forest. Layperson also can walk inside the forest. One is fully awakened. One is inside the dream. How beautiful is that? If you can feel this, even in one fraction of a second, this is so beautiful to feel. And feel that this ego is just brought in one stimulus. And when the one stimulus is not a thing, it's not felt as a thing, this, whatever the feel we have, that continuous feel we have that we are here, is broken. It is actually not there. But immediately you might go back to the normal again, that normal pattern. But that particular moment is enough for you to understand, okay, when the stimulus is not a thing, you are not there. The feel of self is not there. But before that, we hear this Dhamma, we understand this Dhamma, we enter into a path kind of trying and understand this Dhamma until we feel it at least once, but we keep feeling that afterwards. So self-view is hidden everywhere before we listen to Dhamma. Even that's what I said. We can walk through the forest, we feel everything, but it's we feeling everything. If you don't know Dhamma, if he actually hasn't fully awakened. The fully awakened word in itself has that meaning. You are awakened from the dream, but you're still inside the forest. As with the layperson, imagine Narayanans is walking alongside with someone else. Same thing. One is fully awakened, one is not, but both are talking as normal. Can someone predict? No. Once Lord Buddha was in a ambalama, like a small hut where people meet in long journeys for shelter. And a king also stopped by. King was actually trying to find Lord Buddha to ask for Dhamma. He didn't recognize Lord Buddha. He didn't know. He just was talking with him. And after the discussion only he realized, this is who am I searching for? Who I am searching for. So we can't really predict by outside. We can't really predict by the way they talk. We can't really predict by the way they act, but we can feel the difference. We can feel the difference if we actually tune into it. We can feel the genuineness. We can feel the, the directness. We can feel the truthfulness. We can feel the non-egoistic way, and we can feel if we have practice this Dhamma, you can actually tune into non-vibration. That's what it is. This Dhamma is actually tuning into non-vibration, because we have never done that before. In whole samsaric journey, or this thought journey, we can say it's thought journey, because it's a journey of thoughts. Even in this, whatever the 40 years of your life, or 30 years of your life, or 100 years of your life, it's a journey of thoughts. Each thought felt true, and we felt alive. That's all. That's what happened. And we haven't felt non-existent. But if we feel it, it will be it, because it's a massive field, that different field, that because we felt all the time that we are there, kind of alive feel. The absence of that alive feel is felt, and that will change your perception to self-perception to non-self-perception. And self will be shattered without doubt, because we have doubts now. When we learn Dhamma, we have doubts. Why is she saying there's no self? I can feel it, I can touch something. But we know now it's just a function of the sensory organs. But then we still have this egoistic attitude. How come that happened? That happened because of the self-will. It is so engrossed in us, we didn't even think about it. It's everywhere. Before we understand this Dhamma and before we feel this Dhamma, it's everywhere. Even while listening to Dhamma, even if you don't know, that's how we begin. But then when we understand that this view comes from taking the stimulus for granted, we learn how did this, if there is no self, okay, you tell me that there is no self, then what are we feeling? Because we feel existent, we feel like alive, we feel angry, we feel upset, we feel agitated, we feel intimidated, we feel angry, jealous, we feel sad, we feel happy. If there is no we, who is actually, because the question you asked, it's a beautiful question. We can discuss it in future too, actually, again, because you asked whether these experiences are personal, and that's a massive question, even though it was discussed in a smaller way, because that's what it is. You feel as every experience happening here. But that came from self-view. Why did that self-view happen? Is because that you feel it's happening here. But in one particular moment, if you feel otherwise, this view is shattered. No one can do anything about that view anymore. It's so beautiful if you can understand how this self is going to get shattered completely. It can get shattered, it can get affected when we talk Dhamma, because as sensible people, we all understand Dhamma. We all understand, yes, actually, who am I? You know, you keep arguing with yourself. You can contemplate, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? But that's in thinking level. But you have to actually feel this non-self perception, or you without you. If you feel that, you definitely know now that you is a thing that is there with the stimulus when the stimulus is a thing. That's what it's a beautiful part of Dhamma we have learned. It's actually the practical aspect. So, when the self-ego is broken, you have no self-reflections again. You don't put anything into that bucket again. The bucket of self. You don't put anything in your life. You feel sad, like it's a mind sensor. You feel happy, it's mind sensor. Until you have this sensory function, you will continue to feel things. You don't attribute that to self anymore. That's the value of completely shattered self-view. Completely that's not there anymore. But you know how the power has come. Power will be felt, but you know that it is the past vibratory effect, and it will slowly go down. Did you understand, Joel? Or how did you feel about that?
Yeah, I got it, doctor. When you said when you feel that you is not you, you come into that mode, uh, and after that, everything like sad or happiness or anything, any feeling that you get, is that it comes through the sensory organs, and you just don't take it inside. You don't take it personal. Yeah, I
Yeah,
got it. I got that point. Yeah. Thanks, doc.
all good. And I think we have gone into, but I think Aranwansi said we can have few minutes extra. But is there anything else to add, Surangika or Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, I think you did a detailed sort of explanation. As you said, it's not easy to explain this because in English, the meaning that is given to the word ego is slightly different, isn't it? And in Buddhist teaching, what we learn is there is a
No, yeah,
vast
the
area.
different in the sense it is superficial.
Superficial, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
There's a vast area that covers, and then it is understood at different levels. As you said, the very superficial level is there, that sort of having the ownership to everything, and then going deeper and deeper, it becomes finer and finer, and then the slightest burning sensation that a system feels again is considered as the way of reflecting ego. I don't know, I may not be able to sort of give a detailed thing like you did, because it's at different levels, as I said. Maybe Joel will be able to understand this better when we go on with these discussions and the
We have to put it to the
yeah,
normal life,
yes.
issues. Then only we can actually practice this. So from today onwards, Joel will, feel this, and he will talk to us. Doctor, this happened today. But
Experiences, isn't it? I
experience,
mean,
yeah, it's the
yeah,
experiences that matters, because
yes, that's right.
randomly talking something theoretically doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So if
experiences
Joel
are
can
the
tell us
valuable.
the experiences day to day, the things that you sort of faced, we can sort of find and explain this more in a more practical way.
Oh, any one of us can do that.
Yeah, yeah, that's
It's
right.
really, really beautiful. And
Certainly, yeah.
Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Dr. Kokila, I think yes, in both ways it is quite challenging, because in the English language, I think when you say ego, it's mostly pride, isn't it? It's commonly associated with the word pride, as if it's something just attached to pride, and that's it type of thing. And they in that sense, it feels as if you existing is fine as long as you are not a proud person. So it was so in that sense, the way the Western society, and I mean, even if we use that word, you kind of get that impression, whereas that is not what it is here. I mean, as Dr. Kokila explained quite extensively, the ego is just a facet of this I sense, isn't it? The self vibration, the self view, and all these things. But what both Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Kokila said, Joel, is the easiest way to, now that you've got a good understanding of it, the easiest way of detecting it is in your day-to-day activities. And these are things that we have all encountered from our childhood days, but we quickly dismiss that notion, that burning feeling, the sense of when we get affronted, offended by something, it is the I that gets upset. It is that self-vibration that comes to the fore. Even a simple thing like, you're in the queue at the bank, waiting to get to the counter to, get some cash or something, and somebody comes and stands in front of you, and you've been there for like half an hour, 45 minutes. Now, won't you get agitated? You do, right? So, things like that. And and then you're going on the road and someone calls you a day tause or something and goes off, just completely out of the blues. It might be for a joke, but now suddenly aren't you extremely hot and bothered? So even those aspects, these are little things, but there are lots of ways in which the I comes to the fore. This vibration gets agitated. And all that is this whole I, me, myself concept, identity, persona that has been fattening from the time these thoughts started becoming a thing. Arden once gave a wonderful explanation last night in the groundbreaking Zoom discussion. I'm not sure whether you listened to the Sinhala Zooms, but maybe we're running out of time today, but maybe there's some of those aspects Dr. Kokila can touch on tomorrow when we discuss, because it just shows how this whole fabricated world starts with the thought process, and that starts necessarily from a point in time in our childhood days. It doesn't mean that the self-vibration was not present before that, but it becomes absolutely magnified so when the thought world comes into being. So maybe we can talk about it again on another day. Therwan Sannai.
Yeah, Therwan Sannai, we worship Aryan Wahanse for his noble friendship, guidance. Can't say how much gratitude we have, and thank you so much for Dhamma friends for coming for the participating in this Zoom, and thank you, Joel, for so beautiful questions, because it inspires the listeners, it inspires the Zoom discussion, and we actually try to bring up the non-vibration, basically, and it is the most beautiful thing to know in the whole life. So thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll hand over the Zoom to the other Zoom. Thank you so much.
Therwan Sannai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Sannai, all
Dhamma
Dhamma friends.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 64, second paragraph. We are trying to teach you how we practice following the path to Nirvana. Whenever our mind strayed from being mindful of our thoughts, we would bring back our mindfulness to our breath. It is like bringing our mind back to our home, which is our point of concentration. Satya tamai ape gedara. Satya means emptiness. Emptiness is our home. Supposing you are doing something like walking, working, or you are in any other posture, and your mind strays away behind other thoughts, then you can quickly bring your attention back to your breathing or bring your attention to your posture you are in at that moment. It is like coming back to your home. Thoughts means unskillful mental fetters, which consist of raga, dvesha, and moha. When you say that you have arrived home, it means that your journey is over and that home is where we end our journey. Similarly, our home is our mindfulness. Mindfulness means emptiness or nothingness. It means shunyatave. Nothing exists in that mindfulness. When you say that you maintain mindfulness, it means that there are no thoughts. Nothingness means that there are no thoughts. Thoughts mean they are unskillful mental fetters of lobha, greed, dvesha, ill will, moha, delusion. These mental fetters prevents you from following the path to nirvana. Being mindful is what will help us to go on the path. Therefore, you have to practice and realize the pure truth in order to reduce the generation of akusal sit or unskillful mental fetters. Saticca pariyodapana. Therwan Sarnai everybody.
Therwan Sarnai Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us and starting the session. Book is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. As usual, we all worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet, Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahanse, and we all welcome we welcome all of you who have joined this Zoom discussion via different ways. Therwan Saranai, and also we are very grateful to our Dhamma friends who are helping with technology. Therwan Saranai to all of you. So this is our English Zoom discussion. As usual, we are starting it daily basis from 2:45 to 4 p.m. And we have been gradually discussing and going from the simple level to little by little to the deeper levels and trying to understand how the thoughts are formed, what is the nature of this mind, what sort of behavior has it got, and what is meant by self-perception. So these are the questions, or these are the problems that we have to little by little disentangle and then get clarified. So just briefly, if I summarize what we read from the book, it mentions about this mindfulness. The word mindfulness is very broadly used to describe many new concepts that are being practiced in the Western world, but actually what is described in Buddhism is slightly different. In other words, mindfulness means actually kind of nothingness. In Pali, it is called shunyatave. Really speaking, there is no thing called mind. It's just a fast flowing thoughts. And thoughts are the collective function of the sense activity. So basically, when you go deep and analyze, you end up having nothingness. There's nothingness at the end. So that is what is meant by uh, the mindfulness in Buddhist teaching. Well, the thoughts, it gives some description about the thoughts. Here I want to clarify something. The thoughts are actually products of the mind sensor, like the picture, like the light and sound and taste, smell, and the skin feel. They are all creations of the sensor. So in other words, actually the sensor means the creation of this. It's more or less same. There's no sensor separately and created feel, but they are both are same. Creation of the light means the creation of the sensor, arising of the sensor, or arising of the eye. Creation of the sound means arising of the ear sensor. So like that, when you take thoughts as a simple thing, thoughts are creations of the mind sensor. But when you describe the things, the mental fetters like lobha, dvesha, and moha, which means the lobha means the greed, dvesha means the ill will, and moha means the delusion. These are actually mental fetters, and then they are actually the ones, the thoughts, which are taken as true existing ones. So when the thought is taken as real, it has a value. There's a weight to that, and those are the thoughts which we try to identify. They are the ones which initiate some form of current in the mind, which gets carried away from birth to birth. So they are actually called unskillful mental fetters, or in other words, akusal sit in Sinhala. And also another word is defilements. So that is a summary of what we read actually. I think yesterday we sort of ended up the discussion planning to talk about the sensor function today. So maybe we can start that discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Thiruvan Saranai, will worship and answer. Yeah, I think it's a good one because Joel also he's here. So it's just basics we try to cover because all the time we get confused about this sensor function. That we can understand that the mind sensor is actually is a product. It is also difficult to feel it, but at least we understand properly that chair is just a mind formation. But the actual, touch of water or touch of the wood or warmth or coldness, these things we feel as real. So there is a bit of a trick in every sensory organ. So that's where we have to try and understand whether they are actually real or what's happening there. So when we try to talk that, I think it's better to go back to the baby again, because baby also felt everything. Baby felt everything. So baby can see, baby can hear, baby can feel, baby can smell. Also baby can taste. But you will know that the whatever the outcome of the mind sensor is not yet there, but there are feelings. So, but we don't attribute any burning, like a massive burning in that baby's level. But there is a misunderstanding of the sensory organ is there because it hasn't been addressed. Misunderstanding in the sense that the feel is happening here and happening to a happening here basically is a feel that the baby has, and baby can't address that because baby is not aware about anything like that. So any animal like a worm will feel the same, that everything is happening here in this place, kind of your bodily functions. So but beauty of human life is humans have like a sensory organ which developed a bit later with the co-vibration of the same at the same time, like kind of simultaneous vibration of the sensory organs. So the mind is formed. When the mind is formed, we have the kind of the ability to think. It's a massive, beautiful sensory organ. Like we know, like the different organisms have different sensory functions. They are beautiful. If you watch Animal Kingdom, you know some sensory functions, they are really unbelievable. The way they can change the color according to the sensory organs. They can do various and so many stuff. So, but the problem is here. What is the problem? Every organism, every animal, every human in that case, they feel that it is happening here, kind of in this system. And the self, idea of self is originated naturally. It's not originated by just because someone tells you. It's not originated by yourself. It just originates because of the way the sensory functions act, the way they work. So after the sensory function of the mind occurs, we learn through this sensory function of the mind, we kind of understand. We hear this Dhamma, we have to hear it. And we hear this Dhamma, we hear that actually this, whatever the sensory functions are, they're actually there because of the very fast vibration of the sensory organs. So how can we understand this? Just try and understand. You can do the research yourself. Actually, the I, this is not the capital I. I'm talking about the vision. So I'm talking about the vision. So when we talk about the vision, actually we are not talking about this eye ball. We are not talking about the eyeball. Actually, we kind of when you talk about the eye function or the vision, it's mainly the feel of the light that we talk about, and it's a feel. Even though we talk about the light, that's in the mind. When you come to the mind, it's all described. It's a red color. It's black. It's white. It's it's bright. So we have several understandings about the visual effects, but actual visual function is called eye, EYE. So the eye function works beautifully. Yes, the function itself is the perception. So It's very difficult to separate them. Perception is again the vision, the feel of light. Because of the fast vibration, if you research about the light, you will understand why light has a frequency. It's the fastest kind of. So when you understand, the light comes first, the sound comes later, like that we have understood. So the light works very fast. But the main problem we had was, we thought that light is coming from outside, falling onto my eye, and then I get a visual image. That's how we are taught. But actually speaking, what we are trying to understand here is how the perception of the light has happened, because the description doesn't matter. Description doesn't matter, but trying and understanding how this occurs, how the visual effect happens, is to understand, trying and understanding and stretching or slowing down the process. If you slow down, you will understand. You will never be able to appreciate a light. Why? Because it's fast vibration that we see as light. So if you look at a bulb which is dying, good olden day, we had bulbs like that. When they are dying, they kind of start to flicker. Then we can't see a light. Can we see a light there when they are flickering? It's flickering, and there's no light. But then similarly, if we actually slow down this process, we will never be able to see anything. So the fast vibration of the eye is the light. This we have to understand, and we can feel this. If you try to feel this, you will be able to understand what is happening, because this is kind of something like a sparking. So the spark happening so fast is bringing up a perception of light. But how it happens is, when there is a vibration here, why we focus on like this way is to understand how we synchronize to anything in this world. So how do we synchronize to light? Is we just, when there is a vibration here, we can synchronize to any vibration, similar vibration out there. That's why humans have a narrow level of vision. So whatever the function of the eye, only that level only you will be able to see. Just imagine you have a hawks. I think it is a hawk or the Rajalia. I'm not sure whether I use the proper English word for Rajalia, but you know,
Eagle?
like eagle, yeah, eagle, yeah, eagle. Yeah. So the eagle has a different eye. So the eagle's eye is different. The function of the vibration of the eagle's eye is different, so that the outcome is different. If you can understand, the vibration of the cow is different, and the outcome is different. If you Google and if you can find out what because their perceptions are different. Eagle can see so far away, so small stuff, and they will see us as ants, because we feel very big in front of an ant, but we will become like an ant to the eagle. I think it's even much more smaller than that, maybe, because everything is different. And also some animals, the vibrations are so different, they see only at night. So then we can understand. So at the same time, if you are blind, whatever the if there is no vibration in the eye here, you can't synchronize to any vibration out there. So the main thing here to understand is, if there is vibration in this system, there's always the ability to synchronize anywhere. Mind you, this is the same mechanism that you are going to be born anywhere as well. If you have that self vibration, it's the same thing. If you have the self vibration, there is always a chance that that will synchronize to any other form of birth, any other zygote or anything. It can be animal, it can be anything. That's how it happens. It's not like anyone is going from here to here. It's just the similarity of the vibrations that it will be just the similarity. So if it's happening here, it is happening there as well. This has been proven by the new theories of scientific theories too, that like the quantum theory and stuff. And it's now actually even they are surpassing that theory, and they are bringing a lot of so many theories. But they have found that if the vibrations are similar, it can be similar in like completely different place. And when they are similar, they act similar. They become similar. And they can switch. So understanding this co-vibration is very important to try and understand the light perception. So the light perception occurs when there is a vibration in this system. So the eye system. Eye anyway has types of cells. We don't really need to know them because that's useless. But if you just understand there are specific cells which vibrate in the with different way, and the other cells are vibrating in a different way. So when one cell is vibrating, you kind of get the can synchronize to the white light, and when the other one is vibrating, you just slightly can vibrate into different form of light. But that's what I'm trying to say. So that if there is a vibration here in the eye, there is the ability to synchronize to anything. But the world we perceive, some animals, they don't have this 7 color variation. We know that some animals have only red color, some animals have only green color, some animals can see only hectagonal outcome. We know that the dog has kind of, I can't remember exactly, but like there is kind of like
black and white. Black and white,
yeah. So even though we try to give them a red toy, we try to give them a red toy because it appealed to us, but it's different. So the outcome of the eye is depending on the eye itself. But to even feel that it is there, how do we feel that light is there is because of the fast occurrence. So the vibration is so fast, we feel it as light. So the same thing with the ear. We know we can hear only one frequency level. There are some animals, especially dogs, they can hear much deeper levels, further levels of frequency. But that also depends on the specific cells in the inner ear which vibrate, and these vibrations, if there is vibration here, it will just have the ability to vibrate, synchronized to the vibrations. That's how the sound is originated. So this happening very fast is actually there's a sound outcome. When you say you know, the piano, even though the word piano is not the aware by the baby still hear something different, isn't it? They hear something. That something, even that formulation is there because of the because of mixing, not mixing actually, very fast occurrence of different sounds. If you know, if you actually separate the sounds, then it is just notes, you know, it's just notes. But then when they come coalesce together with the speed, you can hear something, whatever the long sound that we may hear as a music background of the song. So these keep happening. So, but the main problem with the baby is baby feels all these things. They feel it. They don't have a understanding about anything there. They feel the light. They feel it very, very. They get startled in the beginning because they can't really. They feel it very strong, but then they get used to that, and even the sounds, they slowly develop the ability to differentiate them because there's similarities of the sounds. So when there is similarities, like mother's voice, the baby, the mother's voice is not in the baby's mind in the beginning because it's just a sound. But the similarity of these things make them feel safe. You know, if you even in the womb, if you have this frequency, it's all about the vibrations and the frequency levels. So this main problem here is existent feel. So the existent feel is the feel that we get, you know, when you touch something, you feel it is there. But the misunderstanding is that existent feel is actually there. Existent feel is actually not there. It is due to the speed. But we feel it because it's happening anyway now. If I'm touching now, at this moment, I'm touching my two palms together, making it as a eye-born thing, like the way we worship. And I can feel the touch of the two palms together. But then what actually happens here, other than the mental formation part of it, mental formation part of it is the two hands coming together is the mental formation. But actually what happens there is, you know, you feel there's existent feel. With the wisdom only we understand it is due to the fast vibration of the touch receptors. There's so many receptors in the skin, so many sensory organs in the skin that you can kind of feel, and that is also due to different vibrations. If you research about this, you will find out that the solidity is actually a different level. Fluidity is a different level. It's just the different vibrations of the receptors. You will understand this if you're really into science. You don't have to. You just understand how these things work. So the even the pain, if you know that it is due to the stretching. It's due to the stretching of the sensory organs. So the stretching gives you kind of a sensation. That's how it happens. So when we keep understanding this is existent feel. Existent feel has no problem. The problem is the misunderstanding around that. That the existent feel is actually there. Existent feel is there due to the speed. If the existent feel, if this world actually slow down and actually there is no anything like speed, there's no way that this perception will be there. It is due to the speed that we feel this, that as the speed, the existent field is there. But the problem is not the existent field. Existent fields gives us a different idea. Existent field gives us a different vibration, like a life field, which is kind of the one that R.N. Vansi was trying to tell that day. Because the life field is the one which gives us it's a kind of a perception. It's a perception because of the existent field. Because we feel the touch as existent, we get the life field. That's different. So even though it is kind of similar, it is different. Because we take existent field as real, then we get the life field. But it's not actually real, it is happening due to the fast vibration. And there's another problem too, because there's due to the fast vibration, when you feel the existent field as real, then comes the life field, and then comes the perception of being alive, like perception of being being, in the sense self-perception. So this is the thing. This is how this magic is formulated. How did you feel alive? How did you feel that you are existent? How did you feel this duality, that I am here, you are there? How did we get this magic? How are we seeing things like that? How are we hearing things like that? How are we touching something and feeling there is two different things, that I'm touching the daughter, something like that. So how do we get these things? So if you do this research, you'll keep understanding. Touching my daughter's head. So that is kind of the mind sensor. That is okay. It's a mind sensor. It's not true. We know that. You know. But then the next hurdle is when you touch something, you feel alive, kind of, don't you? You feel that it's happening here, but actually we keep understanding through Dhamma that it is actually the fast, speedy occurrence of the sensory organ only. This is the trick. Sensory organ only. There is a sensory organ function, yes. So there would be existent feeling until you die, because until the respiration is gone, sensory functions are going to happen. So there would be sensory functions, but the life field is due to the misconception that we have, that because we took it as actually real. So this mind formation actually happened due to that, because we felt the the touch as real, we felt the sound as real, we felt the vision as real, and then on top of that, when they co-vibrate, the mind is formed. No one does this. It's not a function of anyone. It just happens. That's the dharmata. What is dharmata? It's just a phenomenon. Natural phenomenon or natural way of life. That's how the life is. The life, or Jivi Sabhavaya, I think it's the life field, happens due to these things. So the most trusted field we have is the life field. Most valued field we have is the alive field. Most dreaded thought is to lose this alive field. Basically, we're afraid to die. But when we try and keep understanding this, if you keep doing this research, you will understand actually it is just just a misunderstanding here. Just a misunderstanding here. But you need to feel this. So sensory functions will continue to function. There's no problem there. They will continue to function. So the existence feel will be there. You will touch something, you feel it. Just you eat some sweet thing, you will feel the sweet. Because if the tongue is working, if your tongue doesn't have a cancer or you haven't got any infection that has stopped the sensory function of the tongue, you will feel. It's just a feel. But if someone is aware about all these things that you know, basically you know. First, this is a knowledge first, so you will know that it's actually a sensory function of the tongue. It's fine. It doesn't go away, as I said, until something happened to the tongue. So, but this is complicated when the mind sensor is involved, because then it comes, this is cake. And it's so tasty. And we know that the eye is the same thing. You see something, and then the mind sensor is already there. Then you directly see the relative that used to tell things to me, something like that, you know. So this the interpretation always comes. You can't really separate them now, because you're not a baby anymore. You have had these data. The input of the data is also natural. Even if you are Tarzan in a jungle, you will have the same duality. You will feel that you are feeling the touch of the tree. You are feeling the sounds of the animals. You will see things, and you will feel this thing. It's okay, but you will definitely feel as there is a separate self because of this duality. So, and even though there is no human being to tell that you are Tarzan, I am Jack, even the mummies who are monkeys or monkey friends, Tarzan will actually have a perception of who will be saving him, who will be looking after him, who will be close to him, who will be eating him if given the chance. Or I am here, you are there. So the self notion is always there. This existent feel can be there in any form, any being, even a unicellular thing will feel the existent feel, but they can't solve this problem. They can't, because they don't know. They can't solve their existent feel. But once we, because we are humans, we can actually understand. So because we are that, that kind of species where the ability to comprehend things about what you see, what you hear, what you feel, and what you think, and understand the mechanism of life, mechanism of self, mechanism of self, feeling of self-existent, mechanism of self-perception, mechanism of suffering, whatever the word you use, doesn't matter. So the being a human is so privileged, because we can actually understand this, because any other being is not able to understand this problem that there is a problem, at least there is a misunderstanding, or there's this mechanism, how this magic is formed. And when you hear this, you will understand, okay, yes, we see, but is it actually true? Even the light is not true, because light is there because of the fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye. That's all. So can we take it as actually existing? No, it's arising at that particular moment. One thought arises only at one particular moment. It's only one thought. It can be starting from the eye, it can be starting from the ear, it can be starting from the touch, it can be starting from nose, it can be starting from the tongue, it can be starting from the mind itself. We were just thinking. So just be mindful about this system, and when you keep understanding as the fast vibration of these sensory organs have given us the feel of existence, you don't really get deceived by that. You continue to feel, that's fine, but you don't get deceived by that. So then the alive field has no power. So that urge to maintain the alive field is gone. That's the absence of the power. When the power is not there, self-vibration is not there. When the self-vibration is not there, power is not there. So the power to vibrate even after the cessation of your respiration, why there is additional power left, so that is vibrating to anywhere, synchronizing to anywhere in the world. How that happens is because this is nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Because if you existed, if only the sensory function existed, there's no problem, there's no suffering, there's nothing. But because this is happening, because we have taken it for granted, taken it as real, taken it as a thing. So that's how it works. Not sure whether I have covered. I just kept. I just let it flow. So, Joel, if you can ask a question, that would be great, so that we can find out whether there is any pitfalls in the explanation.
I'm thinking what to ask.
That's okay. Yeah, you can ask later. Anything else, Surangika? Do you want to add something, or Dr. Sakuntala? Do you want to add something?
Surangika, if you are free, you can talk. Dr.
Pokila and Dr. Sakuntala. I think that was a very comprehensive explanation, Dr. Pokila, which is probably why Joel is scratching his head to us and wondering what to ask. But I think because Joel has read the book, True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, there will be invariably references to the practical aspect of how one can understand the senses, isn't it, Joel? And with Dr. Pokila's explanation now, you will be able to, I'm sure you'd have got a deep understanding, and I think we've talked about this in the last couple of days. The best way of getting further understanding and reflection is through that insight meditation, which is nothing other than just putting it into your daily routine. Everything that is discerned or experienced is coming from the sensory perceptions, and what is getting manifested here is also, as Dr. Kogila said, due to just the speed of the vibration. If the vibration doesn't occur, in the eye, then there won't be light. If the vibration doesn't occur in the sound, in the ear, there won't be sound. And in that similar manner, the taste gets manifested, the smell is manifested, and the touch, the solidity, temperature, and so on is also a manifestation in the body or skin sensor. So from that you can see that all that is being experienced are these perceptions arising out of the senses. And then apart from the five senses, the eye, the ear, the body sensor, the nose, and the taste, the tongue sensor, the mind also acts as an additional sensor. That's the sixth sensor. But the thoughts that arise in the mind sensor is a culmination or a combination of the other five, which is why when I think about a week or two ago, we talked about the apple. And the first time the notion of apple or an apple was shown to you when you go back to your childhood days, or you think about a child in a classroom, the teacher might show an apple and say, this is an apple. So there is a shape that is being shown, and then there is the word apple, the sound apple being said. So the shape is just the light sensor or the eye sensor activating and taking in shape in the form of an apple. But what happens is the light is manifested at that point, and then it's the light that then is recognized by the mind as an apple or the shape of an apple. Similarly, the ear sensor, the sound vibration will then be taken by the mind and acknowledged and interpreted as apple. So in that similar way, if there is a tasting of the apple, then the chewiness of the apple, the sweet and sour nature of the apple, the fact that it gives a little fragrance of an apple, distinct smell, we call that the fragrance of an apple or the sweet fragrance of an apple, and so on and so forth. So these are separate sensory perceptions arising out of the different sense faculties. And yet, now, fast forward 30, 40 years to today, the moment, your mother says, next time you go to the supermarket, Joel, get some apples, in a flash, the apple comes to the mind, isn't it? And in that flash, the apple, the fact that it is round, the fact that it can be red or green, the different types of apples you bought in the past, how an apple tastes, how it feels to the touch, to the tongue, all those sensory perceptions come alive, isn't it? But the illusion here is that those are all perceptions arising out of the senses, but don't you see it's a grand illusion, an absolutely grand illusion, isn't it? It's so difficult to see unless there is the truth being shown, which is why these discussions are so wonderful, isn't it? And you can imagine, we just gave the example of an apple, but imagine all the things that surround you today, all the experiences that have been gained in this lifetime. If one thinks and believes that those are external and that the world and the objects and everything in it are real, what a big facade of a world it is, isn't it? No wonder people get tricked into believing that this is so real because it feels so real.
Yeah.
That feeling that Dr. Kokila explained so beautifully is coming from that whole undercurrent. The power, the vibration gives rise to that existent feel that all these things are there. There are apples, there are orchards, there are people playing, there are fields, there are supermarkets. There's how many things that we can say. And that whole field, the existential field, then gives rise, further extends, and the alive field, as R.N. Vansa said yesterday also, the alive field is an offshoot of the existent field. It's not the same, but one cannot have the alive field if there was no existential field. So the beauty of this truth, as you are opening your eyes more and more every day, Joel, and the book, I'm sure, would have really given you a good understanding. And with all this, putting it into practice will make it more, you'll see through the illusion further. So yes, keep understanding. You don't have to make too much of an effort, as our friend said. Just seeing that these are sensory perceptions, how they arise, itself is enough of an insight meditation for you.
Yeah, actually, when we say I live in Australia, if someone is actually taking it for granted or actually feels that it's true, then definitely we are in trouble. If Joel says, I live in Kandy, and if Joel actually seriously feel that is actually true, that we just have to understand how tricky this mind is. Like, if I say I'm from Sri Lanka and you're really into that, this is tricky when it comes to children, parents, and all this, If I say I have a daughter, I have a son, and it's difficult to dig into one's feel, so no one else will actually know how seriously you feel this. And it's funny to say that now, but it's really serious thing, like when you feel them as real. So as Joel said one day, if the relative or even that counselor, if you actually meet them, how real you feel that there is a person standing in front of you, and that this is happening. That's how it's a beautiful illusion, I would say. The most beautiful film we have ever noted, even though we don't know about that. Now we know, kind of. We can admire that as well as not get involved in that. So if you can actually feel the weight of these things, the weight, it's so much weight, like if you feel, just imagine if it's a mother, how heavy the feel of children would be, how heavy the feel of partner would be, how heavy the feel of parents would be. But does that mean that they are not there? That's not what it means. Just we understand how this illusion works, that's all. But Joel, I have to tell you, the most important illusory feel here is the duality feel that we get, like the feel that we have, like there is a self here. And even that's a perception, like the perception of the child, perception of the chair, perception of the neighbor, perception of the relative, perception of the counselor, whatever the perception, this perception is the ever perception we have, because you know your mother, but all the other people you have met maybe for the last 6 months, who knows? But whatever said and done, these perceptions are felt with a real heaviness. Imagine about the self-perception, how much weight we have. You will not imagine this. You have to feel this. You have to understand this. How much powerful is this self-perception? How powerful is that? Is the reality we get, how strongly we believe in that there is self. That is a self view. So there is a vibration here because of the power that we feel, because of that additional power I was talking about. But then it gives a self perception that we feel that there is a self, there's a perception. It's like perception of light. It's like perception of touch. It's like perception of sound. There's a perception of self as well. And that leads to perception of like the self-view. I said, like, it happens to us and it happens to anyone. It happens even though someone is not teaching you that they are self and your name is Joel. Even if it has no name, still the perception is there. I'm here, you are there. That perception is there. If you can feel this duality, it's really beautiful to understand how this film has been a film to us. So you can actually, you are kind of in the film now and suffering inside the film. But if you get to know this, you will be out and you will be kind of directing the film. Yes, Joel, I saw you. Yes.
No, well, like I was thinking to ask a question, now it came up. First of all, like you told about a baby, right? So I was just thinking, when the baby is inside the womb, sometimes the baby reacts when the mother is happy. So does the baby has some sensory feeling to the mother's happiness?
I'm not sure about the mother's happiness, but definitely there is a feel. Definitely there is a feel. It's even been told in the science as well. They feel the vibrations. It's just vibrations they feel. So when the vibration is, if someone gets angry, the inner vibration is so high, the child will feel that too. But when the vibration is low and calm, that child will feel that vibration as well. But if I have to prove it in scientific way, I am not. I can't remember anything about that. But that's a thing. Because vibration is felt. So this synchronizing to a vibration is always happening. Don't forget. So if the baby's vibration, if there is a vibration in the baby, because there is a vibration in the baby as well, it can synchronize to any vibration. And if the vibration outside is difficult, then that will be felt too. And there are so many things that they develop the sensory organs in different fetal times. But you don't necessarily need all these things, because what we understand is, yes, there are sensory functions. Some may work, some may not work. Some people are blind, some people can't hear. Some people have defects in some sensory functions. But given all that, they all have this self-perception. That is the thing. Even the worm has only kind of the skin kind of thing. But the skin, even with that, even the life feel is there. That's why the worm would be seeking the mud. You go inside the mud as soon as they are exposed to the light, because they feel uncomfortable. They would seek the thing. But there's no big mind. It's just the existent field. But they can't solve that problem. Only humans with this great mind, even though we know that it's a great illusion, we use this mind to actually understand this phenomena. What happens here? Anything else?
Yeah, I just thought of adding something small, because both of you gave a very detailed
simple but very detailed account on these things. What I will suggest, Joel, is to listen to this discussion once more, maybe, because more things will be clarified when you listen, because most of the things that we discussed today are new, perhaps. One thing to remember is this physical part is necessary for this function. So we need an eye to have the function of seeing. That means the physical part. So similarly, the ear, all five organs should function, and it as physical part, it should be there. So for a person who has no eyes or no ears, you can't talk about the function of seeing and hearing. And also, second thing is there should be a vibration of that sensor faculty. So those two components should be fulfilled to have the function. That means a physical part should be there, and there should be a vibration of that physical component. Then only the function of seeing, function of hearing is completed. And the name faculty or the sensor is used for the function, actually. I think Dr. Kokila mentioned about it. It's not the physical component, but it is the function. So the functions, the five functions will combine to form a different type of a function, which is the thought. So just I thought of adding those little bits of things. I don't know whether Joel has
And
any
also, I
question.
think
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
add, I don't know whether this will be too much, but we can add that as well. If you understand, Joel, when I say, if I say mountain now, didn't you get the idea of a mountain as soon as I mentioned the mountain? Did you?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah, so just see, I just said a word. So your ear function worked. Your ear worked. So it's a vibration of the ear. But then, how come you get the whole picture of a mountain? And when you get the whole picture of the mountain, not only that, you know it is solid. You know it is kind of big one. You know, you don't, when I say mountain, you don't think about like a small hill done by ants. You don't think like that. It's something big, something solid, something even the shape, triangular shape, it might come to you, like even triangular or whatever the shape, whatever the way you know that. So all the perceptions come at the same time. That's the facility of, that's the feature of the thought. So that's the beauty of the thought, actually. But how does this happen is the thing. So the thought has all the sensor functions in that. That's why we call that it has every feature of 5 sensory organs, but it doesn't work like that in other animals. It's just the humans that we have these types of the sensory organ types, and the thought has every aspect of that. Because when I say okay, if I say a pool, if someone is aware about the thought pool, no one is thinking in that first way I told about the mountain. Everyone, the mental picture is different. Mental picture has that, fluidity. The pool is not solid. If the pool is solid, that's possibly in the ice. But usually when we say pool, it's something you can jump to. It's, the fluidity is there. Usually the color, usually it might come up with the blue color, or, the visual picture is there. You know what you can do with the pool. This is the same thing when if I say the word job, that you first came up with when you came to the discussion in the beginning, how it sparked you so much bad stuff, you know. See how this works. See how this works. How, imagine, I don't know whether you remember, I told you a real experience of a child who lost, I don't know whether I told you or someone else, I can't remember now, the real experience of a child who lost a father in the pool. So imagine if that child was here and listening to my discussion, if I say pool, definitely she's going to shiver. How is that? Because the visual, even sight of a pool is traumatic to her. How? So you have to understand, even this, the mind part is also in that. Just one thought has everything there. So if I say mother, it differs to 8 billion people, because 8 billion people, their perception of mother is different. But that particular person's mother, it can be, as we have heard a beautiful story about a mother in the other one, you know, from the that great lady from Canada. Just imagine what kind of output would be if she hears the word mother, but a different one, someone different. If I say mother, that the perception of mother might bring up very different emotions. Just need to understand this. Just need to understand how you synchronize to the everything around that. Everything. This mind works so fast, you will even not know how this beauty happens. It works so fast. Just imagine you walk on the road and you suddenly see your favorite teacher. Just go into that episode now. You can can have some imagination. Would you not jump up like, wow, teacher? And would you not be like having everything in that? Imagine you see the teacher who has ridiculed you or intimidated you or you didn't like. Just imagine you seeing him or her in that case. Just imagine how this synchronizing happens. It's very beautiful to understand how this synchronicity works. It's just a normal phenomena though. It's a normal phenomena. It's very important to understand this, how these sensory functions has made us to believe that there is a self, actually have a view that there is self, and also underlying that there is a self-perception, underlying that there's a burning too. How did that happen? Because we felt everything as real, because we didn't know this truth. But once you know the truth, you just go on with your life. As Aran once said, just go on with your life, and slowly your burning will go down, and this one day even the life will be begone. That's an arahant. Yes, anything?
Thank you, Dr. Sakuntala, Savangikant, and Dr. K. Kokila for wonderfully explaining this. Thank you so much. I could now understand what are the effects of the sensory faculties that make so much that it's not real. It's just vibration, and it happens normally, and we just have to identify that and just, go on with life till this breath is going to stop.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, once we understand this burning will go down, and we can definitely feel that. It's so beautiful. And the main important factor here is the ego part, because the ego is a byproduct of this self-view. So that's a kind of the deeper aspect of this self-view, because there had been the self-view for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years or 100 years of life. Because of this self-view, we have developed such a bad ego that, we kind of try to protect ourselves, kind of protect me, mine, myself. So this whole thing, when understood, you will feel as a feather, but still you will be sad. You may be sad, you may be happy, you may be burning with the heavy, hot day. You might be seeing a very bad scene. You may be hearing a very difficult sound. Yeah, whatever.
So, Dr. Kokila, just a suggestion. So tomorrow, can you just explain about the ego?
Yes,
like you spoke about the senses, so that we can understand it more, how it erupts everything, and how does it work in different ways. If it's possible, please explain it to us, Doctor. Thank you.
All good. Anything else to add, Sakuntala, Sarangika?
Yes, Joel, I think you can do a little bit of homework, like what Dr. Gokila explained. Now, when I say the word mom, right now, your ear vibrated, and then see how quickly the picture of her kind voice, her gestures, how you felt when she is touching you, her tender sort of loving affection that she's showering on you, and every data that you had right from the beginning, from the time you remember her, will come right now into your mind. On the other hand, when I say either that counselor that you didn't like or the relative who was trying to sort of making comments about, when I say the word again in the similar way, your ear vibrated, but see all the sort of black thoughts that come right now, the black data which comes right now to your thought, whereas the about the mom, what you get was very beautiful, and these ones are really annoying, isn't it? Because that is the way, I mean, that is the function of the mind. That is how the thoughts are formed. I mean, it's very annoying sometimes, certain thoughts are very annoying. Some thoughts are very enjoyable, delightful, but both you can't help, you can't change. That is the natural phenomenon. So maybe you can try on different topics and see how it works, how you feel, and how fast it's formed in your mind right now. So I mean, you were talking about the thoughts, some annoying thoughts that are coming and troubling you. So you can see that this is not something that you can change, but only when you understand how it is happening. Then when you know the magic, the tricks of the magician, the little by little, the heaviness that you felt with those will disappear. So maybe we can have a very exciting discussion again tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, actually, Joel would come out of that, that kind of thinking pattern, and definitely he will change. I think he already has. No problems for him anyway. So thank you so much. We have run out of time today. We worship Paran Hanse. We have so much gratitude for him for sharing his wisdom with us, and thank you, Dharma friends, for coming for the discussion, and I thank you, Joel, for making so much interesting questions, so that we actually, the the most, the unless question, we also can't really come out of this truth. So when it's actually helping someone, it really does a good thing, because when we discuss, just discuss, it doesn't happen that way. But when we get the need to help someone, it comes so naturally. It's so easy. It's so good. So thank you so much. We'll do the discussion tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Therun Sarnai, my friend.
What is only a fleeting moment or a kshanika sita. The moment a thought is formed, it ceases, or it comes to an end. All the thoughts come from the mind consciousness, mano vijnana. All what we think are all mental formations, or sankhara. They are all illusions, lies. Once you understand this, you begin to realize that this whole world is a lie. When the Buddha said, Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa, the Buddha meant that this world is a lie, an illusion. The Buddha also said, Rupam anittito, meaning all the aramana or stimuli we receive from the six senses are not true. The Buddha said that the six senses is the world. Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa kayanupassi viharati. It means if you want to attain nirvana by being mindful of the Satara Satipatthana, you have to know that all our senses and this world is a lie. If you believe that our body, our senses, or our mind and our thoughts are all real and true, that means that you are ignorant of the pure truth. Where there is ignorance, there is no nirvana. When the world does not exist, how can you develop wisdom, believing that this body, these feelings, this mind, and these thoughts are real? If the Buddha says that the world does not exist, then the heavens, the hills, and everything else becomes a lie. They exist only in your mind consciousness, and they are only perceptions, sanya, from the six senses. These perceptions become mental formations or sankhara, which also becomes the mind consciousness. In order to practice seeing the thoughts, it will be helpful to have some understanding of the samatha meditation or the concentration meditation. Whenever you realize that your mind is straying away from being mindful of your thoughts, bring your mind back to what you consider as the point of concentration. Your point of concentration could be the breath. Terasan, everybody.
Therwan Saranai Shani. Thank you for reading the 2 pages from the book The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind, and it was briefly mentioned how the thoughts are formed. It is a system coming into action. The 5 senses, that means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, the 5 senses will create something, and the mechanism we call it vibration. There's very speedy vibration, and then there is some creation, means a light, sound, smell, taste, or cold and hard feelings to the skin. So these are the 5 senses actually, and the end result or the collective function of these 5 we call a thought. So it's important how the thoughts are formed. It's important to know with very good clarity how these thoughts are formed. Then only you can have a deep understanding about this system, how it comes to work. And they are, all the thoughts are actually mental constructs and mental formations or constructs. And this mechanism, this speedy mechanism is called sankhara, where some of these perceptions are collected together, and the result is this, what's called the mind consciousness or the vijnana. So mind consciousness means basically all thoughts. So we have been mentioning this earlier also. Everything is a thought basically. Whatever the action, the words you talk are also thoughts. So also it was mentioned that right at the beginning, for a beginner, it's advisable to do a little bit of concentration meditation to calm down yourself. And it means that the attention is focused on one point, one event or one action. Commonest thing is a breathing meditation, where the focusing is done to the place where the airflow touches in the nose. Sorry. So it can slightly vary from person to person. For a person, it might be the nostril. So for another person, it may be the root of the nose. Or for another person, he might feel better to the upper lip. So wherever, I'm giving a little more description about this breathing meditation. So whatever the place where the prominently the flow of the air is felt, can be focused, and this is a very simple meditation, what's called the breathing meditation. In Pali it's called Anapanasati Bhavanava. So it's useful for a short while to calm down yourself, and then you can research on these topics, how these thoughts are formed.
and you sort of penetrate deep and deep into these matters and try to understand what is this process, how it happens. So from there onwards, I think we can start our discussion. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Sarnai. We'll start the discussion. We'll worship our Hanse. And actually, it's so beautiful to understand this. What we so-called real dream, that's so-called world we live in, how it has formed. It's so beautiful to research about this. So I invite everyone to do that research. This dream or this world, it's just the 6 sensory organs, that's all. That's all and nothing else. So if you can understand this, that is a production of the sensory organs. We can understand how this world is different from each other. Why it is different is one reason is sensory organs can be different. The other reason is the power underneath. That's in power in that system can be different too. So we have to understand, we can't just keep saying that there is no self. Actually, we have to understand, if there is no self, what are we feeling here as self? That's what we keep understanding. Yes, there is a manifestation. There is output of 6 sensory organs. Yes, dream is there. We can't say it is not there. Dream is there. But is it actually there? No, it's not actually there. It's just production. So if you keep understanding that, you will feel lighter every day. Whatever the output of the dream. So output of the dream may be that you are very short of breath. You can't breathe. You may be struggling to survive. Even that, it's just part of that dream. Then we understand why we are then struggling there, why we are suffering, what is the actual burning here. Burning here is due to the ignorance that we keep believing that there is this continuity of this dream is the important thing. That is not the important thing. Actually, there's nothing like that. So anyone can ask questions. If someone has dwelt on anything. Yesterday, we had our great teacher come into the Zoom discussion yesterday. It was so beautiful. Something he highlighted was, so there's so many things that he highlighted actually, how the sadness and the happiness is in the mind, but at the same time, whether you are sad, whether you are happy, how this tranquility can be underlined thing. So that is the thing that that is a beautiful thing that we try to say. And so if you understand the Dhamma, what is Dhamma? Dhamma is this understanding of the mind, how this mind works, in the sense how these sensory organs work. Not only the mind, all the sensory, 6 sensory organs, how do they work? How do they bring up this illusory world? It's so beautiful, yes. Or sometimes it's ugly, yes. But how? How is it formed? And why do we feel alive in that dream? So anyone can unmute and join the discussion. I think Dr. Sakuntala went for the programs Monday. Sunday
Yes.
or Saturday, I'm not sure. I think both days,
No,
didn't you?
Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday to Sunday, yes.
How was it? How did you feel?
It was actually good. It was the first program in that center. Actually, it's not easy access to that place because the road is not motorable. About 1.5 kilometers out of that, about 1 kilometer stretch is not motorable. Actually, the three-wheelers also find it very difficult to go up there. So we had to do the walking. But when you go to the top, actually, it's a very calm and quiet with lush greenery around with the mountain tops. And we were on top of one mountain and there were peaks around, all covered in green. So there were about 37 people altogether. First 2.5 hours we discussed the darshana, that means how these thoughts are formed, because there were several.
My question was, how did you feel?
Yeah, I could now, especially when I was doing the walking part. That I will say, because I other times actually when I was doing the talking.
Are you the person who is holding the?
Yes, mostly yes.
Oh, okay.
So that time actually I was engrossed in the explanations and answering the questions, etc. But during that walking session, we walked down that whole stretch, 1.5 kilometers back. Because I have done the steps several times, I mean, more or less that practice was automatically that I felt that there was no person walking. I could feel the sensors which were sort of alternatively taking role, and the sensors were alternatively felt. But there was no tiredness or no concern about the sunny weather also. And didn't realize that a long stretch walk down. It was sort of kind of tireless and effortless walking at the end. So even though we were explaining the steps one by one, probably because I have done it several times earlier, I automatically felt that I was going to the third and fourth steps of this practical procedure, so that there was no thinking part, and felt that automatically the action is taking. So it was like the sensor functions were taken all alternatively one after the other. So it was very relaxed and very relaxed type of walking meditation with very little thoughts, I would say. Time to time there were disturbances, time to time sort of thoughts came up and then I got dragged away. But more or less most of the walk was like that.
Thoughts can come.
Sorry?
Thoughts can come. It doesn't matter. Then you
Yeah.
have to know that thought has come.
Yeah, thoughts can come. I mean, I was carried away by some of the thoughts.
Yeah, okay.
Occasionally, because there was one place where there was a strange sound of a bird, and several people who were walking sort of got distracted to that, and they even went up to that place to see what was the bird. So that time I felt that my thoughts also sort of got along that one without realizing that it is only a sound. So there were a couple of occasions like that. Apart
That's
from
really
that,
interesting. That part is really interesting. Just imagine someone is doing this insight meditation stops that and run away to see a bird, that's a beautiful example of how this mind works. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
It's really good. It's like smelling like a cake, and the meditation is over, you run to eat that.
It was a very unusual, very strange sort of sound. I mean, we knew that it was a sound, the bird sound. And then at the end of the meditation, we had a little discussion about that stretch also, how we walked and how the people experienced it. And then the comments came. Some people said it was we saw the bird. Yes, we saw it. It was a valikukula. Valikukula is that our natural bird. So they went up to that. So it was complete distraction from the point of this walking meditation.
Yeah.
So they went and peeped up. I got distracted. But
actually, can you see that the exact point is missed, isn't it? Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is.
Yeah.
So this mind sensor is so thick that no penetration is done, or no liberation is done, and not only that, and you get carried away. So actually, that means you have slipped to the complete outside.
Yes.
Yeah.
In between, there were thoughts, as you said. I mean, sort of flash of a second, some thoughts will come about some topic, and then I realized that it's a thought, and then sort of it became one of the senses that I was observing. But this particular one, I felt that I got carried away by that sound, and because the others sort of wanted to go to the edge of the road and peep and find out. So that was one of the points that I could remember. Yes.
Interesting. Any questions that came up with the question and answer thing?
Now what we did was we explained them each step, and then we because the latter part of the program was done in a different temple at the base of the mountain, base of the hill. So that place actually didn't have much space for this walking meditation. So we more or less walked around the bo tree, and some were asking, especially when they had most of them had a difficulty between differentiating the sensor from the thought. Now, for example, felt sand. So straight away it was like that. Now, not something like felt something hard, and the interpretation of the mind was sand. And so things like that.
Actually, we'll elaborate on that because Joel is also here. So
yes.
we need to understand that this bodily sensations, mainly bodily sensations, the skin and the mainly skin I'm talking about. There can be sensory output without the mind getting involved. So the solidity, you don't necessarily need the mind sensor to understand the solidity, the feel.
That means feeling of hardness, isn't it? If Joel has a difficulty, because feeling of hardness is what is,
solid kind of thing. And if you have like a description in that, like this is so soft, or this is very hard, or even though it is kind of can be told by the sensor. Still, if you have like a description coming up, that is the mind sensor. That is all right. So this is the tile, because immediately that is what it comes. When you keep, even if you are, imagine you are blindfolded, like kind of your eyes are covered by a cloth, then definitely you are asked to walk somewhere. You can feel something, and it is kind of the carpet, or it is some kind of the tile, and sometimes it is watery, kind of it is slippery because of its watery. So even when we don't have other sensory organs, still just the bodily sensations, the skin, you have different outputs. So that's the thing. So mind sensor is already involved in that, but actual sensor function doesn't need the mind sensor. But yeah, it's very important to understand that, especially if you are doing the walking meditation. And also, it's a tricky part because you don't directly feel the, it is, yeah, I mean, we just have to keep understanding how this mind works. Anyway, if the walking has become true, it is difficult to feel the mechanism, because the mechanism actually didn't have anyone. But if you are in the mind, and if you are in the mind and you are walking, then you can't feel that it is happening, just a happening thing. Walking is just a mechanism, just a what do you say that? Kriyavali, or what do you call that? Like
Action, can you say action? Or?
Action, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's interesting to keep doing this and try and understand this touch. It's actually, touch has no definitions, but we do have definitions. It's okay, but if you understand that the definition itself is not true, then only the piercing is, piercing will happen, or the dissolving of the mind can happen. Whatever the word you say, it doesn't matter. The liberation from mind can happen, because unless until you are deceived by this mind sensor, you still have the problem. You just have to know that. That's okay. Anything else? Do you have any questions, Charles? Or you are just listening today, probably?
Just being selfless these days makes life easy. And
yeah, that's good.
And what I noted down yesterday was what Aryan once was saying, that that was real. He said, "Love is not benefit or business, and love is everywhere. Be selfless, and love is a feeling." I was just pondering these things, and I think yesterday Auntie Sudharma said, when you're doing something, you won't feel that you're doing it. You just go on doing it. So yeah, you don't feel tired. You don't feel anything, and that's nice. That's awesome. And
Yeah,
also, when
awesome.
I'm doing this concentration meditation, suddenly I see I'm sleeping. I don't know how I go to sleep when I do that meditation, but I go to sleep. Yeah. This feels good. Really good. Thank you.
All good. So, anything else? Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of all, I worship Paganahanse's feet, our spiritual teacher. And Dr. Kokila, I was listening to Dr. Sakuntala's experience, and I was wondering whether at that point, when she heard the call of the bird, uh, I mean, with some sort of awareness that it is the mind sensor, that thought occurs, I mean, that awareness without contemplation, with that awareness, if she walks to that place and see the truth, I mean, see the bird, but without contemplation, without any attachment or aversion, get that experience, and then continuing to walk. What is it?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, Sudharma. It
No, you're
shouldn't
like,
have done.
no.
Yeah,
If
definitely it should
Aranwanse
have happened
was
like
there,
that.
if
Yes.
Aranwanse was there, I would say so. I would say so. But the problem is, it is us who go there, and our inquisitive mind trying to find
Yeah,
the bird. It's
yeah,
definitely different from the talk. I can understand. So we
yeah.
can't really justify that in that way. But
Of course, no.
maybe when Narayanan is there, I mean, this is the thing. We can't really, if we are in the path, we can't really talk about the fruit, in the sense the outcome. So the outcome we can't compare with the now we can't put Aranwansi in that position and think that this may be the way that Aranwansi must be doing. That is not how it works, actually. You can't really compare like that, because he doesn't feel alive, so it doesn't necessarily mean, the burning is not there. I mean, I should say in that way, the burning is not there. It doesn't matter whether he actually even see it or not, or recognize it or not. It doesn't really matter. That is the thing. But this practice is different. Practice is for practitioners, like the people who try to see this truth in one at least one particular moment to get to the non-vibration. That's completely different to the person who is already achieved that. So you can't really compare. So we can't really say that. So that what Sudharma said was, it's kind of the Lord Buddha doing that, or Aranwanse, someone around doing that. Then you can say like that. But the problem is, as practitioners, we are in the path, so we go there to practice and see whether we can feel the non-vibration, the sensory function, without that power that we talk about. So to feel that, you can't really miss the practice when we are doing it, because then only it will train you into that exact moment that where we feel the non-vibration. So just imagine you keep hearing multiple birds. If they are just hearing only, that's it. But that's the Arahant's state. If it is hearing only, that's an Arahant state. But in the path, when we are trying to do this, because we are in the path, we try to try and bring it up. When we do that, first step is first step would be we hear the sound. In the sense, not we, there is a sound, and you identify it as a bird sound. And then whether the bird sound is true? No, bird sound is not true. That it is a bird sound itself is just a a thought. Then the hearing part is just a mechanism. It's just hearing. And then if you feel it only, the non-vibration will be felt. So this is very tricky. This is just a explanation. This is not the experience. If you actually experience it, it would be direct, very direct liberation from mind, exactly to feel that whole first bit is not there. That thinking part is also not there. And that dream part is also not there. The bird sound part is also not there. It's just sound only. If it's just a sound only, there's no self there. That's how you can say that. So it's a very unique experience. So if we
Interestingly, Dr. Kokila, with